Chapter 2771. The crimson waves in the Blood Sea had a strange power. Lin Feng guessed that it was this strange power that restrained the cultivators' magic power. Therefore, the cultivators of the 10,000 races were swallowed by the crimson waves. The current situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. Fortunately, the magic power in his body had not been completely suppressed. Although it was extremely difficult to circulate magic power, it did not mean that it was impossible. Lin Feng quickly circulated his magic power and activated epoch dominance. The void around epochal haki started to distort, blocking the huge waves that were sweeping over. Lin Feng realized that the crimson waves were extremely strange. They could continuously erode his epoch dominance. Clearly, the most important thing now was to leave this place as soon as possible. If he continued to stay here, it would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. Roar! Suddenly, a roar resounded through heaven and earth. Above the Blood Sea, crimson waves rolled, and a terrifying existence condensed in the crimson waves. It was a crimson giant. The crimson giant threw a punch at Lin Feng. From afar, Lin Feng waved his right hand and slashed out a blade light. Puff! The blade light instantly penetrated the giant's body. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the crimson giant's body did not shatter. Although his attack penetrated the crimson giant's body, the giant did not seem to be injured at all. This crimson giant was very strange. It was not easy to deal with. Lin Feng could see that. The crimson giant had already rushed in front of Lin Feng. Crimson light surged and swept over. The tyrannical attack directly shattered the void. Lin Feng's body was about to explode. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He threw a punch at the crimson giant. The power of karma appeared on his fist. Between heaven and earth, all living things evolved. All things moved. Everything had karma. The existence of the Sea of Blood was the reason. The Sea of Blood condensed into a blood-colored giant as a result. And now, Lin Feng was using the great karma art to change the karmic relationship. The bloody giant was the cause. The blood-colored giant turning into blood was the result. The cycle of karma was endless. Bang! Lin Feng's powerful fist collided with the bloody giant's fist. In an instant, his punch directly shattered the blood-colored giant's body. The crimson giant turned into a puddle of blood again. He merged into the Sea of Blood. Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. His speed was as fast as lightning. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many cultivators being devoured by the Sea of Blood. However, these cultivators were either cultivators from the myriad races, cultivators from other races, or cultivators from other forces. There was simply no need to sympathize with them. Who knew how many innocent people had died in the Sky Martial continent for these people? They deserved to die. In the end, Lin Feng left the Sea of Blood and went to the forest outside. The Five Flames Seven Birds fan said, "Head towards the northwest. I feel that the world crystal wall there is slightly weaker." The Five Flames Seven Birds fan was a top-notch demon weapon. Although it had not reached the level of an ancient demon weapon, it was still extremely extraordinary. And from a certain point of view, the Five Flames Seven Birds fan and the ancient demon weapon were of the same race. They were already equivalent to weapon cultivators. They were all demon weapons. It was just that they were of different levels. Therefore, when trapped in the world created by the ancient demon weapon, the Five Flames Seven Birds fan could sense some things that others could not. Lin Feng nodded and quickly flew in the direction indicated by the Five Flames Seven Birds fan. Not long after, Lin Feng heard miserable screams. The screams came from the forest in front of him. He stealthily sneaked over and saw more than 10 extraterritorial race cultivators being imprisoned by a mysterious black-robed man. The black-robed man's sharp claws were like ghost claws, emitting a sinister and terrifying aura and a cold luster. Poochie! Poochie! The claws tore apart one cultivator's body after another. After those cultivators' bodies were torn apart, the black-robed cultivator grabbed their hearts. However, he did not eat their hearts. Instead, He played with them in his hand and casually threw them to the ground. Some cultivators had very strong vitality, so after their hearts were dug out, they did not die immediately. They watched helplessly as their hearts were dug out. Their deaths were too tragic. Go, 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 it's it, the 5 Flame 7 Birds fan screamed in horror. Lin Feng was shocked. Was that existence formed by the ancient demon weapon? He did not dare to stay and flew into the distance. 2 hours later, a sinister and terrifying aura spread and enveloped Lin Feng. After sensing that aura, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. That terrifying existence was here. He stood in place and looked around as if he was facing a great enemy. Sovereign blood. Undying bloodline. In the forest, a black-robed cultivator walked out step by step. It was the existence that Lin Feng saw earlier. This was a body formed by the ancient demon weapon, and it was abnormally terrifying. Now, this existence could see Lin Feng's bloodline at a glance. It was indeed too powerful. You're the ancient demon weapon? Lin Feng looked at the black-robed cultivator and asked with a gloomy expression. That fan told you, right? The black-robed cultivator smiled faintly. But when Lin Feng heard his laughter, Lin Feng had the impression that he was terrifying. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. There was nothing to hide. To be precise, I'm the spirit of the ancient demon weapon. I control the ancient demon weapon's great power. The black-robed cultivator said. We're of no use to your cultivation. Why did you drag us into your world? Lin Feng asked. Because of loneliness. The black-robed cultivator's voice turned cold. After being trapped here for so many years, anyone would feel lonely. Every few years, the seal will loosen. During that time, I can move around a little. Killing people will remind me of the taste of blood. It will remind me to fight for my freedom to the end. Lin Feng was shocked. The ancient demon weapon was so powerful, but it was suppressed here. Who was it that suppressed the ancient demon weapon? Who suppressed you? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The black-robed cultivator's eyes suddenly burst with endless killing intent. That's a good question. Do you really want to know? Chapter 2772. Lin Feng's sky-devouring jar was a treasure passed down by the sky-devouring demon emperor. The demon lord had said that the sky-devouring demon emperor had the same martial soul as him, although there was no evidence to prove that the sky-devouring demon emperor was also a cultivator from the sovereign emperor's clan. However, Lin Feng could basically conclude that the sky-devouring demon emperor was an ancestor of the sovereign emperor's clan. This was because martial souls were related to bloodlines. The devouring martial soul was related to the sovereign emperor's bloodline. Since the sky-devouring demon emperor had awakened the devouring martial soul, therefore, the sky-devouring demon emperor should be a cultivator from the sovereign emperor's clan. However, Lin Feng knew very little about the sky-devouring demon emperor. Previously, he had guessed that the sky-devouring demon emperor's cultivation level was higher than that of a great emperor. Now, it seemed that this judgment was very likely true, because the sky-devouring demon emperor was able to suppress an ancient demon weapon. This was not something that ordinary people could do. The black-robed cultivator cursed the sky-devouring demon emperor, then looked at Lin Feng with cold and gloomy eyes. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said coldly, "For so many years, I couldn't find a way to take revenge on the heaven-devouring devil emperor. But today, I actually met the heaven-devouring devil emperor's descendant. This is really exciting. Even if I can't kill the heaven-devouring devil emperor, killing his good people will make me feel a little better." Lin Feng said, "Every grievance has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Don't drag me into the grudge between you and the sky-devouring demon emperor. No matter what, you are still an ancient demon weapon. You are a senior expert, so why bother with a junior like me? If you do, you will only lose your grace. If you had been trapped for so many years, you would have no scruples." The black-robed cultivator said with a sinister smile. "Now, my heart is filled with hatred. No matter how glib your tongue is, only death awaits you today." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed cultivator walked towards Lin Feng step by step. A terrifying aura spread out and enveloped Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was shocked to find that his body was almost unable to move. The current situation was naturally extremely bad for him. Lin Feng knew that he had to find a way to break the black-robed cultivator's suppression. Otherwise, only death awaited him. What Lin Feng lacked now was time. He needed to buy some time. Why did my ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, suppress you back then? Lin Feng asked loudly. The black-robed cultivator roared angrily. Is this something you should know? Do you think you're qualified to know these things? The black-robed cultivator was full of contempt for Lin Feng, so he didn't bother to explain anything to Lin Feng. He continued to walk towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. What? Did I touch your sore spot? Was that why he was so flustered and exasperated? Now that I think about it, I guess you must have done something that angered the heavens and caused my ancestor to suppress you. An evil weapon cultivator like you shouldn't be suppressed, but should be thrown into the 18 levels of hell. Lin Feng mocked. Thrown into the 18 levels of hell? The black-robed cultivator sneered and said, your ancestor wants to, but does he have the strength to do so? Kid, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Go to hell. The black-robed cultivator directly slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm contained an attack that could destroy the heavens and the earth. That attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Swoosh. At that moment, Lin Feng finally used his domineering aura to dissolve the black-robed cultivator's suppression. Then, he used the heaven patching technique and dodged the black-robed cultivator's terrifying attack. Whoosh, next. Lin Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly rushed into the distance. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he left the black-robed cultivator more than 10 miles behind. It's useless. In this world, I'm the only ruler. The black-robed cultivator's voice was indifferent. He quickly chased after Lin Feng. The black-robed cultivator's speed was too fast. The distance between him and Lin Feng was getting closer and closer. Before long, he was about to catch up with Lin Feng. Seeing the black-robed cultivator chasing after him, Lin Feng's expression became even more unsightly. Is there any way to deal with this guy? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord and the 5 Fire's 7 Foul Fan. However, the reply he received disappointed Lin Feng. Neither the Demon Lord nor the 5 Fire's 7 Foul Fan could deal with the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator was equivalent to the weapon spirit of the ancient demon weapon. His combat strength was too strong and difficult to contend against. Your fate has long been decided. Prepare to die here. The black-robed cultivator slammed his palm towards Lin Feng across the void. That terrifying palm contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. That power made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. A huge energy palm condensed and blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng realized that he could no longer avoid this attack. He wanted to activate the 3000 Great Tao, the Great Death Substitution Technique, to save his life. However, Lin Feng was shocked to discover that his magic couldn't circulate. He was unable to circulate his magic power and was completely suppressed. Naturally, it was impossible for him to use the 3000 Great Tao, the Great Death Substitution Technique. For Lin Feng, the black-robed cultivator's attack was a sure-kill attack. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be killed by the palm, suddenly, a powerful creature walked out of the void. This creature was actually the God-Fiend from the Milky Way world. When he saw the God-Fiend that suddenly appeared, Lin Feng's face was full of disbelief. Wasn't this God-Fiend already dead? Why did he appear here? After this God-Fiend appeared, he punched the black-robed cultivator's palm. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. This God-Fiend blocked the black-robed cultivator's attack. 10,000. Elephant. Destruction. This God-Fiend let out a low roar. Then, he used a peerless divine ability. Thousands of images appeared in front of him. Those images evolved into worlds, the collapse of heaven and earth, birth, aging, illness, and death, the change of the 4 seasons. They evolved into all kinds of scenes. And every scene. They all represented a kind of Tao, a kind of law. This attack was really powerful. It blasted the black-robed cultivator's body. Even the black-robed cultivator was sent flying. Puff. Then, a tearing sound was heard. The small world condensed by the black-robed cultivator was torn apart by this godfiend. Then, this godfiend wrapped around Lin Feng and flew out of the small world. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared in a huge cave. Inside this cave, there were 9 thick chains. As for the 9 huge chains, they were locking down a blood-colored demonic blade. Chapter 2773. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the blood-colored demonic saber. He had guessed the true form of the ancient demon weapon. For example, cauldrons, bells, and other similar treasures. He hadn't expected it to be a demonic saber. The demonic saber was now chained up. It was as if its body was shackled, making it difficult for it to break free. Swoosh. The demonic saber flew into the air and let out a low roar. Demonic blood saber. Demonic blood saber. Slay all demons. Slay all demons. The demonic blood saber soared into the sky and slashed at Lin Feng. The godfiend took out a huge sword and slashed at the demonic blood saber. A loud clang was heard. The huge sword in the godfiend's hand slashed at the demonic blood saber, causing it to be knocked back. Roar, an angry roar came from the demonic blood saber. Damn it! Damn it! How dare you stop me from dealing with this brat? We've been living in harmony for so many years. Are you trying to shed all pretense of cordiality? This was the voice of the demonic blood saber's artifact spirit. It was the voice of the black-robed cultivator from before. He was clearly flustered and exasperated. This existence was about to be angered to death. He was suppressed by the heaven-devouring devil emperor and couldn't kill him. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. This had become the demonic blood saber's artifact spirit's obsession. Lin Feng was about to be killed, but the godfiend saved him. The artifact spirit was naturally infuriated. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. It seemed that the artifact spirit knew the identity of the godfiend. The godfiend didn't say anything. Lin Feng felt that there was something wrong with his condition. He didn't seem like a living creature, but more like a walking corpse. Although he had saved him, Lin Feng felt that the godfiend didn't have his own consciousness. Saving her all came from his instincts. Lin Feng didn't know why he had such a strange thought. However, this thought of his was extremely strong. Hehe, looks like I'm not fated to die yet. Come and hit me. Hurry up and hit me. With his hands on his hips, Lin Feng began to provoke the demonic blood saber's weapon spirit. The weapon spirit of the devil blood saber was so angry that he almost vomited blood because of Lin Feng. Whoosh! The demonic blood blade moved again. This time, it slashed out a dazzling blood-colored blade beam towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. The godfiend waved his giant sword and blocked the saber light from the demonic blood saber. The weapon spirit of the demonic blood saber was currently stamping with rage. He wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. But with this fiend god here, he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. The godfiend looked at Lin Feng and gestured for Lin Feng to leave first. My ancestor suppressed you. Wait until this young master's cultivation rises, then I'll come and subdue you. You'll become this young master's slave. Lin Feng said loudly to the demonic blood saber. Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you say such words to this seat? The demonic blood saber's weapon spirit roared in exasperation. I'm your ancestor. You're too rude to your ancestor. In the future, your ancestor will come and take care of you. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. He quickly ran outside. With the godfiend palace behind him, the demonic blood saber couldn't harm Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng rushed out of the cave. The godfiend followed closely behind him. The godfiend cliff covered an area of 50 miles. The mountain range within it was continuous. This cave was located in the depths of the godfiend cliff. About 3 or 4 miles further in was the famous godfiend cliff. Lin Feng could even see the mysterious cliff. There was a huge secret hidden within the godfiend cliff. As for what it was, Lin Feng didn't know. Senior, thank you for saving me. Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked the godfiend. If it wasn't for this godfiend, he would have been dead this time. The godfiend didn't say anything. He just walked in a certain direction. Lin Feng followed behind the godfiend. Finally, they arrived at a valley a dozen miles away. Within this valley, there was a tomb. It was a nameless tomb. There wasn't even a tombstone. The godfiend stood not far away and looked at the tomb. He didn't blink, as if he had fallen into a daze. Whose tomb is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was very confused. Why did the godfiend bring him here? Lin Feng didn't believe that there was no reason. However, Lin Feng didn't know what the reason was. Catcher, catcher, at that moment, something strange happened. The tomb actually cracked open on its own. Soon, a yellowish-brown jar appeared in Lin Feng's sight. There was no corpse in the tomb. There was only this yellowish-brown jar. Could it be bone ashes? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He guessed that the yellowish-brown jar might contain the ashes of a cultivator. If it was really the ashes of a cultivator, whose ashes were they? Since this god had brought him here, could it be that the ashes in the yellow jar had something to do with him? If it wasn't ashes, what could it be? Whoosh! At that moment, there was a flash of light and the godfiend disappeared. He first appeared in my dream and kept saying something to me. Then, in the dream, he brought me to the godfiend cliff. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of what had happened between him and the godfiend. And now, I really saw this godfiend in the godfiend cliff. He brought me to this tomb. However, there was only this yellowish-brown jar in the tomb. Perhaps the secret is hidden in this yellowish-brown jar. Whatever, I'll open it first. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Then, he looked at the yellowish-brown jar. There was a wooden stopper on top of the yellowish-brown jar. However, the wooden stopper was densely covered with restrictions. Moreover, the restrictions were very powerful. It wasn't easy to break the restrictions on the wooden stopper. Lin Feng spent a full day and night to break the restrictions on the wooden stopper. Perhaps I'll open the wooden stopper, then I'll know everything. Lin Feng muttered. Then, he pulled the wooden stopper out. Buzz. After the wooden stopper was pulled out, a destructive aura surged out from the wooden stopper. Then, that terrifying aura directly hit Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying. Puff. Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With a thump, he fell to the ground and struggled to get up. However, that terrifying aura suppressed his body, making it difficult for him to move. A blood-red light flew out from the yellowish-brown jar. That blood-red light turned into a blood-red shadow. It could be seen that it was the appearance of a cultivator. He wore a blood-red robe. Chapter 2774. What the hell is this? Lin Feng looked at the blood-robed cultivator in horror. He didn't expect such a turn of events. Because that demon god had been helping him all this time. That's why Lin Feng thought that the chances of the yellow jar containing a fortuitous encounter were higher than the chances of danger. But after opening the yellow jar, what awaited him was such a despairing scene. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. That blood-robed cultivator was too powerful. He directly restrained Lin Feng's body, making it hard for Lin Feng to dodge or fight back. It seemed that the only path left was to wait for death. Lin Feng tried his best to circulate his haki to resolve this terrible situation, but his haki couldn't be used. Whether or not a powerful technique could achieve such a shocking result depended on a very important condition. That condition was that the difference between the two sides couldn't be too great. If the difference was too great, it would be enough to ignore all thaumaturgies. A battle between cultivators naturally followed this principle. No matter how powerful a cultivator's technique was, when the opponent's cultivation was too strong, the result of this battle was already predetermined. No matter how hard one tried, the result couldn't be changed. Before, he didn't die at the hands of the demonic Bloodsaber's weapon spirit, but now he was going to die at the hands of this blood-robed cultivator. Lin Feng was naturally unwilling. But even if he was unwilling, what was the use? This blood-robed cultivator was too powerful. There was no way to fight back. Lin Feng's expression was as gloomy as it could be. He was unwilling to die here, but there was nothing he could do. At this critical moment, the mysterious metal box flew out of its own accord. It floated above Lin Feng. When the blood-robed cultivator saw the mysterious metal box, he stopped attacking Lin Feng. The blood-robed cultivator stared at the mysterious metal box. No one knew what he was thinking. What's going on? Lin Feng looked at everything in front of him in shock. The sudden appearance of the mysterious metal box was out of his expectations. What surprised him even more was that the blood-robed cultivator didn't continue attacking him either. The root of all this was the mysterious metal box. Could it be that the mysterious iron box is somehow related to the blood-robed cultivator? Or is there some connection between the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious iron box and the blood-robed cultivator? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. The secret of the mysterious iron box was the dismembered corpses. He didn't know what kind of expert's corpse it was. It was unimaginably terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, something even more shocking happened. The mysterious iron box actually opened on its own. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face turned pale with fright. He quickly got up from the ground and ran away. He knew how terrifying it would be once the mysterious iron box was opened. Previously, he had only opened a small gap. The terrifying aura emitted from the mysterious iron box almost took Lin Feng's life. Now, it was clear that the mysterious iron box was not as simple as just opening a sliver. Lin Feng quickly distanced himself from the mysterious iron box and observed from afar. In the end, the mysterious iron box was opened, but not completely. He only managed to open a gap as big as 2 fingers. The blood-robed cultivator entered the mysterious metal box. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a real cultivator. Instead, he was an illusory figure condensed from an unknown object inside the earthen yellow jar. Whoosh! A powerful suction force came from the mysterious iron box. The suction force enveloped the earthen yellow jar. At this moment, Lin Feng saw many dismembered corpses flying out of the earthen yellow jar. Heavens, the thing inside the earthen yellow jar is actually a dismembered corpse. What a familiar aura. It's of the same origin as the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box. Are these the dismembered corpse of the same expert? Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect this to be the result. The identity of the dismembered corpse was definitely an unimaginably powerful existence. If Lin Feng knew the identity of that existence, he might be deeply shocked. However, Lin Feng didn't expect that the dismembered corpse of that expert would be stored separately. He had always thought that the mysterious iron box contained the dismembered corpse of a complete corpse. Now, he realized that it was only a part of it. All the dismembered corpse in the earthen yellow jar was swallowed up by the mysterious iron box. Then, the mysterious iron box closed on its own. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This mysterious iron box was too strange. The more he learned about it, the more worried Lin Feng became. He felt that the mysterious iron box might become a huge problem in the future. But now, Lin Feng found that he seemed to be somewhat unable to leave the mysterious iron box. This was because there were many times when the mysterious iron box could display some astonishing miraculous effects and save him from danger. Now, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with so much. He planned to take it one step at a time. After the mysterious iron box closed completely, Lin Feng came to the side of the mysterious iron box, put it on his back, and walked out. The Godfall cliff was densely covered with restrictions. One wrong step and death would be the only path. Moreover, there were many terrifying forbidden creatures here. Those forbidden creatures were abnormally terrifying. If one were to be targeted by those forbidden creatures, it would be a disaster. But Lin Feng was surprised because he didn't see any creatures from the forbidden areas on the way. Could it be because of the mysterious iron box? Or is it because of that fiend god? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that it was because of these 2 reasons. In the end, he safely walked out of the Godfall cliff. Phew, after leaving the Godfall cliff, Lin Feng could finally let out a sigh of relief. Previously, a large number of cultivators from the myriad races had gathered around the Godfalling cliff. There were cultivators from the extraterrestrial races and cultivators from other forces. However, these cultivators had all been devoured by the ancient demon weapon. Those cultivators' fates were definitely very miserable. Lin Feng naturally didn't care about those people's fates. Even if they died, they deserved it. He quickly left the Godfall Cliff. Then, Lin Feng planned to go to the South Continent's demon race's territory. That was originally the Great Peng King's territory. After the South Continent's turmoil, all the residents of the demon race's territory moved to the demon domain. Therefore, the demon race's territory was no longer inhabited. But Lin Feng still remembered that there was a secret hidden in the depths of the cold pond. There was a powerful treasure there. As for what kind of treasure it was, Lin Feng still didn't know. Now that his strength had increased, he planned to explore it. When Lin Feng was rushing to the demon race's territory, almost at the same time, in the 9 continents, a great emperor expert entered the sea route to the Sky Martial continent. This great emperor was called Emperor God Wu Yuan. He had entered the great emperor realm 30 years ago. Chapter 2775. Emperor God Wu Yuan was a great emperor of 10,000 tribes, and he was Lord Great Desire's uncle. Lord Great Desire's tribe was called Demon Tribe. This tribe was extremely evil. Just like the Great Desire Evil Lord, he was simply an unforgivable devil. God knows how many innocent women he had defiled and how many innocent people he had killed over the years. Such a person naturally deserved to be killed. However, compared to his uncle, Emperor God Wu Yuan, Lord Great Desire was a far cry. Back then, Emperor God Wu Yuan had killed 72 cultivators from vital planets in order to cultivate demonic skills. Adding those people together, there was a total of 500 to 600 billion people. From this, it could be seen how big of a massacre Emperor God Wu Yuan had caused. The world of cultivators was just that cruel. Experts were high up and looked down on all living things. They didn't care about other people's lives. Hence, cultivators had to continuously become stronger. Only by continuously becoming stronger could one control one's own life. Only then would he be able to control his own life. Otherwise, he might die in the hands of others one day. After Lin Feng came to Sky Martial Land, he had killed many experts from 10,000 tribes, extraterrestrial races, and other powerhouses. Moreover, he had killed a large number of cultivators from the 3 powerhouses. Even 4 boundary emperors who had reached the 90th step and above were killed by Lin Feng. The 3 powerhouses were enraged. Emperor God Wu Yuan had taken the initiative to come. He felt that Lin Feng possessed many powerful abilities and was greedy. Originally, there were a few other great emperors who wanted to come and kill Lin Feng. However, Emperor God Wu Yuan used the excuse that Lin Feng had killed his nephew to take on the mission of killing Lin Feng. The rest of them naturally couldn't compete with Emperor God Wu Yuan for the mission. Although the other 3 powerhouses had great emperors in their tribes, their great emperors didn't come to Jojo. As for the other great emperors, they couldn't find a better excuse than Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan was naturally confident about killing Lin Feng. Although he was only a first-stage great emperor, a great emperor was still a great emperor. Even the weakest great emperor wouldn't spend too much effort to kill a boundary emperor who had reached the 99th step. After breaking through to the great emperor realm, I haven't been able to make any progress in my cultivation. I can't even see the hope of cultivating to the imperial emperor realm, let alone the realms beyond the imperial emperor realm. This time, after killing Lin Feng and seizing the many divine abilities and opportunities that he inherited, I might be able to make further progress. Emperor God Wu Yuan muttered to himself. Prodigies like Lin Feng could no longer be described as heaven-defying. His luck was monstrous. Emperor God Wu Yuan wanted to spy on Lin Feng's divine powers and luck. He hoped that he could use the divine ability and luck he obtained from Lin Feng to change his fate and make another breakthrough. He was now in the God Emperor realm. After the God Emperor realm, there was still the Immortal Emperor, Emperor Monarch, Emperor Ancestor, Emperor Venerable, Saint Emperor, and Emperor Lord realm. Hence, Emperor God Wu Yuan still had a long way to go. Lin Feng didn't know that at that very moment, a great emperor was rushing to the Sky Martial continent from the distant 9 prefectures to kill him. Lin Feng's thoughts were on the treasure in the South Region Demon Tribe's cold pond. He didn't know what kind of treasure it was, and he didn't know if the treasure still existed. After all, so many years had passed and the demon tribe's land had been abandoned. The treasure might have been taken away by someone else. If that was the case, Lin Feng would have no choice but to cry. He hoped that the treasure was still there. As most of the territory in the south region was covered by primitive forests, it was very dangerous. Because there might be some terrifying living creatures in the primitive forests. Those terrifying living creatures usually had extremely heaven-defying abilities. Even the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other cultivators from other powerhouses didn't dare to underestimate the living creatures in the primitive forests of the South region. South region, South God City. It was one of the 10 ancient capitals of the South region. The ancient city was then controlled by the extraterritorial races. South God City was very lively. There were 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other cultivators from other powerhouses. Of course, most of them were Sky Marshal Continent's cultivators. The extraterritorial race that controlled South God City was the famous Starfeather race. This race was considered a relatively neutral race among the extraterritorial races. Their race didn't massacre all the Sky Marshal Continent's cultivators in their territory. Instead, they lived in peace. This was very rare and commendable. Therefore, the Starfeather race had a good reputation among the Sky Marshal Continent's cultivators. However, the Starfeather race's actions caused the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other powerhouses to be dissatisfied. However, the Starfeather race was too powerful. Because it was said that the Starfeather race had 3 emperors. This race had 3 great emperors. Among the 10,000 tribes, only a few powerhouses had such powerful strength. Furthermore, the 3 great emperors of the Starfeather race were very ancient and their fighting strength was heaven-defying. Because this race was relatively low-key, it had been very peaceful all these years. Some people said that a new great emperor had appeared in this race. However, the outside world's understanding of this race was very limited. Everything was just speculation. Lin Feng came to South God City. He didn't disguise himself, nor did he use the great transformation art to change his appearance. He still showed his true face. So what if the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other powerhouses recognized him? Lin Feng wasn't afraid of these people. Unless a great emperor came, there were very few existences that could suppress him. It's him. Lin Feng. Not long after entering South God City, the 10,000 tribes cultivators recognized Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng? Which Lin Feng? Someone immediately asked after hearing it. Which other Lin Feng is there? It's that Lin Feng from the country of desire, the 10,000 tribes cultivator said. Hearing the 10,000 tribes cultivator's words, many people were shocked. Who didn't know about Lin Feng's reputation? Who didn't know? The 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other powerhouses hated Lin Feng to the core. They couldn't wait to eat Lin Feng's flesh and blood. However, they couldn't do anything to Lin Feng at all. Now, Lin Feng had swaggered into South God City. This was the extraterritorial race's territory. I wonder if there will be experts coming to kill him. I heard that there are several quasi-emperor realm experts who have reached the 95th step of the stone steps in South God City. These quasi-emperor realm experts are not people that the Great Desire Evil Lord and the others can compare to. If they attack, this kid will definitely die. A 10,000 tribes cultivator said. But I'm not sure if those experts will attack, a cultivator who walked out of a parallel space said. The space that this cultivator was in was parallel to the 9 states' great world. Therefore, this cultivator belonged to the 3rd group of cultivators among the 3 powerhouses that had invaded the Qianwu continent. They were cultivators from the other powerhouses. I really hope those experts will attack. A extraterritorial races cultivator said. Soon, the news of Lin Feng's arrival in South God City spread throughout South God City. Chapter 2776. Returning to the land of South region, Lin Feng's heart was filled with emotions. Many powerful forces in the past had long been annihilated. For example, the top forces that besieged the demon race back then. Now, They had all become history. Time flowed like water. It passed quietly. Looking back on the past, things had long changed. Thousands of races, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other forces were waiting for the top experts in South God City to kill Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng had killed 4 experts, including evil Lord Great Desire. However, among the 4 experts, the strongest was only the quasi-emperor Yang Xiaomo, who had reached the 93rd stone step. Moreover, Yang Xiaomo was already old and weak, and his battle strength had decreased sharply. His strength could not be compared to those young and vigorous cultivators of the same level. Therefore, although Yang Xiaomo was a quasi-emperor cultivator who had reached the 93rd stone step, it was difficult for Yang Xiaomo to display the strength of this realm. These 4 people naturally could not be compared to the experts of South God City. Therefore, the cultivators of the 3 forces unanimously believed that as long as the experts of South God City took action, Lin Feng would definitely die. However, the experts of South God City did not take action, which made everyone very puzzled. They did not know why those experts did not seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Lin Feng. A genius like Lin Feng must be killed as soon as possible to prevent any undue delay. Because once Lin Feng grew up, he would be a peerless and terrifying existence. To the 3 forces, he was a great threat. Perhaps those experts are discussing this matter. Let's wait patiently. A cultivator said. That must be it. Then, another person said, affirming this cultivator's words. When Lin Feng arrived in Nanhuang City, he didn't try to keep a low profile. His attitude was very carefree. He found an inn to stay in. Someone transmitted a message to Lin Feng to quickly leave South God City. Perhaps they felt that this place was too dangerous. He should not stay here. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to the other party. However, he had no intention of leaving South God City. Lin Feng planned to rest for a day before setting off from South God City towards the monster race's territory. He wondered what the situation there was like. The night was bright. Lin Feng arrived at the Myriad Flower Building in South God City. Even though the Tianwu continent was in turmoil, there were still many myriad flower buildings in many ancient cities. This showed how deeply rooted this force was and how extraordinary it was. This was definitely a force that countless people had underestimated. When Lin Feng arrived, the atmosphere in the Wenhua building became deathly silent. Soon, someone sneered. They felt that Lin Feng was simply courting death by daring to stay in South God City. Lin Feng ignored the gazes of others. He asked for a private room and ordered a group of beauties to accompany him. Bam! Not long after, the door to the private room was blasted open and a group of cultivators rushed in. The one in the lead was a woman. This woman was very young. Her figure was tall and sexy, and there was an incomparably arrogant expression on her face. She had a pair of pure white wings on her back. Lin Feng initially thought that she was an angel. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. She was not an angel. She should be from the star feather race. This was because her pure white wings were surrounded by starlight and were not as big as an angel's wings. The star feather race was currently in control of South God City and was the master of the city. When they saw the woman arrive, many people gathered around to watch the show. Chanjiwu. I didn't expect her to make a move. However, Chanjiwu's cultivation is probably not that Lin Feng's match, right? Someone in the crowd said softly. Many people nodded. Chanjiwu was a rising star of the star feather race. Moreover, she was a direct descendant with extraordinary talent. Although she was young, her cultivation was abnormally strong. She was also one of the heaven-defying geniuses of the younger generation. Moreover, she was a woman. Among all the geniuses who had reached the heaven-defying level, the proportion of female geniuses was very small. Not even 1/10 of the heaven-defying geniuses were women. Chanjiwu was extremely famous. She had countless admirers and pursuers. However, Lin Feng's battle record was simply too strong. Therefore, even though someone as strong as Chanjiwu was going to face Lin Feng, no one thought that she would be able to win. If the strong cultivator of Nanhuang City from the Star Feather clan came, he might be able to kill Lin Feng. After all, The star feather race expert in South God City was a terrifying existence who had ascended to the 97th step. "You're that Lin Feng?" Chan Jiwoo did not show any courtesy when she saw Lin Feng. Instead, she looked coldly at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, it's me." "Why?" After knowing this young master's name, she couldn't wait to throw herself into his arms. "I've seen all kinds of beauties, but I've never seen a beauty from the star feather race before." As Lin Feng spoke, his eyes scanned Chan Jiwoo's body. He seemed to be in high spirits. Many people were astonished. Initially, they had thought that Lin Feng was a strong cultivator who was calm and steady, but he didn't seem like a strong cultivator. However, why was Lin Feng so flirtatious? Could the rumors be false? Wasn't Lin Feng the one who killed those experts? But that shouldn't be the case. The news had spread like wildfire. How could it be false? Many people muttered in their hearts. "So you're just a lecher. Eat my whip." Chan Jiwoo sneered. She was an extremely arrogant woman who had never lost to anyone before. During this period, she had heard the name Lin Feng so many times that her ears were about to grow calluses. Chan Jiwoo hadn't seen the scene of Lin Feng killing Great Desire Evil Lord and the other 3 experts. She felt that this matter was created by someone with ulterior motives. Coupled with Chan Jiwoo's arrogant personality, she heard that Lin Feng had come to South God City. Chan Jiwoo couldn't wait to test Lin Feng's skills. However, she didn't expect that Lin Feng would dare to tease her in public. Chan Jiwoo held a large dragon whip in her hand and whipped it towards Lin Feng. The power of this large dragon whip was abnormally terrifying. It directly shattered the void and instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng. It was about to hit Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed the large dragon whip. "Do you know that if you were a man, you would be a dead man now?" Lin Feng looked at Chan Jiwoo indifferently. "Are you looking down on women?" Chan Jiwoo's voice was cold as she slapped her palm towards Lin Feng. "On the contrary, I think that women are sometimes more difficult to deal with than men." Chapter 2777. As expected of a lecher. "Your mouth is full of filthy words. Die." Chen Ji-woo snorted coldly as her powerful palm shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dodge Chen Ji-woo's palm. Instead, he countered with a palm of his own. Bang! The 2 sides collided. Thump! Thump! Chen Ji-woo was forced back by Lin Feng. "He's so strong. Looks like the rumors are true." The cultivators from the various races, alien races, and other factions all looked at Lin Feng in shock. Originally, they had doubted Lin Feng's cultivation. But now, they didn't have any doubts. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too strong. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Runes swirled around his palm as he pressed down on Chen Ji-woo. "You dare!" Chen Ji-woo's expression changed slightly. She snorted coldly and sent another palm strike towards Lin Feng. But it was too late. Lin Feng suppressed Chen Ji-woo and grabbed her slender waist. Chen Ji-woo sensed the strong masculine aura from Lin Feng and her face turned red. She looked at Lin Feng furiously and said, "Let go of me. This is South God City. Have you thought about the consequences if you dare to touch me? Ha 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 ha, so what if it's South God City? You came to disturb my rest today, and now you dare to threaten me. What kind of logic is this? Fine, I'll capture you and enjoy you to my heart's content." Lin Feng then left with Chen Ji-woo through the void. Oh no, Chen Ji-woo was captured by Lin Feng. Shameless. He's simply shameless. Many people started cursing Lin Feng. Chen Ji-woo was the goddess in countless people's hearts. Now that she was captured by Lin Feng, how could she have a good ending? Just the thought of it made many people shudder. This was something that countless cultivators could not accept. "Quickly report this matter to the higher-ups," many people said. Then, he quickly went to report this matter. The news of Lin Feng kidnapping Chen Ji-woo in front of everyone quickly spread throughout South God City. This matter caused the expressions of the extraterritorial race, the myriad races, and the other cultivators from outside South God City to become extremely ugly. These 3 forces had formed an alliance. They were bound together for glory and shame. Lin Feng had kidnapped Chen Ji-woo. Didn't that mean that the three forces were incompetent? Put me down, bastard, bastard, I'm going to kill you. Chen Ji Wu screamed in anger. Scream, scream as much as you want. No one will come to save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. The louder you scream now, the more excited I feel. Do you believe that I will do it 100 times later? 100 times? Lin Feng grinned and laughed. You, Chen Ji Wu's face turned pale. Please, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Chen Ji Wu began to beg for mercy. A wise woman knew better than to fight when the odds were against her. She had to escape first. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Don't you think it's too late? Lin Feng said indifferently. He had already left South God City and was moving quickly through the forest. Finally, he stopped by a pool of water and placed the Chenji dance on a large smooth rock. Are you ready? Lin Feng said with a smile. No. Chen Ji Wu screamed. Shouted Chen Ji Wu. She wanted to break free from Lin Feng's restrictions, but she couldn't. Now, she felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. There was only despair in her heart. Was she going to lose her virginity here? Chen Ji Wu had never thought that she would lose her virginity like this. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Tears began to fall from her eyes. You're scared too? Said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently and caressing Chen Ji Wu's cheeks. Of course I'm scared. Chen Ji Wu looked at Lin Feng in fear and helplessness. There was a pleading look in her eyes. Since you're scared, then behave yourself. Don't think that you can offend people you can't afford to offend just because you have some strength. Lin Feng said indifferently. Then, he stood up and walked away. Chen Ji Wu froze on the spot, a look of astonishment on her face. She had thought that she wouldn't be able to escape today. She hadn't expected that Lin Feng wouldn't do anything to her. What was going on? Could it be that this guy was a gentleman? Had she wronged him before? Soon, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. After Lin Feng left, Chen Ji Wu regained her mobility. She looked in the direction Lin Feng had left and bit her lips. Then, she quickly flew in the direction of South God City. Lin Feng was moving quickly through the forest. He heaved a sigh of relief when the feeling of danger disappeared. That expert from the Star Feather race followed me all the way out, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. That feeling just now was really too dangerous. Previously, he had heard from the cultivators who were watching the show that there was a quasi-emperor from the Star Feather race who had reached the 97th step in South God City. Lin Feng hadn't fought with an expert of this level before. Therefore, he didn't know what level of combat strength this expert had. However, he had accidentally caught the aura of this expert. Lin Feng knew that even if he used all his means, the probability of killing this expert was only 50%. Moreover, Lin Feng realized that other than the expert from the Star Feather race, there seemed to be a few other terrifying existences lurking around. If there was only that expert from the Star Feather race, Lin Feng wouldn't mind fighting with him to test his combat strength. However, the other existences were too sinister. They were hiding in the dark. Lin Feng was worried that he would be ambushed during the battle. Therefore, he chose to leave. Of course, in the beginning, he didn't really want to do anything to Chen Ji Wu. He only wanted to frighten this woman. That was because the Star Feather race wasn't bad. In the ancient city controlled by the Star Feather race, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent were living well. The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent would probably suffer heavy casualties. He didn't stop and hurried through the night. 5 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the dilapidated land of the demon race. Even though it was dilapidated, it was still protected by layers of restrictions. Lin Feng had already known how to open the deployment spells a long time ago. He opened the deployment spells in the territory of the Beast clan and entered it. Following that, Lin Feng headed towards the cold pond in the depths of the demon race's land. When he arrived at the cold pond, Lin Feng was shocked. That was because within a dozen miles of the cold pond, there were densely packed ice sculptures. Those ice sculptures were all cultivators. There were cultivators from the Sky Martial continent, cultivators from the myriad races, alien races, and other external forces. What's going on? Lin Feng looked at the densely packed ice sculptures in shock. Those cultivators were all sealed in ice. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and touched one of the ice sculptures. Crack, crack. Following that, the ice sculpture started to crack. Not long later, the ice sculpture completely shattered. Then, it shattered. So many cultivators are sealed in ice. Could it be related to the cold pond? Lin Feng couldn't help but look into the depths of the lake. He looked dignified and dignified. Chapter 2778. He recalled what had happened in the cold lake back then. At the bottom of the cold lake, there was a demon leech guarding it. Divine light floated in the depths of the cold lake, and a mysterious magic treasure was wrapped in it. However, the magic treasure had always been dormant, so no one knew what it was. There were cultivators guarding the cold lake. They were cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. These forces sealed this place. Obviously, they don't want outsiders to know what's going on here. They're probably looking for a way to break it. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He walked towards the cold lake. Soon, someone noticed Lin Feng, the uninvited guest. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk one cultivator after another rushed over and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. "Who are you?" said one of the cultivators of the 10,000 clans icily. "I'm here to explore this place," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Kid, it seems like you know the secret of this place." The cultivators sneered, their eyes flashing with killing intent. When they saw Lin Feng enter the place, they had already wanted to kill him. They didn't want the secret of this place to be exposed to the world. Instead, they shared it among themselves. If Lin Feng entered that place, he would definitely die. Originally, these cultivators thought that Lin Feng had entered this place by mistake. But now, they knew that Lin Feng hadn't entered this place by mistake. He had come specifically for this place. "I know a little, but not much. These people being frozen, is it related to that thing in the cold lake?" Lin Feng asked. "Kid, you know too much." These cultivators all revealed sinister sneers. Then, they surrounded Lin Feng, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a cultivator from the 9 Mysteries Great World attacked Lin Feng. The 9 Mysteries Great World was one of the 3,000 Great Worlds. It was relatively close to the 9 States Great World. Among the other foreign forces, the 9 Mysterious World occupied an extremely important position and was very powerful. Note: extraterritorial practitioners refer to the extraterritorial races who live in the starry sky. These races occupy some extraterritorial stars, but most of the time they are active in the starry sky world. Other external influences refer to the practitioners from some macro worlds and parallel spaces. The practitioners from the 9 Mysteries world belong to the practitioners from other external influences, not the extraterritorial races. This cultivator from the 9 Mysteries Great World was in the giant god realm, so he could be considered an expert with decent strength. But in Lin Feng's eyes, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng gently waved his hand in the air. A sword chi swept out. Poochie. The sword chi tore the cultivator from the 9 Mysteries Great World apart. The 9 Mysteries Great World cultivator's body exploded, and he died on the spot. "Reckless thing, you actually dare to jump around in front of this young master. He deserved to die." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't have any psychological burden in killing these people. In the short span of a dozen years, countless people in the Sky Martial continent had died in the hands of these people. In Lin Feng's opinion, killing these people directly was letting them off easy. They should have been torn to shreds. "Attack together, kill him," a myriad races cultivator shouted coldly. Boom. After that, the group of strong cultivators attacked Lin Feng, condensing powerful spells and attacks. Hundreds of cultivators attacked together, and their attacks condensed into a torrent of attacks. They attacked Lin Feng. Just as these people's attacks were about to hit Lin Feng, a huge vortex suddenly appeared around Lin Feng's body. This was the devouring vortex condensed by the Great Devouring Technique. That powerful devouring vortex directly swallowed the attacks of hundreds of cultivators. Seeing this scene, the expressions of hundreds of cultivators suddenly changed. They knew that they had met an expert today. Sword Blade Storm. Lin Feng attacked with an indifferent expression, displaying the sword technique, Sword Blade Storm. With him as the center, dense sword chi swept across the void, shattering heaven and earth. The huge storm instantly engulfed all the cultivators. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. Not long later, all the cultivators had been killed. Lin Feng walked towards the cold pool. A powerful cold air formed around the cold pool. The void seemed to be frozen. A terrifying ice chi enveloped Lin Feng's entire body, which made him shiver with fear. Why is the cold air here so terrifying? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder, and a solemn expression appeared between his brows. He directly jumped into the cold pool, and then quickly swam towards the depths of the cold pool. The deeper he went, the colder it became. Originally, there were some aquatic creatures in the cold pool. But now, even the aquatic creatures had disappeared. Those aquatic creatures probably couldn't adapt to such a cold temperature and had already frozen to death, right? Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of the cold pool, and then swam towards the depths of the cold pool. In the distance, a dense pack of demon leeches swam over quickly. These demon leeches were the same demon leeches from back then, and their numbers seemed to have increased. Moreover, the cultivation of these demon leeches was many times stronger than before. The demon leeches emitted terrifying waves of energy. As far as the eye could see, the number of demon leeches here was simply endless. It was unknown how many there were. If that treasure causes a change in this place, demon leeches will definitely gain a lot of benefits since they are guarding those treasures. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. It was no wonder that the cultivation of these demon leeches had increased so much. If it didn't, Lin Feng would find it strange. Although the cultivation of these demon leeches was different from before, there were enough of them. But it was still not easy to threaten Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the stone sword and fought with the demon leeches. Puff, puff. Tearing sounds could be heard incessantly. A large number of demon leeches were killed by Lin Feng. But these demon leeches still charged towards Lin Feng fearlessly. The battle between the two sides was getting more and more intense. More and more demon leeches were killed by Lin Feng. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the depths. Then, a ball of divine light surged over. In the divine light, one could vaguely see a treasure. It's that treasure! Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. It was the treasure he saw back then. When Lin Feng saw this treasure, it was in a dormant state. But now, this treasure had awakened. Therefore, it was unusually strong. Now, Lin Feng could be sure that the frozen cultivators outside were related to this treasure. After the treasure appeared, the surrounding demon leeches left one after another. Swoosh! Suddenly, the mysterious treasure shot out a ray of divine light, which swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. He was swept by the divine light. Crack, crack. Chapter 2779. When Lin Feng's body was sealed in ice, he felt that something was wrong. Because Lin Feng felt that his life force was about to be sealed in ice. This feeling was extremely terrible. A terrifying power surged into Lin Feng's body. This power caused his body to become extremely cold. At that moment, Lin Feng only had one thought, and that was to sleep forever and never wake up again. This thought was extremely strong. It was constantly wearing down Lin Feng's willpower. Heavenly fire. Lin Feng hurriedly used the heavenly fire to resist the terrifying chill that invaded his body. The heavenly fire was indeed the nemesis of this kind of ice power. After the heavenly fire burned fiercely, Lin Feng felt his body become warm. This feeling was extremely comfortable. His consciousness gradually returned to his body. After he recovered, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Those cultivators who had turned into ice sculptures earlier were probably in the same situation as him. They couldn't withstand this terrifying ice power at all, so their bodies turned into ice sculptures. Fortunately, Lin Feng controlled the heavenly fire. Everything in the world reinforced and countered each other. The heavenly fire countered ice-type magic treasures, divine abilities, and so on. If not for this, Lin Feng would have been doomed. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the mysterious magic treasure in the divine light. He could finally see what kind of magic treasure it was. It was actually a scepter. The Frost Scepter. It's actually this thing. The Demon Lord couldn't help but be shocked. Does the Frost Scepter have a special origin? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He felt that the Frost Scepter was definitely not simple. Or else, it wouldn't have shocked the Demon Lord so much. The Frost Scepter is a magic treasure forged by the Frost Ancestor. The Demon Lord said. Frost Lord? Who is that? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The Frost Lord is an innate lifeform born from ice, and also the first master of the Frost Great World. The Demon Lord said. The Demon Lord then introduced Lin Feng to the glorious history of the Lord of Ice. In the past, the Lord of Ice was an invincible existence. He was born from ice and became the embodiment of the great Tao of ice. As a Xiantian lifeform, the ancestor of frigid ice's strength was incomparably terrifying. Later on, the Lord of Ice gradually gained control of the great icy world and became the World Lord. The Demon Lord continued. The Lord of Ice forged 3 treasures. The first treasure is called the Ice Throne, the second treasure was called the Frost Spear, and the third treasure was the Frost Scepter. The Frost Scepter is the most special, because the Frost Scepter is not only a magic treasure, but also a symbol of power. It is equivalent to the imperial seal of the mortal world. Lin Feng asked, how powerful is the Frost Scepter? The might of the Frost Scepter is undeniable. It is definitely a terrifying treasure. I estimate that the Frost Scepter at its peak should be an immortal artifact. Immortal artifact? That doesn't seem like it. If it were an immortal artifact, even if the heavenly fire could restrain the Frost Scepter, that attack would have killed me without a doubt. Lin Feng said. The Frost Scepter at its peak was an immortal artifact, but the current Frost Scepter isn't that powerful. Back then, the ancestor of ice was schemed against and besieged in the outer realm. As a result, the Frost Scepter was damaged. Even after so many years, the Frost Scepter still hasn't recovered. It should be repairing itself. Immortal artifacts were very special. Even if they were damaged, as long as they weren't damaged, they could still recover. With the passage of time, they could gradually recover. It was as if the treasure, the 5-dragon wheel, had been broken into 5 pieces. If Lin Feng could find the other 4 parts of the 5-dragon wheel, then the 5-dragon wheel could be reassembled. Then, one day in the future, the 5-dragon wheel would be restored to its original state. The Frost Scepter was damaged, but not as badly as the 5-dragon wheel. At the very least, the main body of the Frost Scepter wasn't too badly damaged. I wonder how the Frost Scepter is being repaired. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the Frost Scepter, wanting to suppress it. Although it was damaged now, since it had already awakened, Lin Feng guessed that the Frost Scepter would be repaired as soon as possible. Moreover, if he could obtain the Frost Scepter, he could find many treasures to help the Frost Scepter repair. Once the Frost Scepter was restored to its original state, at that time, it would be equivalent to obtaining a complete immortal artifact. Controlling a complete immortal artifact, just thinking about it made him excited. The Frost Scepter released waves of fluctuations, as if warning Lin Feng to leave. Lin Feng. If not for the heavenly fire on Lin Feng's body, the Frost Scepter would have already attacked him. Even if it's damaged, I feel that the power of the Frost Scepter can easily kill any boundary Emperor realm cultivator. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. If not for the heavenly fire restraining the Frost Scepter's attack, Lin Feng felt that he would have died in the hands of the Frost Scepter. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that even if the Frost Scepter's power wasn't at the level of a great emperor, it wasn't far off. If not for the heavenly fire, it would be absolutely impossible to refine the Frost Scepter. However, the heavenly fire restrained the Frost Scepter. Lin Feng relied on the heavenly fire. He should be able to give it a try. It's said that the Frost Scepter hides the secret of the Frost Ancestor's tomb. If you can find the tomb of the Frost Ancestor, you'll be rich. The orthodoxy of the Frost Ancestor must be incomparably powerful. Moreover, you can obtain the Frost Throne and Frost Spear, 2 supreme treasures. The Demon Lord continued. The demon lord's words made Lin Feng's already restless heart even more restless. He took out the heaven-devouring jar. Then, he activated the heaven-devouring jar and tried to use it to collect the frost scepter. Buzz! A beam of light shot out from the frost scepter and hit the heaven-devouring jar, freezing it. Domineering aura, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Then, he used all 3 types of domineering aura. The 3 types of domineering aura stacked together to form a powerful magnetic field that enveloped the frost scepter. Then, Lin Feng took out the heavenly fire. 4 heavenly fires flew out and wrapped around the frost scepter. If the 4 heavenly fires could wrap around the frost scepter, they might be able to suppress it. At this time, the frost scepter released a terrifying wave of energy. Then, balls of light condensed from the power of frost condensed. Bang! 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 The balls of light exploded. The 4 heavenly fires were blown away. Then, the numerous balls of light flew towards Lin Feng. The icy light balls exploded immediately after. After the balls of light exploded, the attack produced was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng was blown away. His body was blasted into a bloody mess by the balls of light. This frost scepter was too terrifying. Whoosh! The frost scepter flew towards Lin Feng quickly. It flew in front of Lin Feng and smashed towards Lin Feng's head. Chapter 2780. The frost scepter's attack was extremely powerful. If the frost scepter were to hit his head, it would definitely be disastrous. At that time, only death would await him. Just as the frost scepter was about to hit Lin Feng's head, Lin Feng quickly used the heaven patching technique to dodge the frost scepter's attack. Even the heavenly fire could not suppress the frost scepter. This made Lin Feng's heart sink. Lin Feng even planned to give up on suppressing the frost scepter and leave. However, he was unwilling to leave just like that. Lin Feng thought of the Shifter Emperor's small world. This was one of his trump cards. He had used the Shifter Emperor's small world before. Therefore, Lin Feng knew how powerful and terrifying the Shifter Emperor's small world was. Now, Lin Feng planned to use the Shifter Emperor's small world again to try. Boom! Terrifying shockwaves swept through heaven and earth, shaking the void. The Shifter Emperor's small world flew out and hit the frost scepter. With a loud bang, the Shifter Emperor's small world and the frost scepter collided. The Shifter Emperor's small world was indeed powerful. It actually blocked the frost scepter's attack. At this time, Lin Feng controlled the 4 heavenly fires to quickly fly towards the frost scepter. The 4 heavenly fires merged into one and turned into a ball of flame, then hit the Shifter Emperor's small world. Bang! Then, the ball of flame exploded. The power of the explosion after the heavenly fires merged was extremely terrifying. Once the explosion was formed, the power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. It was shocking and moving. And the heavenly fires were the frost scepter's nemesis. Therefore, the frost scepter also suffered a huge impact from the explosion of the heavenly fires. The frost scepter's shockwaves became much weaker. Seeing this, Lin Feng could not help but feel refreshed. The frost scepter's aura was greatly weakened. The heavenly fire's attack just now had a great effect. Lin Feng continued to control the Shifter Emperor's small world to suppress the frost scepter. Then, he used Burning Wrath of Heavens and merged the 4 heavenly fires. The 4 heavenly fires launched a fierce attack on the Shifter Emperor's small world. Bang! The sound of an explosion was heard again. The fireball formed by the compressed 4 heavenly fires exploded again. After this explosion, the frost scepter suffered an even greater impact. Furthermore, the might of the frost scepter had weakened once again. Ha 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 ha, amazing, truly amazing. Everything in the world has a counter to each other. No matter how strong the frost scepter is, it will still be countered by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Of course, Lin Feng knew that if it were not for the Shifter Theater's small world helping to suppress the frost scepter, he would not have been able to do so. Even the heavenly fire could hardly harm the frost scepter. The frost scepter was indeed incomparably terrifying. But no matter how terrifying it was now restrained by Lin Feng's methods. It was hard for him to escape the fate of being converted. Lin Feng was about to transcend the frost scepter. Just as Lin Feng was about to seal the ice scepter, A voice suddenly rang out. An extremely terrifying aura surged out from within the Frost Scepter. Not good, the Frost Scepter's power is recovering. Quickly use the Shifter Emperor's small world to devour the Frost Scepter, the Demon Lord said anxiously. Lin Feng also sensed the terrifying power that was recovering within the Frost Scepter. That power was extremely terrifying. Once it recovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seemed that he had underestimated the Frost Scepter. The power of this treasure was far beyond his imagination. Lin Feng hurriedly controlled the Shifter Emperor's small world to devour the Frost Scepter. Huff, huff, huff. A powerful devouring power surged out from the Shifter Emperor's small world. That devouring power enveloped the Frost Scepter. It wanted to devour the Frost Scepter. However, the Frost Scepter was extremely terrifying. It vibrated with a terrifying power that almost sent the Shifter Emperor's small world flying. The Frost Scepter was now recovering the power that was sleeping within. Therefore, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to devour the Frost Scepter. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. He activated his dragon elephant arm and rushed over quickly. Bang, 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 Lin Feng threw punch after punch at the Frost Scepter. Every punch seemed to be able to blow up a planet. He threw out hundreds of punches. The Frost Scepter's power was also dispersed by Lin Feng. The dragon elephant arm was already terrifying enough, let alone the dragon elephant arm that was 5 times stronger. It was simply invincible. In the end, the Frost Scepter was devoured by the Shifter Emperor's small world. After the Frost Scepter was devoured, it began to attack the world crystal wall of the Shifter Emperor's small world. It wanted to break through the world crystal wall and escape. However, at this moment, lines of Emperor laws formed. Clattering sounds could be heard. The Emperor laws twisted the void and turned into law chains. The Emperor laws wrapped around the Frost Scepter. The Frost Scepter struggled violently, but it could not break free from the Emperor laws of the Shifter Emperor's small world. Despicable brat, you dare to suppress me. You're courting death. When I escape, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. The Frost Scepter roared angrily. This was the voice of the Frost Scepter's artifact spirit. Lin Feng sneered. You are now a prisoner and no longer a high and mighty immortal artifact. I will give you a chance. First, submit to me. Second, I will use my heavenly fire to refine you to death. Although the Frost Scepter's power will be greatly weakened after being refined to death, I don't care. After all, with the Frost Scepter, I will be able to find the legacy of the Frost Ancestor in the future. That is what I value the most. Brat, you want to refine me to death? Dream on. The Frost Scepter's artifact spirit sneered. Then let's give it a try. Lin Feng sneered. The 4 heavenly fire flew into the Shifter Emperor's small world and started to burn the Frost Scepter. At this moment, lines of immortal inscriptions appeared within the Frost Scepter. These immortal inscriptions protected the Frost Scepter from being refined by the heavenly fire. Ch, so you were already prepared. That's why you are not afraid of being refined. But have you ever heard of the phrase, as long as you work hard enough, an iron rod can be ground into a needle? I might not be able to refine you to death now, but sooner or later, you will be refined to death by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng could not help but sneer. Then, he kept the Shifter Emperor's small world and quickly left. Perhaps it was because the Frost Scepter was suppressed by Lin Feng, but the temperature of the place had already started to return to normal. Lin Feng did not stay and quickly left the place. Next, he planned to go to the Frost Scorching Divine Estate. Not being able to find the secret of the Frost Scorching Divine Estate back then had always been a regret. Now that his strength had increased, he naturally wanted to go and find out what was in the Frost Scorching Divine Estate. The Frost Scorching Divine Estate was not in the Sky Martial continent, but on a planet outside the domain. There were many places in the Sky Martial continent that had teleportation arrays to the planet outside the domain. Lin Feng remembered that the South region also had a few teleportation arrays that could reach the planet outside the domain. For example, the South region's South Region City was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the South region. There was a teleportation array there. Lin Feng did not stop on the way. Chapter 2781. Maple Leaf Town was bustling with people coming and going. This town was located in the Primordial forest of the southern continent. It was a town that was established in recent years. The cultivators here were from the myriad races, foreign races, and other powers. There were also cultivators from the Sky Martial continent. Of course, the number of cultivators from the Sky Martial continent was relatively lesser. Every year, there would be an endless stream of cultivators entering the Primordial forest. Thus, many people would choose to rest and reorganize in Maple Leaf Town. Perhaps they would replenish the items they lacked. Although Maple Leaf Town was not big, it was in line with the meaning of a sparrow may be small, but it has all the vital organs. When Lin Feng arrived at Maple Leaf Town, many people's gazes immediately fell on Lin Feng. Especially the myriad races, foreign races, and other powers. When they saw such a young human cultivator enter Maple Leaf Town alone, they had evil intentions. Naturally, they had evil intentions. These powers were high and mighty in the Sky Martial continent. They could kill with a single thought. In their eyes, there was no good or evil, only benefits. Thus, it was normal for Lin Feng to be targeted by these people. When some human cultivators saw Lin Feng, they wanted Lin Feng to go over and stay with them. There were many of them. With Lin Feng joining, the myriad races, foreign races, and other powers would have some fear and would not dare to make a move against Lin Feng. There are too many pitiful people in this world. Don't meddle in other people's business, the leading cultivator said in a deep voice. Sir, we are from the same race. Shouldn't we help him? A cultivator said. Did you not hear what this sir just said? The leading cultivator said in a cold voice. Most cultivators in this world lived for themselves. Benefits came first. Very few people would be willing to help others. This was because it was easy to attract unnecessary trouble. Yes, a few cultivators who wanted to help Lin Feng saw that their leader was angry. They did not dare to say anything and quickly responded. They could only pray for Lin Feng in their hearts. Brat, coming to Maple Leaf Town alone, your courage is not small. A fierce-looking cultivator walked towards Lin Feng. That cultivator's arm was very thick, and it was densely packed with tiger stripes. This was a cultivator from the Tiger Stripe tribe. The Tiger Stripe tribe was one of the branches of the Tiger tribe of the myriad tribes. Among the myriad tribes, the Tiger tribe was considered a mediocre tribe. They weren't particularly strong, but they weren't weak either. They hadn't reached the level of a royal tribe, and belonged to a Force 1 level below the royal tribe. Hu Mang has made his move. This guy is at the 5th layer of the giant god realm. If this guy makes his move, we won't have anything to do. A cultivator sighed and felt that it was a pity that he was one step too late. Someone else beat him to it. Lin Feng naturally knew that Hu Mang didn't come with good intentions. He coldly glanced at Hu Mang and coldly reprimanded, "Scram." In an instant, the surroundings became completely silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. No one would have thought that the first thing Lin Feng said to Hu Mang after seeing him was to tell him to get lost. This brat was actually so arrogant. In the eyes of the myriad tribes, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from the outside world, human cultivators were often timid and weak. Moreover, many people were the kind of people who didn't care about things that didn't concern them. But now, this human supremacy cultivator in front of them was actually so arrogant. It truly shocked them. Similarly, the group of cultivators from the Sky Martial continent were also shocked. There were about 100 people in this group. They didn't know who they were, but their strength wasn't ordinary. Now, they were also looking over. Brat, do you know what you're saying? Hu Mang coldly looked at Lin Feng, his eyes as wide as copper bells. It was simply overflowing with killing intent. He was actually humiliated by a human cultivator in front of everyone. Hu Mang felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. Previously, he had evil intentions towards Lin Feng, and now, his killing intent was overflowing. Don't you understand human language? Lin Feng looked at Hu Mang condescendingly. The contempt and disdain in his eyes could be seen by anyone. When did humans become so arrogant? Many people began to murmur. Other than that Lin Feng from the Eastern Sea World being so arrogant, in the entire Sky Martial continent, I've never heard of such an arrogant human, a cultivator from an extraterrestrial race said. When he mentioned Lin Feng's name, his voice trembled. As for the rest, they couldn't help but tremble. Lin Feng, who had appeared out of nowhere. To the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces, it was simply a nightmare. Now, in the huge Eastern Sea World, no cultivator from these three forces dared to casually enter that sea world. That name was too intimidating to them. Can this brat be compared to Lin Feng? The difference is like heaven and earth. A cultivator from the myriad races curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Brat, I'll take your dog life," shouted Hu Mang furiously. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. When he punched out, the roar of a dragon and tiger could be heard from behind him. Behind Hu Mang, a huge dragon and a ferocious tiger appeared. This punch had evolved into a strange phenomenon and was extremely powerful. What a good dragon-tiger divine fist. It's already been cultivated to perfection by Hu Mang. That human brat might be killed by this punch. Immediately, a cultivator from the myriad races sneered. These cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces looked at this scene indifferently, waiting for the scene of Lin Feng being killed by a single punch. As for the human cultivators, some were worried, some were indifferent, and all had different expressions. Just as the punch was about to hit Lin Feng, a cold glint flashed across their eyes. Said Lin Feng coldly. He raised his right hand and sword chi streaked across the sky. Poochie. The sound of something being torn apart. Then, it spread out. Hu Mang was directly torn in half by Lin Feng's sword chi and died on the spot. This, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. No one had expected a young human cultivator like Lin Feng to be so powerful. Lin Feng continued walking towards Maple Leaf Town. The cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces all made way for Lin Feng. The strong were respected. These cultivators naturally did not dare to make things difficult for Lin Feng. Lin Feng ordered a table full of delicacies in a restaurant, together with a pot of fine wine. What a treat! I heard that the remnants of the demon-killing alliance have escaped to this place. Now, many people have already entered to exterminate them. They seem to have discovered their tracks. This demon-killing alliance is really despicable. They've killed so many of our people. Now, they're finally going to be exterminated. At that moment, the conversation of a group of cultivators from the myriad races at the next table attracted Lin Feng's attention. Chapter 2782. The demon-killing alliance was obviously an enemy of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers. Lin Feng guessed that it was a new force formed by cultivators from various powers in the Tianwu continent. The demons in the demon-killing alliance most likely represented cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers. Lin Feng felt very comforted when he heard the name of the demon-killing alliance. The cultivators of the Tianwu continent were not all hot-blooded. There was still a demon-killing alliance that was secretly fighting with the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers. However, the demon-killing alliance was not in a good situation. Lin Feng wanted to ask these people about the demon-killing alliance. If these people were not willing to talk, it would be easy. Lin Feng had a way to make them kneel on the ground and beg for mercy while they told him about the demon-killing alliance. However, just as Lin Feng was about to ask, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A large number of cultivators rushed up the stairs from the first floor to the second floor. There were cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers. The leader of the group was a cultivator with a pair of wings on his back. His wings were an extremely rare pair of grey wings. This was a cultivator from the grey wing race, and his cultivation level was very high. "Are you the one who killed Hu Mang?" The grey wing race cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently, his eyes flashing with coldness. The grey wing race had built Maple Leaf Town. Now, a human cultivator had killed cultivators from the myriad races in Maple Leaf Town. The Grey Wing race naturally would not sit back and do nothing. From the Grey Wing race cultivator's point of view, Lin Feng had actually swaggered into the restaurant after killing Hu Mang, ordered such a large table of delicacies, and started eating as if there was no one else around. This was simply a provocation to the myriad races. He deserved to be killed. The myriad races had killed countless cultivators from the Tianwu continent over the years. Killing a young human cultivator was naturally something they could do casually. To them, there was nothing to worry about. After all, there were no strong martial artists in the Tianwu continent. Even if they killed these young cultivators, there would not be any strong martial artists from the older generation coming to take revenge. I killed them. Lin Feng said indifferently. Kid, you dare kill cultivators from our myriad races in Maple Leaf Town? You have a death wish. Have you decided how you want to die? The Grey Wing clan cultivator stared coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with malice. One of the cultivators from the myriad races beside the Grey Wing clan cultivator cast a puzzled look at Lin Feng. He felt like he had seen Lin Feng somewhere before. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression abruptly changed. Previously, in the South Sea world, he had once seen a young human race cultivator kill 12 quasi-emperors from afar. At that time, it had caused a great uproar. Later on, Great Desire Evil Lord and the other 3 were killed by a human cultivator. Then, there was news that the human race cultivator who killed the Great Desire Evil Lord and the other 3 top experts was the cultivator who killed the 12 quasi-emperors from the South Sea world. Although he was quite far away at the time, this myriad races cultivator still vaguely remembered Lin Feng's general appearance. Now that he recognized Lin Feng's identity, he was almost scared to death. Why did this ancestor come to Maple Leaf Town? This myriad races cultivator hurriedly whispered into the Grey Wing clan cultivator's ear, Brother Song, this is Lin Feng from the East Sea world. The Grey Wing race cultivator was scared out of his wits when he heard what the cultivator had whispered into his ear. He only felt his legs go soft. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. What's going on? Many people around were completely dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on in front of them. Earlier, the Grey Wing clan cultivator did not hide his killing intent towards Lin Feng at all. His attitude was extremely domineering. However, in the blink of an eye, he knelt on the ground. Wasn't this change too great? So much so that no one knew what was going on. The cultivator from the Heavenly Eagle clan must have said something to the cultivator from the Grey Wing clan to create such a huge contrast. Lin Gongzi, spare me. Spare me. This lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended young master. Please spare this lowly one's life. The Grey Wing clan cultivator begged for mercy as he kowtowed to Lin Feng in apology. The cultivators of the various races, extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of the other forces were all dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold before them. The Grey Wing clan was a royal faction. They were considered a major faction among the myriad races. The Grey Wing clan members were all high and mighty, superior to others. How arrogant were they? Now, this Grey Wing clan cultivator was scared to this extent. That young human cultivator's surname seemed to be Lin. Lin, could it be that person? At this moment, many people thought of that name. This was definitely not a coincidence. If it wasn't that person, how could the Grey Wing clan cultivator be scared to this extent? The Heavenly Eagle clan cultivator also knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng. He was afraid that Lin Feng would kill him in a fit of anger. The myriad races cultivators, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other factions who came with the Grey Wing clan cultivator also knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. When they saw the Heavenly Eagle clan cultivator kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to beg for mercy, they were almost certain that the young human cultivator in front of them was the one. He should be that legendary existence. Even in the eyes of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other factions. That name. It was taboo. They didn't dare to mention it casually. And now, that terrifying existence had actually appeared in a small town like Maple Leaf Village. Many people wanted to cry but had no tears. Who would have thought that such an existence would come here? Scram. Lin Feng said coldly. Let's scram. Let's scram. The Grey Wing Clan cultivator hurriedly said. Then, the group hurriedly left. Lin Feng's gaze then turned to the guests at the table beside him. Then, he asked coldly, "What's the situation with the demon-killing alliance now?" These myriad races cultivators naturally didn't dare to hide it from Lin Feng. A myriad races cultivator replied in a trembling voice, "Lin Gongzi, it's said that the demon-killing alliance has been surrounded in the northwest direction. Now, it's being surrounded by many experts." Lin Feng didn't stop. Instead, he left the restaurant and flew in the northwest direction. "Hurry up and spread the news. Say that Lin Feng has appeared in South Continent's Primordial Lin Feng's Maple Leaf Town." Soon, the news spread from Maple Leaf Town. The Blood Demon territory was about 100 kilometers in size. This area was very famous in the Primordial forests of South Continent. There was always a faint layer of blood-colored gas lingering in the Blood Demon territory. Moreover, there were many terrifying ferocious beasts here. Rumor had it that an extremely powerful blood demon comparable to an ancient immortal had been killed here. That was how the Blood Demon territory got its name. Meanwhile, the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other factions were attacking the demon-killing alliance cultivators in the depths of the Blood Demon territory. Chapter 2783. About 300 to 400 cultivators from the demon-killing alliance were being attacked by 4,000 to 5,000 cultivators from the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. The demon-killing alliance was established 13 years ago. At that time, the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces had already descended on the Tianwu continent for a few years and caused a huge massacre. As a result, the local forces of the Tianwu continent suffered heavy losses, and many forces were destroyed. However, there were still some lucky survivors among the destroyed forces. Thus, these lucky survivors formed an alliance. This alliance was the so-called Demon-Killing Alliance. The Demon-Killing Alliance's main forces were the South Pole Immortal Island, Penglai Immortal Island, Fire Cloud Island, and others. These forces were mostly from the sea. Thus, compared to the forces on land, more people from the sea escaped. Although some of the forces on land managed to escape before they were destroyed, it was obviously much harder to escape on land than in the sea. Thus, the main force of the Demon-Killing Alliance was the sea. At the beginning, the Demon-Killing Alliance had 400 to 500 people. As time passed, the number of people in the Demon-Killing Alliance reached close to 100,000. Coincidentally, the laws of heaven and earth in the Tianwu continent were changing, and opportunities kept appearing in the overseas worlds. Thus, the Demon-Killing Alliance's cultivators obtained many opportunities, and many powerful experts were born. The Demon-Killing Alliance's main camp was originally hidden in the border region between the South Sea and the West Sea. There were frequent storms there, and powerful restrictions sealed off the sea. It was relatively safe. However, the Demon-Killing Alliance kept attacking the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces' fleets. They even attacked the islands built by these three forces. Sometimes, they would come to the inland worlds and attack the ancient cities built or occupied by these forces. This caused the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the three forces were enraged. The top formidable martial artists of these three forces were in the Holy Region ancient city. Thus, after some discussion, the three forces decided to have the Demon Blood Rock King and Chaotic Evil Tao Lord lead the three forces to destroy the Demon-Killing Alliance. The Demon Blood Rock King was a formidable martial artist from the Demon Blood Rock race. Chaotic Evil Tao Lord was a formidable martial artist from the ancient God race. These two were not only of noble birth, but they were also extremely powerful. Under their leadership, the Demon-Killing Alliance suffered heavy losses. More than 100,000 cultivators had been killed. Only about 1,000 of them managed to escape to the South Continent's primordial forest. Originally, he thought that the Primordial forests of the South Continent were dangerous and easy to hide. However, who would have thought that it would still be found by the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial forces, and other external forces? After a fierce battle, The demon-killing alliance was now left with only 300 to 400 people. "I'll fight you to the death." A demon-killing alliance cultivator's face contorted. Wielding a huge axe, he charged towards a myriad race cultivator. However, there were too many cultivators from the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. They outnumbered the demon-killing alliance cultivators by more than 10 times. This cultivator was attacked by over a dozen experts of the myriad races. Puff! His body was torn apart by powerful magic treasures one after another. His body exploded, and he died tragically on the spot. This battle was too intense. As the battle went on, the demon-killing alliance's cultivators were at a disadvantage. Their numbers kept decreasing. As for the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces, they had too many cultivators. They had an absolute advantage. Before long, there were only slightly more than 100 people left. It was obvious that these last 100 people would not be able to hold on for much longer. In the distance, the demonic Blood Rock King and the chaotic evil Tao Lord watched the battle with indifference. They had only attacked once. That was when they killed the 9 elders of the demon-killing alliance. The 9 elders of the demon-killing alliance were the 9 people who had obtained great opportunities. Not only had their skills increased to the boundary the Archrealm, but they had also obtained treasures. However, although the 9 elders had reached the boundary the Archrealm, they were still inferior to the Blood Rock King and the chaotic evil Tao Lord. There was still a big gap between them. After the Blood Rock King and the chaotic evil Tao Lord killed the 9 elders, the demon-killing alliance began to show signs of defeat. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining 100 or so demon-killing alliance cultivators charged towards the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. They were not afraid of death at all. Even if they died, they wanted to drag one more person down with them. However, there were too few cultivators in the demon-killing alliance. Their fates seemed to have been set. Everyone was going to die here. A demonic blood race cultivator wielded a battle spear and charged towards a female cultivator. That female cultivator was fighting with another 10,000 races cultivator. She could not block this attack in time. "Master, be careful." Tantai Shiyu's eyes widened as she screamed in fear. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this woman. When he first entered the East Sea world, he was targeted by a cultivator from the Fire Cloud Island. That Fire Cloud Island cultivator wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. However, he was killed by Lin Feng instead. That was how he became enemies with the Fire Cloud Island. After that, a few more waves of cultivators from the Fire Cloud Island tried to kill Lin Feng. However, they all failed. Finally, Tantai Shiyu acted. Tantai Shiyu pretended to be a woman who was being chased. Then, she coincidentally appeared beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng saved Tantai Shiyu. Tantai Shiyu used a honey trap to seduce Lin Feng. When Lin Feng was lost, she used a poisonous needle to assassinate Lin Feng. However, Tantai Shiyu's scheme was seen through by Lin Feng. Hence, she did not succeed. Not long after Tantai Shiyu escaped, an elder from the Fire Cloud Island tried to kill Lin Feng. This elder was Tantai Shiyu's master, Hua Fengjiao. At that time, Hua Fengjiao's cultivation level was very high. Lin Feng was not her match. However, Lin Feng relied on his powerful array formation to suppress Hua Fengjiao. Lin Feng was a playboy by nature. Seeing how charming Hua Fengjiao was, hence, he did not kill Hua Fengjiao. Instead, he forcefully took Hua Fengjiao and then released her. Lin Feng's playboy character was like that. He was more protective of women. Hence, he rarely killed such beauties. Furthermore, Hua Fengjiao was a woman that he had taken. Lin Feng naturally would not kill her. The enmity with the Fire Cloud Island back then had long vanished into thin air. Back then, when Lin Feng became the overlord of the Sky Martial continent, he did not make things difficult for the Fire Cloud Island. With a different realm, his horizons were naturally different. The enmity in the past to Lin Feng was merely a fleeting cloud. Let it go with the wind. And he had never seen Hua Fengjiao, this alluring beauty again. Hua Fengjiao heard Tantai Shiyu's exclamation and could not help but look back. She saw that terrifying spear stabbing towards her. It was already too late for her to dodge. Deep despair appeared in Hua Fengjiao's eyes. She could not help but feel sorrowful. Chapter 2784. Clang. Just as the terrifying spear was about to pierce through Hua Fengjiao's body, a figure silently appeared behind Hua Fengjiao. With a flick of his finger, the battle spear shattered. The demonic blood race cultivator who attacked Hua Fengjiao was directly torn in half by the sword qi. "It's you." When she saw the person who appeared, Hua Fengjiao could not help but exclaim. How could she forget what happened back then? The women of the Tianwu continent valued their chastity very much. Scenes from back then. Even after so many years, she still could not forget. In Hua Fengjiao's life, she had only experienced one man, Lin Feng. Back then, she hated Lin Feng. But with the passage of time, the hatred had gradually dissipated. It had to be said that time was the best way to heal everything. Later on, Lin Feng rose to prominence. Hua Fengjiao once saw Lin Feng from afar. At that time, she could only sigh in her heart. Because she felt that she and Lin Feng were definitely people from two different worlds. She originally thought that she would definitely die today. But she was saved by Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng again, a strange emotion surged in Hua Fengjiao's heart. She felt it. In that emotion, joy and excitement occupied most of her emotions. Other than that, there was also shyness and other emotions. But there was no hatred. Go to hell. Another myriad race cultivator who was attacking Hua Fengjiao saw that Hua Fengjiao was in a daze. This myriad race cultivator slashed at Hua Fengjiao with a long saber. Be careful. Lin Feng hugged Hua Fengjiao's willowy waist. Then, he slapped out across the air. A powerful palm energy surged out. A loud bang was heard. That terrifying palm energy directly struck that myriad race cultivator's body. Then, that myriad race cultivator's body exploded, and he died on the spot. Hua Fengjiao was in Lin Feng's embrace. Her beautiful face was flushed red, but for some reason, she did not struggle out of Lin Feng's embrace. This embrace was so warm. If possible, Hua Fengjiao really wanted to stay a little longer. You. Tantai Shiyu also recognized Lin Feng and couldn't help but point at Lin Feng, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Lin Feng returned to the Sky Martial continent and killed 13 quasi-emperors in the South Sea. At the peak of the Eastern Ocean, outside the country of Desire, the news of Great Desire Evil Lord and the other 3 peak experts had already spread throughout the Sky Martial continent. However, Tantai Shiyu never thought that Lin Feng would actually appear here. Many people also looked at Lin Feng, but other than Hua Fengjiao and Tantai Shiyu, no one else knew Lin Feng. Even though she wanted to stay in Lin Feng's arms for a while longer, she didn't want to. However, with so many people watching, Hua Fengjiao couldn't help but blush. Seeing Hua Fengjiao's charming appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little restless. This woman was simply the best of the best. It had been years since they last met. He seemed to have more charm than before. Kill this brat. A cultivator from the myriad races shouted coldly. Following that, hundreds of cultivators from the myriad races pounced towards Lin Feng. Release the domineering aura. Boom. Lin Feng released his era-domineering aura. Given Lin Feng's cultivation base, the power released from his era-domineering aura was extremely terrifying. After the era-domineering aura was released, it protected everyone from the demon-killing alliance. This was to prevent them from being attacked by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Next, the era-domineering aura spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 The cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces all exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. Even the giant gods were no exception. They couldn't withstand the attack of the era-domineering aura. The current Lin Feng was simply too strong. He was invincible and invincible. Quick, retreat. Retreat. The cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. One by one, they screamed in horror. They retreated quickly. They wanted to avoid Lin Feng's attack. However, most of them couldn't avoid the attack of the era-domineering aura. Bang! 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 The sounds of bodies exploding could be heard continuously. All the cultivators who were enveloped by the era-domineering aura were no exception. All of them died tragically. Lin Feng released his era-domineering aura and instantly killed more than 3,000 cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. There were only about 1,000 people left from these three forces. They all stood in the distance and looked at Lin Feng in horror. It was as if they were looking at an invincible godfiend. Many of them had lingering fear. Luckily, they were further away from Lin Feng and managed to escape. If they were closer, they wouldn't have been able to escape. Huafeng Jiao. Tantai Shiyu knew about Lin Feng's identity and heard that Lin Feng was very strong. However, she saw with her own eyes that Lin Feng only released his aura. He killed more than 3,000 experts in an instant. She was still shocked. As for the other demon-killing alliance cultivators, their eyeballs almost popped out. Wasn't he too strong? Even that Lin Feng from the East Sea world. It would be very difficult for him to do this, right? Who exactly was he? He was so terrifying. Sister Yu, who is this young master? An extremely beautiful female cultivator looked at Tantai Shiyu and asked softly. A man like Lin Feng. It was like the arch had descended to the world. It was enough to attract everyone's attention. Just like how men liked beautiful women. Of course, the woman admired Lin Feng, who was handsome and strong. Tantai Shiyu said, he is Lin Feng. What? He is that Lin Gongzi from the East Sea world? The demon-killing alliance cultivators were extremely shocked. The demonic Blood Rock King and chaotic evil Tao Lord were very strong. The conversation here did not escape their senses. The demonic Blood Rock King looked at Lin Feng with a dark expression, his eyes flashing with killing intent. So, you are that Lin Feng. We have heard of your reputation. You killed the Great Desire Evil Lord, Wu Reader, Yang Xiumo, and Murong Xingchen. Since we have seen you today, we will finish you off while we are at it. It can be considered as getting rid of a huge problem for the myriad races. As the demonic Blood Rock King finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew out. I heard that this child has many powerful mystical abilities and secret techniques, as well as many powerful Dharma treasures. Moreover, his providence is overwhelming. Killing this child and taking his mystical abilities, Dharma treasures, providence, and other things is no less than obtaining at least 5 heaven-defying fortuitous opportunity. Lord Chaos Evil said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Lin Feng. Lord Chaos Evil also flew out and surrounded Lin Feng with the demonic Blood Rock King. These two were boundary theurches who had reached the 93rd stone step. Chapter 2785. Previously, Lin Feng had killed Great Desire Evil Lord, Wu Reader, Yang Xiumo, and Murong Xingchen. However, among these 4 people, 2 were boundary emperors who had reached the 90th step, 1 was a boundary emperor who had reached the 91st step, and 1 was a boundary emperor who had reached the 93rd step. However, the key was that the boundary emperor who had reached the 93rd step, Yang Xiumo, was old and frail. His battle strength was not at the level that a boundary emperor of his level should have. Thus, Great Desire Evil Lord and the other 3 boundary emperors' battle strength could not be compared to demonic Blood Rock King and chaotic evil Tao Master. All of you, back off. Lin Feng looked at the demon-killing alliance members beside him. The group hurriedly retreated to the outer regions. In such a battle between formidable martial artists, if they got too close, at that time, only death would await them. Demonic Blood Rock King took the initiative to attack Lin Feng. His wings flapped violently. Every flap of his wings would cause a fierce gust of wind. The fierce gust of wind swept across heaven and earth. It surged in all directions, shaking the void. Within the gust of wind, countless wind blades appeared. The wind blades could easily tear the void apart. Their power was terrifying to the extreme. The wind blades that covered the sky and covered the earth slashed towards Lin Feng. It was as if a gigantic flying sword was attacking Lin Feng in a monstrous manner. At this moment, Chaotic Evil Dao Master also attacked Lin Feng. This ancient god race cultivator cultivated both god and evil. His methods were very shocking. His hands kept changing. Following which, a ferocious bird formed. That ferocious beast had 2 heads. The left head was like the legendary Bai Fang, while the right head was like the ferocious Swanni. Its huge body was like that of a huge bat. Its claws were like dragon claws, and its tail was like the tail of a centipede. No one knew what kind of ferocious beast it was. This ferocious beast was extremely terrifying. He immediately hid himself in the middle of the wind blades and started attacking Lin Feng. The wind blades formed a fierce storm that surged rapidly. Its power was very strong. That ferocious beast was also extremely ferocious. He was ready to kill Lin Feng at any time. The two of them complemented each other well. It seemed that they had worked together more than once. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cooperated so well. Everyone was nervously watching the battlefield, not knowing what the outcome of this battle would be. The combat strength Lin Feng had displayed earlier was simply too terrifying. Thus, the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from the other forces were not certain that Fiend Blood Rock King and Evil Dao Master would be able to kill Lin Feng if they joined forces. However, they hoped that Demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Dao Master would be able to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's existence was a huge threat to them. They couldn't eat or sleep peacefully. Lin Feng remained indifferent in the face of the attacks from the 2 experts. He instantly unleashed his epochal and supreme aura. 3 layers of domineering aura superimposed. Suddenly, a powerful magnetic field was formed. When the magnetic field descended, the wind blades swept out by Demonic Blood Rock King's wings were shattered. The terrifying creature formed by Evil Dao Master was also destroyed. The magnetic field directly enveloped Demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Dao Master. When they were enveloped by the magnetic field, their speed decreased sharply. Oh no, it's aura. This is the power of aura. Let's retreat. Demonic Blood Rock King seemed to have some understanding of aura, so he knew how terrifying it was. Falling into the aura's deterrence would inevitably cause one to fall into a passive position. Demonic Blood Rock King flapped his wings and retreated quickly. He belonged to the rock race. This race had deep attainments in the use of the void and speed. This kind of attainment seemed to be an innate racial talent that other cultivators could not match. Demonic Blood Rock King retreated quickly. He successfully left the range of the magnetic field. Although Evil Dao Master was also retreating, his attainments in speed and void manipulation could not compare to Demonic Blood Rock King. In addition, Lin Feng had directly locked onto Demonic Blood Rock King. Therefore, Demonic Blood Rock King could not retreat. Demonic Blood Rock King was locked onto by Lin Feng. Lin Feng then launched a frenzied attack on Demonic Blood Rock King. He quickly rushed in front of Demonic Blood Rock King and then used the Dragon Elephant Arm. He threw a punch at Demonic Blood Rock King. Close combat was Lin Feng's favorite way of fighting. Now, Lin Feng was close to Demonic Blood Rock King. He had to face Lin Feng's Dragon Elephant Arm Jr. You're courting death. Demonic Blood Rock King could not help but shout coldly. He also threw a punch at Lin Feng. Demonic Blood Rock King was an ancient god race cultivator. The ancient god race was a branch of the god race. This race's physical body was very strong. They had a physical body that could compete with a true dragon. Therefore, when Demonic Blood Rock King saw that Lin Feng was going to fight with him physically, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Feng and Demonic Blood Rock King collided. Demonic Blood Rock King's right arm was broken by Lin Feng's punch. Ah! Demonic Blood Rock King could not help but scream in pain. This is impossible. Demonic Blood Rock King shouted as he retreated. He could not accept what was happening in front of him. The physical body of the ancient god race was so strong that it could compete with a true dragon's physical body. However, it could not resist Lin Feng's attack. This made Demonic Blood Rock King feel like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Lin Feng quickly caught up with Demonic Blood Rock King. This was a good opportunity to kill Demonic Blood Rock King. He naturally would not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Universe Blood Rock King. At this moment, the demonic Blood Rock King in the distance attacked Lin Feng. This divine ability was extremely strange. When the godly skill descended and surrounded Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng's body began to swell. His body seemed like it was about to explode. Lin Feng's heart could not help but tremble. The demonic Blood Rock King's attack directly targeted the blood. This divine ability could make the blood in the body of the person who was hit by it swell. Then, the entire body would swell. Blood exploded. The body would explode. He would die a tragic death. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill to suppress the swelling blood in his body. His body gradually returned to normal. However, at this moment, demonic Blood Rock King had also gotten rid of Lin Feng and successfully escaped from the magnetic field formed by Lin Feng's domineering aura. "Ah, my arm. You actually broke my arm. Little bastard, I'm going to tear you to shreds later." Demonic Blood Rock King roared furiously, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Lin Feng. "We just need to distance ourselves and activate our divine ability to not let this kid get close to us and not be enveloped by his domineering aura. This kid will definitely die." Chapter 2786. Haha, you two trash want to kill me? You're overestimating yourselves. Lin Feng suddenly laughed out loud. He looked at demonic Blood Rock King and chaotic evil Tao Master with disdain. Isn't this guy a little too arrogant? The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces could not help but laugh coldly. Now that demonic Blood Rock King and chaotic evil Tao Master had found a way to kill Lin Feng, in the eyes of the cultivators of the three forces, Lin Feng would definitely die. They believed demonic Blood Rock King and chaotic evil Tao Master's words without a doubt. Now that Lin Feng's words were so arrogant, the cultivators of the three forces could not help but laugh coldly in their hearts. "Anyway, you won't be arrogant for long. You'll be crying later. Lin Gongzi is really domineering." The cultivators of the demon-killing alliance had a completely different reaction from the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. They felt that Lin Feng was really domineering. They believed that Lin Feng would definitely be able to kill demonic Blood Rock King and chaotic evil Tao Master. The cultivators of these two forces had great confidence in the experts on their side. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out. Demonic Blood Rock King and chaotic evil Tao Master began to form a new attack. Spatial slicing. Demonic Blood Rock King attacked first, unleashing a peerless and terrifying mystique. This spatial slicing was abnormally terrifying. After this mystique was unleashed, streaks of void divine light were formed. Those streaks of void divine light slashed out. Everyone saw that the formless and colorless void was actually being torn apart. This was because cracks had appeared in the void. Those cracks were black, and they were caused by spacetime rifts. The void was a three-dimensional plane. Although it was formless and colorless, one could still see its existence through certain methods. For example, one could tear the void and create spacetime cracks. Demonic Blood Rock King's spatial slicing was said to be able to tear the space of any world instantly. Its strength was simply unimaginable. Lin Feng's physical body naturally could not resist demonic Blood Rock King's attack. Ancient Divine Seed, Immortal Lotus. At this time, evil Tao Master also used a very powerful sacred art. This sacred art showed an illusory world. In that illusory world, an ancient god had planted an immortal lotus. Immortal lotuses bloomed. The world collapsed. The immortal lotus had formed a lotus flower. Then, the lotus flower quickly flew out. Then, it slowly bloomed. A terrifying wave of energy surged out from the blooming lotus. A power that could destroy the world directly enveloped Lin Feng. Regardless of whether it was the space slicer or the ancient god's immortal lotus, any one of these divine abilities could be said to be peerless and terrifying. When the surrounding cultivators sensed the terror of the two divine abilities, they couldn't help but reveal aghast expressions. The aura of the two divine abilities was simply too oppressive. Due to that, The surrounding cultivators had no choice but to retreat. If he got too close, their bodies would be instantly destroyed by the pressure emitted by the two divine abilities. As expected of a boundary emperor who reached the 93rd step of the stone steps. Such battle strength is definitely not something that Great Desire Evil Lord and the others can compare to. Sensing the power of the Space Slicer and the ancient god's immortal lotus, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. These two divine abilities were indeed peerless and terrifying. However, Lin Feng already had a plan to deal with them. He took out the demonic emperor's small world and then entered it. When the two divine abilities came crashing down, they were immediately blocked by the demonic emperor's small world. Although the Space Slicer was powerful, it couldn't destroy the world crystal wall that the demonic emperor's small world had constructed. Although the ancient god's immortal lotus was very powerful, it couldn't break through Lin Feng's small world. The demonic emperor's small world quickly expanded. It covered the sky and enveloped the demonic Blood Rock King and evil Tao Master. It was about to envelop the two of them. At this moment, the demonic Blood Rock King and evil Tao Master quickly rushed into the distance. The two of them wanted to widen the distance between them and Lin Feng. Then, they attacked Lin Feng from afar. Lin Feng sneered. "Do you think you can retreat just because you want to? You're too naive." The demonic emperor's small world released a powerful force of the world that covered a radius of more than 10 miles. The demonic Blood Rock King and evil Tao Master were also enveloped by the force of the world released by the demonic emperor's small world. If they wanted to escape, they had to break through the seal of the force of the world. Space Slicer. Ancient God's immortal lotus. The two of them attacked again. This was their most powerful divine ability. Now that they had condensed it, they wanted to break through the force of the world. However, they failed. The force of the world that escaped from the demonic emperor's small world was too powerful. It wasn't something that they could break through. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Lin Feng controlled the demonic emperor's small world with all his might and attacked the demonic Blood Rock King and evil Tao Master. Break. The two of them roared and activated their magic treasures to attack the demonic emperor's small world. However, it was useless. Their magic treasures were devoured by the demonic emperor's small world. Then, they were suppressed by Lin Feng. They had no choice but to fight against Lin Feng's small world with their physical bodies. Originally, Lin Feng didn't intend to use the demonic emperor's small world to deal with the two of them. However, he realized that the two of them were too cunning. They kept a distance from him and attacked him from afar. In terms of magic power, he naturally couldn't beat them. Lin Feng took out the demonic emperor's small world to deal with the two of them. Bang bang bang, the two of them clashed again and again. Wah! Wah! After hundreds of clashes, the demonic Blood Rock King and evil Tao Master spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were as pale as paper. It's over. The two of them are done for. Run, run, run. Once the two of them are killed, we won't be able to escape death either. The cultivators of the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces all screamed in fear. They all fled into the distance. They thought that Lin Feng would be killed. They didn't expect this outcome. Lin Feng was fine. Instead, the demonic Blood Rock King and evil Tao Master were about to be killed by Lin Feng. Naturally, they didn't dare to wait any longer. If they didn't escape now, they wouldn't be able to escape later. The cultivators of the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces all fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng didn't care about those people. He focused all his energy on dealing with the demonic Blood Rock King and evil Tao Master. If you kill us, you'll offend the two royal families of the myriad tribes. You'd better think about the consequences, evil Tao Master said loudly with a hint of threat. Lin Feng, take a step back and you'll be safe. How about we both take a step back? As long as you don't kill us, the forces behind us won't do anything to you. The demonic Blood Rock King shouted. Lin Feng sneered and ignored the two of them. He activated the demonic emperor's small world with all his might and attacked the demonic Blood Rock King and evil Tao Master. After 35 consecutive attacks. Bang! Bang! Chapter 2787. The night was bright. In the forest, a bonfire burned fiercely. The cultivators of the demon-killing alliance were scattered around the bonfire. "What are your plans?" Lin Feng asked. "We are willing to follow Lin Gongzi." "That's right, we are willing to follow Lin Gongzi. We will fight against the myriad races and other forces to the end. Lin Gongzi, please accept us." A group of demon-killing alliance cultivators hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Back then, the demon-killing alliance had 100,000 people. Now, there were only 100 left. The rest had basically died in battle. As for the demon-killing alliance, Lin Feng was rather impressed. One had to know, many cultivators sold their ancestors for glory. They directly joined the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, or other forces. They helped these three forces. They dealt with the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. No matter what kind of world it was, there was no lack of such people who sold their ancestors for glory. These people only had benefits in their eyes. They could give up love, family, friendship, and so on. For the sake of prosperity, some people could even offer their wives and daughters to the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, or other forces. Because of this, it showed the preciousness of the demon-killing alliance cultivators. At the very least, they were people with guts. Unfortunately, there were only 100 cultivators left in the demon-killing alliance. Lin Feng said, "Tomorrow, you will head to the East Sea Nation of Desire. Just say that I invited you to join the Nation of Desire. When the time comes, the people there will make arrangements for you." "Thank you, Lin Gongzi. Thank you, Lin Gongzi." The demon-killing alliance cultivators all thanked Lin Feng. "You don't have to be so polite," Lin Feng said. Late at night, many people had already fallen asleep. Lin Feng, however, was not sleepy. At this moment, a fragrance wafted over. Hua Fengjiao came to Lin Feng's side. The smell from her body was very pleasant. Seeing Hua Fengjiao, Lin Feng could not help but think of what had happened between him and Hua Fengjiao. Hua Fengjiao was definitely a top-grade beauty. Now, she was even more mature and charming than before. A single movement and a single look from her was enough to steal one's soul. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving my life." Hua Fengjiao thanked Lin Feng. "With our relationship, you don't have to be so courteous with me," Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Hua Fengjiao's pretty face immediately turned red. He didn't even dare to look at Lin Feng. She had only experienced one man, Lin Feng. At this moment, she probably recalled what had happened between her and Lin Feng. However, as a woman, even though she no longer had any hatred for Lin Feng, and even had feelings of admiration for Lin Feng, she was still a woman. But now, she was too embarrassed to say some of the things in her heart. Hua Fengjiao stood up and wanted to leave this place. She didn't know what to say to Lin Feng. She didn't know how to face Lin Feng. So, she wanted to leave quickly. However, Lin Feng grabbed Hua Fengjiao's waist and carried her up. "Ah, what are you doing?" Hua Fengjiao couldn't help but exclaim. She didn't expect Lin Feng to treat her like this. For a moment, she was extremely nervous. She gently struggled as if she wanted to get down, but her strength was too weak. She couldn't break free from Lin Feng's embrace. Perhaps, deep in her heart, Hua Fengjiao didn't want to break free from Lin Feng's embrace. So, when she struggled, her strength was so weak. "This place isn't the place to talk. Let's find a quiet place and have a good chat," Lin Feng said. Hua Fengjiao's pretty face turned even redder. She knew what Lin Feng wanted to do. At this moment, she should reject him. But Hua Fengjiao didn't want to reject Lin Feng. Deep in her heart, there seemed to be a voice telling Hua Fengjiao. He wanted her to agree to Lin Feng's request. Hua Fengjiao tried to cover it up. "We can only chat. We can't do anything else. Of course, our friendship is very pure." Lin Feng smiled. Seeing that Hua Fengjiao had agreed, he carried Hua Fengjiao and left. The next day, the cultivators of the demon-killing alliance gathered. Then, they headed to the East Sea country of Desire. Now, the entire South region was in an eerie silence. The cultivators of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces either left the south region quickly or gathered in the major cities. They didn't dare to move around casually. The news of Lin Feng killing the demonic Blood Rock King and evil Dao Master had already spread throughout the south region. This matter could be said to have caused a huge commotion. Lin Feng's strength was far greater than expected. Now, Lin Feng was actually in cahoots with the demon-killing alliance. This was what scared the major forces the most. The demon-killing alliance had suffered heavy casualties. If Lin Feng were to vent his anger on the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces, he might very well start a massacre. These cultivators of the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces were naturally in danger. They were almost scared out of their wits. Now, when the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces talked about Lin Feng, they didn't even dare to mention Lin Feng's name. After parting with the cultivators of the demon-killing alliance, Lin Feng continued on his way to the South Region city. All the cultivators of the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces in the direction of the South Region city fled. They were worried that Lin Feng would attack them. If that happened, who would be able to escape alive? Thus, along the way, Lin Feng saw many empty towns. Lin Feng was even confused. He didn't know why those towns were empty. "We're here." Lin Feng saw the ancient city appear on the horizon. That ancient city was the South Region city. The South Region city was huge and had been occupied by the 10,000 races. However, now that they heard that Lin Feng was heading in this direction, all the cultivators of the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces in the South Region city had already fled without a trace. Thus, the South Region city was now an empty city. After entering the South Region city, Lin Feng headed straight for the teleportation plaza. There were many teleportation portals in the teleportation plaza. However, he didn't know where he would be teleported to. Lin Feng studied them carefully. He realized that only one of these teleportation portals was connected to the extraterrestrial world. Clearly, this teleportation array should lead to the trial planet from back then. After Lin Feng activated the teleportation portal, buzz, the teleportation portal shone brightly, and the power of the stars descended. The power of the stars condensed into a huge starry passage. Lin Feng entered the starry passage. Soon, he disappeared. 10 days later, rumble. A loud sound shook the heavens. A spacetime portal appeared above the trial planet. Swoosh. Chapter 2788. During the alien star trial, many things happened on this alien star. Lin Feng remembered that it was on this alien star that he met Li Yingdai. He also got to know the vicious and merciless Duan Hongxiu. This woman was an extremely perverted existence. Not only was her sexual orientation abnormal, but she was also extremely controlling. She treated Li Yingdai as her exclusive property. But Li Yingdai was a normal woman. After spending a lot of time with Lin Feng, Li Yingdai had started to admire him. Later, when Duan Hongxiu found out, Duan Hongxiu wanted to kill Lin Feng. It was just that after the alien star trial, Lin Feng didn't see Li Yingdai for a long time, until the Red World Fairy's birthday. Then, he saw Li Yingdai again. The two rekindled their old feelings. Li Yingdai truly gave herself to Lin Feng. But when Duan Hongxiu found out, Duan Hongxiu hated Lin Feng. She poisoned Li Yingdai and wanted Li Yingdai to assassinate Lin Feng. Only then did Li Yingdai detoxify the poison. Li Yingdai chose death rather than betray Lin Feng. Later, Lin Feng helped Li Yingdai detoxify the poison. He thought that he could get rid of Duan Hongxiu, this vicious woman. Who would have thought that Duan Hongxiu would use the soul-seizing curse on Li Yingdai? Li Yingdai, who was under the soul-seizing curse, couldn't control her body. In order not to hurt Lin Feng, Li Yingdai quietly left. Until now, Lin Feng didn't have any news of Li Yingdai. He didn't know how Li Yingdai was doing. Now, he came to the alien star trial again. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of Li Yingdai, this beautiful and pitiful woman. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Such a good woman, but her fate was full of misfortune. It was truly lamentable. Lin Feng sorted out his emotions and quickly flew towards the cold river. The cold scorching god mansion was at the bottom of the cold river. Rumble. A loud sound reverberated through the mountain forest. A huge river was surging endlessly. "We're here." After seeing Han He, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly flew towards the cold river. Then, it disappeared into the cold river. The temperature of the cold river was extremely terrifying. Ordinary people simply could not withstand the temperature of the cold river. The last time Lin Feng entered the cold river, he had almost frozen to death in the cold river. Fortunately, he was able to control the heavenly flame. He was protected by the sky fire. Author: the heavenly fire will never be extinguished, even in the water. Therefore, the heavenly fire can protect the body in the water. Only then did Lin Feng manage to resist the terrifying baleful qi within the cold river. Otherwise, he would have been frozen to death in the cold river. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly increased, even if he did not use the heavenly flame, he could still protect his body from being injured by the terrifying cold qi at the bottom of the cold river. Soon, he saw the blazing frost divine manna. The frost-scorching divine manna was located in the deepest part of the frost river. It was unknown how long it had been there, but it exuded mottled traces of time. The entrance of the cold scorching divine manna was shrouded in divine light. Just like the last time, Lin Feng passed through the divine light and entered the interior. Roar! A gigantic ice dragon roared and charged at Lin Feng with its gigantic claws. That terrifying attack was simply capable of destroying the heavens and decimating the earth. Lin Feng threw a punch at the frost dragon. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng was shaken back by the frost dragon. This frost dragon's strength was simply too tyrannical. Lin Feng felt extremely shocked. "It's you." The frost dragon's cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. Clearly, it had recognized this uninvited guest. "Your memory is not bad. You still remember me." Lin Feng was very surprised. When he first entered this place by mistake, he was still very weak. Lin Feng asked himself if it were him, he might not be able to recognize a weak cultivator whom he had only met once many years later. The frost dragon ignored Lin Feng. Instead, it looked at Lin Feng coldly, scrutinizing Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end under the frost dragon's gaze. "No, this is not a real frost dragon. It's an artifact spirit. But this artifact spirit is not the same as ordinary artifact spirits. I can't tell exactly what the difference is." The demon lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very surprised. He did not expect that the frost dragon in front of him was an artifact spirit. Under normal circumstances, artifact spirits would choose to sleep. Sleeping could prolong their lifespan. But every time he came here, the frost dragon seemed to be awake, guarding the outside, and never went into a deep slumber. If this continued, even if the frost dragon was an artifact spirit, its lifespan would be exhausted very soon. "You're an artifact spirit?" Lin Feng looked at the frost dragon and asked. "You have some eyesight," the frost dragon said coldly. "Since you're an artifact spirit, why are you always awake?" Lin Feng asked the question in his heart. "Because I refined the skeleton of a frost dragon. Part of my soul fused with the skeleton to guard the cave, while the majority of my soul is sleeping," the frost dragon said. "An artifact spirit has cultivated a soul? And it can even refine a clone?" Lin Feng was very surprised. Even artifact cultivators found it difficult to cultivate a soul. Not to mention refining a clone. This was the first time he had seen an artifact spirit with a soul. The world is very big, and it is filled with many inconceivable things. There are only things you can't think of, but there is nothing you can't do, the frost dragon said. Now that the frost dragon could talk to him calmly, it meant that the frost dragon did not want to continue being enemies with him. Lin Feng felt that the frost dragon might have recognized his strength. It wanted to pass the frost divine abode to him. Otherwise, the frost dragon wouldn't have been able to talk to him so calmly. Lin Feng asked, "Who left this frost divine abode behind? Who do you think it was?" The frost dragon asked. The frost divine abode's name had the word God in it. That was why Lin Feng had thought that the Frost Divine Abode had been left behind by a god expert. But now, it seemed that this thought was too naive. Take the first fire god, Zhurong, for example. He was strong enough to fight against the Sacred Emperor and was equivalent to a peak immortal. Clearly, the Frost Divine Abode was not left behind by a god. Is it a divine abode left behind by a great emperor? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Yes, a great emperor, and a great empress at that. A peerless great empress, a goddess in the hearts of countless people, but in the end, she trusted the wrong person and died miserably. The Frost Dragon couldn't help but sigh. It seemed to be recalling the great empress past. Chapter 2789. Great emperors were very rare, let alone a female great emperor. Anyone who could become a great emperor was an existence that devoured the world's karmic luck. Powerful karmic luck supported them endlessly. This female great emperor must have been a stunning existence. Lin Feng asked, "Can you tell me what happened back then?" The Frost Dragon said, "Looking back on the past, even the great emperors can't escape the word love. Back then, she was in her prime. Her clothes were as white as snow, and she looked like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Many young masters chased after her, but she was never moved. Until one day, she met someone. That person was very carefree and very powerful. He once swore to the great emperor that he would spend his entire life with her. Later, he left because he had some urgent matters to attend to. Many years passed, and he never returned. The great emperor went to the great world he mentioned to look for him, but she found that he had many wives and concubines. His promise to her in this life was nothing more than a lie. The great emperor returned heartbroken, but she was attacked on the way. In the end, she was heavily injured and landed here. She died of depression. Lin Feng basically understood the Ice Dragon's story. That great empress was a peerless beauty and had many suitors. However, she had never met anyone she liked. Later on, she met someone she liked and entrusted her life to him. The person she liked made a vow of eternal love. However, that person abandoned her and left alone. The great empress thought that her lover had encountered some trouble and thus, she didn't return for many years. The great emperor trusted her subordinates and went to look for her lover. However, she found a scene that made her heartbroken. Their promise to each other had been nothing more than a lie. The great emperor was deeply hurt, so she returned alone. However, she met with a mishap and died with regret. A female great empress had died here all alone. It was indeed a sad thing. Lin Feng asked, "Who was that man?" "Nalan Chenmo," the Ice Dragon said. "A cultivator from the celestial realm." "A cultivator from the celestial realm?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that Nalan Chenmo was also a powerful person. "Have you ever wanted to obtain the Blazing Frost Estate?" the Ice Dragon asked. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. This time, it was hundreds of millions of miles away. He had come for the Frost-Scorching Divine Abode. "Since you want the Blazing Frost Divine Palace, you can get it," the Frost Dragon said. "You're saying that the Scorching Ice Estate is mine now?" Lin Feng looked at the Frost Dragon in surprise. He kept feeling that the process of obtaining the Scorching Frost Divine Abode was too simple, right? "I'm only here to protect the Blazing Frost Divine Abode and find a new master for the Blazing Frost Divine Abode. In terms of talent and cultivation, you are qualified to be the new master of the Blazing Frost Divine Abode," the Frost Dragon said. "Ha ha ha ha, it's not that I'm arrogant, but there aren't many people in this world who are as talented as me. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns," Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng was an extremely confident person. Confidence was not arrogance. Excessive modesty was not keeping a low profile. It was a form of denial of one's self. Therefore, when it was time to be confident, one had to be confident. A confident person's inner world was usually abnormally strong. Tenacious willpower. In order to achieve one's goal, one could put in far more effort than others. This kind of confidence was also a kind of motivation for Lin Feng to constantly improve and surpass himself over the years. The Frost Dragon said, You can enter the blazing frost divine abode now. Lin Feng nodded and walked toward the blazing frost divine abode. The blazing frost divine abode was an immortal abode forged by the female empress. After entering, Lin Feng discovered that there were many stone rooms in the abode. The stone room in the middle was equivalent to a living room. There were many daily necessities placed in the middle room. This place had been sealed for a long time, but because of the cleansing formation runes, it was clean. Therefore, it was very clean. Lin Feng saw a wooden puppet placed on the table. The puppet was a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful and had an otherworldly temperament. Lin Feng picked up the puppet and found that there were words on the back of the puppet. In the heavens, we are willing to be two lovebirds. On earth, we are willing to be intertwined branches. These words of love are really mushy. Could it be that the man named Nayland Chenmore carved this puppet for the Empress? Looking at these words now, it's simply a great irony. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He carefully examined the puppet and found that it was indeed just an ordinary puppet and not a powerful treasure. After Lin Feng put down the puppet, he began to look for the treasures left behind by the Empress in the stone room. There was nothing special left in this stone room that looked like a living room. Lin Feng's gaze looked at the surrounding stone rooms. He opened the first stone room and found that there were more than a dozen bookshelves in this stone room. And on these bookshelves, there were scrolls or jade cylinders placed one after another. Lin Feng picked up a scroll and opened it. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, the scroll had already decayed. Not only did it emit a moldy smell, but it had also decayed to the point that he couldn't see the contents clearly. This is a material made of golden silk and reinforced with magic power. These scrolls can be stored for an extremely long time, but even so, they have already decayed after being passed down for so long. Time is the most terrifying force, enough to destroy anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He opened many scrolls and found that they had all been destroyed. Lin Feng picked up a jade cylinder. To his delight, the jade cylinder he picked up was very well preserved. After all, the materials of jade cylinders and scrolls were different. Therefore, jade cylinders could be preserved for a longer time. This jade cylinder recorded a map of the ancient starry sky path. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. These maps of the ancient starry sky path were extremely precious. He quickly began to check the other jade cylinders. Lin Feng found that some of these jade cylinders recorded a map of the ancient starry sky path, some recorded the layout of some powerful formations, and some recorded the prescription of medicine. Could this ancient starry sky map be? Suddenly, Lin Feng found an ancient starry sky map. An extremely shocked expression immediately appeared on his face. His breathing also became rapid. In the endless starry sky world, billions of stars revolved around the brightest star on this ancient starry sky map. Seeing that dazzling star, Lin Feng was wild with joy. This was because the words Undying Realm were written on the star. Demon Lord, quickly take a look. Is this the ancient starry sky map to the Undying Realm? Chapter 2790. The Demon Lord's memory was incomplete and could not remember the complete starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm. However, the Demon Lord still had a part of the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm in his mind. If this starry sky map was really the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm, with the part of the starry sky map in the Demon Lord's mind, plus his understanding of the starry sky around the Undying Realm, plus some of his analysis. Basically, he could determine whether this starry sky map was real or fake. Let me take a look. The Demon Lord transmitted his voice, and then his divine sense invaded the jade tube and began to study this starry sky map. After studying it for a while, the Demon Lord said, "Yes, this is indeed the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm. This is great, the starry sky map that I have been looking for so long, I finally found it." Lin Feng's face was full of ecstasy. He needed to go to the Undying Realm to find the starry sky map where his mother was suppressed. Therefore, the trip to the Undying Realm was imperative. It was just that it was not an easy task to find the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm. But fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint the faithful. Now, it was finally found by Lin Feng. With this starry sky map, Lin Feng could travel through the starry sky. Of course, Lin Feng was also clear about one thing. What he needed to do the most now was to improve his cultivation, because the Undying Realm was extremely dangerous, and the Undying Realm was likely to be related to the Undying clan. At that time, who knew how many dangers would appear? Before going to the Undying Realm, he had to improve his cultivation as much as possible. After putting away these jade tubes, Lin Feng went to the second stone room. This time, he obtained the map to the Undying Realm. Lin Feng did not care whether he could get other treasures or not. Of course, it would be even better if he could get other treasures. The second stone room was an alchemy room. Lin Feng found that many of the jade tubes recorded many precious prescriptions, so he guessed that the Great Empress was probably an extremely powerful alchemist. Now that he saw this alchemy room, it also confirmed Lin Feng's previous guess. There were also many bookshelves in the medicine refining room. However, what was placed on these bookshelves were porcelain bottles containing medicinal pills, not scrolls, books, or jade tubes. In addition to those bookshelves, there was also a cauldron placed in the medicine refining room. Nine-dragon cauldron, this is the nine-dragon cauldron. The demon lord could not help but exclaim. Listening to the demon lord's tone, he knew that this furnace was extraordinary. Does the nine-dragon cauldron have an extraordinary origin? Lin Feng asked. This cauldron was created by the 9th true dragon emperor. Of course it's extraordinary, the demon lord said. In this era, only 9 true dragon emperors had appeared in the true dragon clan. Every true dragon emperor was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. He was equivalent to a top deity. Therefore, the cauldron forged by the true dragon great emperor was definitely powerful. The 9-dragon cauldron was engraved with 9 lifelike true dragons. Each true dragon seemed to have come alive. It could soar into the sky at any time. The runes on the true dragon cauldron were very complicated. Not only were there true dragon runes, but there were also some divine runes that Lin Feng did not recognize. They were probably ancient divine runes that had been lost for a long time. Lin Feng placed his right hand on the true dragon cauldron. In an instant, a cold chi surged out of the cauldron. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Crack, crack. His right hand was actually sealed in ice. Besides, the ice strength was spreading from his arm to his entire body. He wanted to freeze Lin Feng's entire body. Lin Feng was shocked. What a terrifying 9-dragon cauldron. He hurriedly removed his right hand, then used his heavenly fire to dissolve the freezing power in his body. The 9-dragon cauldron's material is fused with extreme yin cold iron. This is an extremely terrifying material that is extremely cold. It is said that a thumb-sized piece of extreme yin cold iron can freeze the world within a radius of 30,000 miles. It can turn the earth into a world of ice and snow. The demon lord said. Lin Feng was slightly moved. He did not expect that there would be such a terrifying material in the world. Even if a cultivator's magic power was monstrous, they had no choice but to respect heaven and earth, nature, and the great creator. Lin Feng used a drop of blood to refine the 9-dragon cauldron. Suddenly, a special connection was formed between him and the 9-dragon cauldron. This was the connection between bloodlines. After he opened the 9-dragon cauldron, Lin Feng was surprised to find that there were many immortal liquids stored in the 9-dragon cauldron. The only pity was that these immortal liquids had lost a lot of energy with the passage of time. The effect had declined greatly. What a reckless waste of resources. Looking at the immortal liquids that had lost a lot of energy, Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. This was the immortal essence of the heavenly realm, a top-grade immortal material born from heaven and earth. Lin Feng guessed that this great empress had probably obtained it when she went to the heavenly realm to find Nalan Qianmo. Fortunately, it can still be used. I'll refine you later, Lin Feng muttered. Now that Lin Feng was at the 3rd layer of the giant god realm, he hoped to have a breakthrough after refining these immortal liquids. Lin Feng's gaze then looked at the rest of the porcelain bottles. He opened a porcelain bottle, and a rotten smell came out of the porcelain bottle. It was very unpleasant. The pills inside had been destroyed. He opened many porcelain bottles one after another, and the pills in these porcelain bottles were all destroyed. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. Time has destroyed so many top-grade pills. No wonder the effect of the immortal liquids in the cauldron was greatly reduced. It's already very lucky that they weren't completely destroyed. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He opened all of the porcelain bottles, but unfortunately, all of the pills had been destroyed. Time was really a guy that made people gnash their teeth in hatred. How many good things had been destroyed with the passage of time? Not only these things, but the passage of time had also buried too many heroes and geniuses, peerless beauties. Lin Feng decided to first refine the immortal liquid in the 9-dragon cauldron before going to explore the other stone rooms. Compared to exploring the other stone rooms, the thing he couldn't wait to do now was to increase his strength. Right now, Lin Feng's realm was stuck at the 3rd layer of the giant god realm. I wonder if these immortal liquids can increase my cultivation by another 1 or 2 levels. If the energy of these immortal liquids hadn't been lost, Lin Feng believed that these immortal liquids would definitely allow his cultivation to break through by a large margin. But now, the energy loss of these immortal liquids was too serious. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't sure if it could increase his cultivation. Lin Feng began to refine the immortal liquids in the 9-dragon cauldron. A large amount of immortal liquids were refined by Lin Feng. The powerful energy was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng's body. When all the energy was devoured by Lin Feng. Chapter 2791. Not bad, not bad. I've finally broken through a level. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. This breakthrough was a significant improvement for him. After all, Lin Feng's current accumulation was simply too great. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to break through. Even if he broke through a single level, it would greatly improve his cultivation. After breaking through, Lin Feng headed to the other stone rooms. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd stone room. This 3rd stone room was actually a crafting room. Inside the crafting room there were many crafting materials and a special cauldron used for crafting. This kind of cauldron was different from the ones used for alchemy. Lin Feng was not a blacksmith, so he had no use for this kind of cauldron. Of course, if he really wanted to refine a treasure, the cauldron used for alchemy could also be used as a temporary cauldron. There was not much to gain from this stone room. Lin Feng entered the 4th stone room. Lin Feng saw a white jade bed, a makeup table made of white jade, a table, a chair, and a chair. Lin Feng also saw a white jade bed, a makeup table, and a chair. However, he did not see the Empress's corpse. Where's the Empress's corpse? Lin Feng could not help but ask. She passed away in a seated posture. She turned into a rainbow and scattered. The ice dragon's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he searched for the Empress's storage ring. In the past, the Empress had shocked the world. She must have grasped many shocking legacies. Moreover, she must have grasped many of the 3,000 great Taos. This was what Lin Feng wanted. The 3,000 great Taos. To Lin Feng, this was too important. However, after searching for a while, Lin Feng did not find the Empress's storage ring. He transmitted his voice to the ice dragon and asked, "Why can't I see the Empress's storage ring?" The ice dragon replied, "The storage ring has been destroyed." Damn, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He felt very depressed. Initially, he wanted to obtain some top-notch inheritances from the Empress. But he never thought that this would be the result. Since the storage ring was destroyed, the treasures and successions inside it were destroyed too. It was such a pity. How long has it been? How many years have passed? Suddenly, a voice resounded in the stone room. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng was so frightened that his hair stood on end. It was a woman's voice. Such a sudden sound was too frightening. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. In the next moment, a hazy figure appeared in the stone room. It was a woman with her back facing Lin Feng. This woman's body was surrounded by faint immortal light. Even though it was just her back, this woman still gave Lin Feng a very special feeling. This feeling was like facing a goddess of heaven, a peerless beauty. Lin Feng looked at the woman. He frowned slightly. This was not her real body, but an illusory one. Clearly, It was the Empress. Now, the Empress who had passed away had appeared. Not knowing what was going to happen, Lin Feng had a bad premonition. Since you've come to the Blazing Frost Manor, it must be fate that brought us together, the Empress said. Lin Feng did not say anything. Instead, he quietly listened to what the Empress wanted to say. The Empress continued, "The Blazing Frost Manor is only one of my palaces. In the Undying Realm, I have another immortal residence. It's my master's immortal residence." The Empress's master? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. If the Empress was so powerful, how powerful must her master be? I don't know how many immortal mansions there are in this world, but most of them don't live up to their name. They can't even be called immortal mansions. Even the mansions built by the great emperors aren't real immortal mansions. However, my master's immortal mansion is a real immortal mansion. Because my master was an immortal back then, I inherited her immortal mansion. There are many things in the immortal mansion, whether it's magical treasures or inheritances, you can find them all in the mansion, the Empress said. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Now that such a good thing has fallen on my head, I'm a little dizzy. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the Empress. What's your purpose? You can tell me now. Help me do something. The Empress said. What is it? Lin Feng asked. Ask Nayland Qianmo why he wants to kill me. The Empress asked. What? When Lin Feng heard that, he was astonished. Wasn't Nayland Qianmo the man who had deceived the Empress? The Empress returned with a broken heart. She had been ambushed on the way back and had been injured. Could it be that Nayland Qianmo was the one who had attacked her? If that was the case, Nayland Qianmo was too inhumane. He was worse than a beast. Are you surprised? The Empress smiled bitterly. Yes, I'm very surprised. Was he really the one who ambushed you? Asked Lin Feng. He wasn't sure. He wasn't the one who ambushed me, the Empress said. Lin Feng was puzzled. If he wasn't the one who ambushed you, why did you ask me to ask him why he wants to kill you? The Empress said, although he wasn't the one who ambushed me, the people who ambushed me are closely related to him. Although those people hid very well, I still felt the same bloodline power as him. Those people should have been sent by him, the Empress said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Is Nayland Qianmo still alive? Has he been able to survive until now? The flow of time in the celestial world is different from the mortal world. In addition, his clan is very special. There shouldn't be a problem for him to survive until now, the Empress said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Given Nayland Qianmo's strength, if I tell him what you want me to say, he won't let me go, right? No matter how precious the immortal abode you left in the undying world is, I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy it, the Empress said. You have no other choice. That's not necessarily true. With my current strength and the treasures I have, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to force my way out, Lin Feng said. This remnant will of mine stayed here to wait for someone like you. If you don't agree, this remnant will do its best to perish together with you, the Empress said threateningly. Lin Feng suddenly looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 2792. But on second thought, this great Empress was indeed miserable. Her fate was full of misfortune. She had met the wrong person. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to fight to the death with the great Empress. It wouldn't be good for anyone if they fought to the death. All right. I promise you, we can cooperate, Lin Feng said. Now, he had no choice but to agree. Moreover, Lin Feng really sympathized with the great Empress. Moreover, after agreeing, Lin Feng could get a real immortal mansion. In that case, he might as well agree. The location of the immortal mansion is recorded in this jade tube. The great Empress took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. His divine sense invaded the jade tube and found that it was a roadmap. It should be the roadmap to the immortal mansion in the undying realm. Hehe, can you teach me some of the 3,000 great Taos? Lin Feng said with a grin. There was nothing he was embarrassed to say. The great Empress said, although this remnant soul of mine has mastered the method to use several kinds of divine sense, I have forgotten the cultivation method. Since you have the exact location of the immortal mansion, you can naturally get what you want after entering the immortal mansion. Lin Feng said, although I promised to help you ask Nayland Qianmo why he wanted to kill you back then, I won't blindly go looking for Nayland Qianmo. Even if I have to look for Nayland Qianmo, I will wait until my strength increases before I go looking for Nayland Qianmo. Naturally, I won't let you die in vain, the Great Empress said. Then, her body slowly dissipated. Soon, it disappeared. Lin Feng left the immortal mansion. This immortal mansion couldn't be taken away. However, as long as it could be taken away and valuable things, Lin Feng took them away. I wish you all the best, the Great Ice Dragon said. Lin Feng really had the impulse to kill the Great Ice Dragon with a palm. This guy seemed to have a relatively decent appearance, but in fact, it had an incomparably black-bellied heart. Previously, he had felt that there was something wrong with how easily he had entered the scorching frost god's abode. Sure enough, he had been tricked by the frost dragon. However, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with the frost dragon. After leaving the scorching frost god estate, Lin Feng returned to land. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying shockwave swept across the world. This wave of energy came from the outer realms. The outer region's trial stars were different from the 9 prefectures. A great world like the 9 prefectures would have an extremely powerful atmosphere outside. And this kind of atmosphere could protect the 9 prefectures. For example, when a star crashed into the 9 states world, it had yet to hit the 9 prefectures world. It had already been obliterated by the atmosphere of the 9 prefectures. However, the atmosphere of the outer realm training star was very thin. If a star were to crash into it, that star would probably directly destroy the outer realm trial star. Therefore, when a war broke out in outer space, the atmosphere of the outer space trial star simply couldn't withstand the surging energy waves. What kind of creatures are fighting? Lin Feng was puzzled. He quickly flew toward the outer space. In the cold and dark outer realms, there was almost no airflow. Moreover, the energy here was very chaotic and difficult to absorb. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to survive in the outer realms. However, any creature that could survive in the outer realms was definitely a group of powerful creatures. Now that a war had broken out in outer space, it was definitely a war between extremely terrifying creatures. As for what kind of creatures they were, it was still unknown. Lin Feng quickly flew toward the location of the war. From afar, he saw a ball of holy light floating in the dark outer realms. Around the holy light, 3 powerful beings were engaged in a fierce battle. The first creature was a void beast that was as huge as a star. This was the supreme overlord of the starry sky world. The second creature was a 9-headed rock. This 9-headed rock's body was more than 1,000 meters long, and its wingspan was more than 2,000 meters. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a 9-headed rock. This creature was extremely terrifying. Its cultivation was heaven-defying. Moreover, the blood of the rock race flowed in its veins. There were many branches of the rock race, such as the demonic blood rock race, the 9-headed rock race, the golden-winged rock race, and so on. The rock race's bloodline was extremely powerful. Moreover, none of these branches of the rock race were weak. The third creature was actually a huge python. It was 3,000 to 4,000 meters long. Its huge body lay horizontally in the starry sky world like a continuous mountain range. The huge python was a giant starry sky python. A terrifying race that had existed since the desolate era. Even now, its bloodline was still passed down. These 3 creatures were supreme overlords of the starry sky world. The void beast's roar shook the 9 heavens. Its huge claws shattered the starry sky world. It opened its mouth and spat out a starry sky world. The starry sky world suppressed the 9-headed rock and the giant starry sky python. The 9-headed rock showed its might. All 9 heads spat out an attack at the same time. The 9 types of attacks converged to form a gigantic living being with a human body and 9 heads. The 9 heads were the heads of the rock. The human bird-headed monster slapped out with its palm. A huge palm that could cover the sky condensed in the starry sky world. The huge palm covered the void beast and the giant starry sky python. The giant starry sky python was not to be outdone. It opened its mouth and spat out a silver stream. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The Milky Way turned into a long river. The long river swept across heaven and earth, sweeping toward the nine-headed rock and the giant starry sky python. The three terrifying creatures attacked each other. The battle was extremely intense. The starry sky world was pierced through. Boom! Boom! Waves of violent fluctuations surged out once again. The three terrifying creatures continued to charge up their attacks and attacked each other. However, they kept each other in check. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the victor. After more than 10 rounds of battle, the three terrifying creatures flew toward the floating holy light in the starry sky world. Then, they swept toward the holy light. What's inside? Why are the three of them fighting so fiercely? Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. The three terrifying creatures were about to reach the holy light. Suddenly, waves of violent fluctuations surged out from the ball of holy light. Boom! Then, a huge figure appeared. Roar! That tall figure stood in the void, his roar shaking the heaven and earth. Even the countless stars in the starry sky world seemed to be trembling. The creature. An elephant-bodied dragon beast. However, it stood upright. The creature's body moved slightly. It seemed to be able to shatter the starry sky world. Dragon. Dragon. Dragon elephant. When they saw the huge figure. Chapter 2793. What's going on? What's going on? Lin Feng could no longer remain calm as he looked at the dragon elephant from afar. The thing wrapped in the holy light actually revealed such a huge dragon elephant. It was obvious that the thing in the holy light was related to the dragon elephant. Lin Feng wasn't sure what was inside, but no matter what it was, Lin Feng had already decided to fight for it. No matter what price he had to pay, Lin Feng had to get the thing in the holy light. Because Lin Feng's cultivation method was the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Cultivation methods were the foundation of cultivation. It was equivalent to the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. It was like laying a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the building and the higher the height. The stronger the cultivation method, the more powerful the cultivator's combat power would be when he broke through, and the higher his future achievements would be. Of course, the increase in combat power and future achievements were related to many aspects, such as the opportunity obtained, one's bloodline, and so on. However, among all the factors, the cultivation technique that one cultivated would play a crucial role. Lin Feng's Archean dragonesque elephant skill was now at the 4th level, evolving the arms of the dragon elephant, and destroying a planet with one punch. However, Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the 5th level of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. The Archean dragonesque elephant skill was a little special. Previously, there were only 3 levels of the cultivation method. After cultivating to the 3rd level, if one had an opportunity or had an epiphany, they could automatically comprehend the 4th level of the cultivation method. After cultivating the 4th level of the cultivation method, if one had an opportunity or had an epiphany, they could obtain the 5th level of the cultivation method. The arms of the dragon elephant was the ability brought by the 4th level of the cultivation method. Lin Feng wasn't sure what the 5th level of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill was, and what kind of ability it would bring. He had to wait for Lin Feng to comprehend it before he could know. However, after such a long time, Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the 5th level of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to comprehend the 5th level of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Since it was difficult to comprehend, if he was lucky enough, he might be able to obtain the 5th level of the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Now, something left behind by the Dracophant had appeared in the extraterritorial starry world. In Lin Feng's opinion, this was the opportunity for him to comprehend the 5th level of the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Roar, roar, roar. After the dragon elephant appeared, it kept roaring. Dracophant arm. Long Xiong roared and swung his right fist at the 3 terrifying creatures. The arm of the dragon elephant was displayed by the dragon elephant, displaying the endless domineering aura of this technique. As the dragon elephant punched out, the stars in the starry sky world revolved around the dragon elephant. It started to spin at an incomparably fast speed. This scene was simply too shocking. "Let's attack together," the three living beings roared. They reached an agreement. "Let's destroy this dragon elephant phantom first. After that, they would continue to fight for the treasures within the holy light." Boom, boom, boom. The great void beast, the nine-headed roc, and the giant python of starry sky surged with overwhelming aura. The three Dominator-level existences did not hold back either. They immediately executed their strongest and most terrifying attacks. The great void beast waved its huge claws at the dragon elephant phantom. The nine-headed roc's huge claws also grabbed at the dragon elephant phantom. The giant python of starry sky whipped its thick, mountain-like tail and smashed it at the dragon elephant phantom. The dragon elephant phantom fought against the three of them alone. The arm of the dragon elephant was activated and punched out 3 times consecutively. Bang! 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 The 3 punches collided with the great void beast, the nine-headed roc, and the giant python of starry sky. Instantly, earth-shattering sounds of violent collisions were heard. The 3 overlords of the starry sky were all sent flying by the dragon elephant phantom. This was just a dragon elephant phantom, but it was able to send 3 overlords of the starry sky flying. It was unbelievable. It was hard to imagine how powerful this dragon elephant phantom was when it was alive. However, this dragon elephant phantom was only a phantom after all. It wasn't the real dragon elephant phantom. Therefore, after several collisions, the fluctuations were much weaker than before. It was probably because it had used up too much energy. The dragon elephant phantom then withdrew its form. That ball of holy light chose a direction and quickly flew off. "Haha, it's flying towards me." Seeing the holy light flying towards him, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. He soared into the sky and flew towards the holy light. Then, he activated the 5 devouring black holes and the Great Devouring Technique at the same time. The Great Devouring Technique condensed the 6th devouring black hole. The 6 devouring black holes fused together and shrouded the holy light. Lin Feng was worried that he wouldn't be able to devour the holy light if he used only one method. Therefore, he used both methods. It was all for the sake of double insurance. "Despicable human ant, you're courting death. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How dare an ant like you covet the dragon elephant sacred bone? You deserve to die 1,000 times. You're dead meat. No one in this world can save an ant like you." The great void beast, the nine-headed roc, and the giant python of stars roared furiously. He was looking at Lin Feng with an endless amount of killing intent. They had no other thoughts now. They just wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng didn't care about the 3 furious cosmic overlords. He was devouring the holy light with all his might. As he was closer to the holy light, Lin Feng saw what was inside the holy light. It was a palm-sized bone. The bone was surrounded by mysterious runes. It emitted a faint holy light. It was actually a dragon elephant sacred bone. It was the most precious bone in the dragon elephant's body. It hid the dragon elephant's secret. After seeing the dragon elephant sacred bone, Lin Feng was ecstatic. The dragon elephant sacred bone was shrouded by the devouring black hole that Lin Feng had conjured. However, the dragon elephant sacred bone obviously didn't want to be devoured by Lin Feng. Therefore, a wave of destructive energy began to surge out from the dragon elephant saint bone. The wave seemed to want to destroy Lin Feng's body. At this critical moment, Lin Feng activated the immemorial dragon elephant skill. The dragon elephant sacred bone gave up struggling after sensing the immemorial dragon elephant skill's aura. Lin Feng directly devoured the dragon elephant sacred bone. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the great void beast, the nine-headed roc, and the giant python of stars attacked. The 3 of them were too terrifying. Moreover, they had lived for a very long time. Although they hadn't become great emperors, they were only a step away from becoming great emperors. Chapter 2794. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. Then, he quickly flew into the distance. The 3 of them were too powerful, and they had joined forces to deal with him. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't continue fighting with them. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't have a good ending. Lin Feng stepped on the world of 8 directions and pushed his speed to the extreme. He turned into a flash of lightning and flew into the distance. Lowly human boy, you can't escape. Stop and prepare to die. The 3 space overlords roared furiously. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng snatched the dragon elephant sacred bone right under their noses. How could the 3 space overlords accept such a thing? In their eyes, it was a great humiliation. The 3 space overlords made up their minds. No matter what, they had to catch Lin Feng and kill Lin Feng. If they didn't kill Lin Feng, it would be a shame that they would never be able to wash away in their lives. The 3 space overlords were extremely fast. The 9-headed rock's speed was even more outstanding. This was because the rock race was known for their speed. Once the rock race's speed was displayed, it was simply invincible. If it were someone else, the 9-headed rock would definitely catch up with them. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's speed was fast enough. Lin Feng quickly flew in the direction of the extraterritorial trial star. As long as he entered the space-time tunnel, he would be able to shake off the 3 space overlords. This was because if he flew 10 meters in the space-time tunnel, he would have flown a few hundred miles in the real world. The space-time tunnel was a use of space. It was enough to shake off the 3 space overlords. However, the 3 space overlords didn't know the location of the space-time coordinates. Therefore, even if they saw Lin Feng enter the space-time tunnel, if they couldn't find the space-time coordinates of the space-time tunnel, they still couldn't find the space-time tunnel. They still couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. Seeing how fast Lin Feng was, the 3 space overlords were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Lowly ant, do you only know how to run? If you are a man, stop and fight with us. If you can defeat any one of us, not only will the draconic elephant sacred bone be yours, the 3 of us will also teach you a top-notch divine ability. How about it? The void beast roared loudly. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Lin Feng replied with a sneer. The void beast's provocation had no effect on him at all. We can swear on our souls that we won't lie to you, the 3 overlords said coldly. Swearing on one's soul was indeed an extremely serious oath. But even so what? These 3 space overlords were each more terrifying than the last. It was unknown how many millions of years they had cultivated, but the power they had accumulated was unimaginable. Even if they were to fight one-on-one, Lin Feng did not have the confidence to defeat any one of them. As for those 3 powerful inheritances, Lin Feng didn't care about them. There were many powerful legacies in this world. He could look for them in the future. There was no need to put himself in danger. Moreover, Lin Feng had already obtained the draconic elephant sacred bone. There was nothing more important than refining the draconic elephant sacred bone. Save it. If you have the energy to chase after me, why don't you go back and continue cultivating? You might even be able to comprehend a move and increase your cultivation. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, Lowly ant, if you don't take the easy way out, you can wait for your death. The 3 space overlords' voices were extremely cold. Then, they began to burn their essence blood to increase their speed. In order to catch Lin Feng, the 3 space overlords were going all out. They were really going all out. Are they crazy? Seeing how crazy the 3 space overlords were, Lin Feng was shocked. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Then, he began to burn his blood essence to enhance his own strength. Lin Feng's speed increased tremendously. These 3 bastards caused me to burn so much essence blood. I'll have to go into seclusion for a while to recover. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. In the end, Lin Feng flew back to the extraterritorial training planet. At this time, the 3 space overlords still couldn't catch up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was unbelievably fast. After returning to the extraterritorial training planet, Lin Feng disappeared into the space-time tunnel. When the 3 space overlords arrived, Lin Feng was already gone. The roars of the 3 overlords shook the heavens. They destroyed the extraterritorial training planet to vent the anger in his heart. Just as Lin Feng entered the space-time tunnel to return to the Sky Marshal continent, A cultivator crossed the long route between the 9 states and the Sky Marshal continent and arrived at the Sky Marshal continent. This cultivator came alone. He came to the South Sea world. This cultivator was none other than Emperor God Wu Yuan, the great emperor of the 10,000 tribes. This time, he came to kill Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and obtain Lin Feng's inheritance, magic treasures and boundless fate energy. Emperor Wu Yuan thought. He stole everything from Lin Feng. He would inherit Lin Feng's fate energy. The things that he got from Lin Feng and the boundless fate energy were enough to support him to continue climbing in the great emperor realm. Continuous breakthrough. Continuous surpassing himself. Continuous change of fate. Continuous increase of cultivation. He had become even more powerful. If he relied on himself. Emperor God Wu Yuan felt that his limit was the Emperor God realm. If he wanted to continue breaking through, it would be extremely difficult. Only when he broke through to the Great Emperor realm did Emperor God Wu Yuan realize that the Great Emperor realm was just an ant. True change of fate. It started from the Great Emperor realm. There was a crowd of cultivators flying over from afar. These cultivators were from the 10,000 tribes, the extraterritorial races and other foreign cultivators. Greetings, Emperor God Wu Yuan. The crowd of cultivators knelt down to greet Emperor God Wu Yuan. Dispense with the formalities, Emperor God Wu Yuan said. Yes, my lord. The cultivators responded with a grunt and then stood up. Where is Lin Feng? I'm going to kill him now. Emperor God Wu Yuan said coldly. He didn't want to stay in the Sky Marshal continent. He wanted to return to the 9 prefectures because there were many opportunities waiting for him in the 9 prefectures. There were also many secret places waiting for him to explore. Besides the few places of death that couldn't be entered, what else was there in the Sky Marshal continent? Reporting to Great Emperor, Lin Feng disappeared. A boundary emperor said. Disappeared? What happened? Emperor God Wu Yuan creased his eyebrows. That guy disappeared after entering the South Region city. He might have left through a teleportation formation. However, Senior Mo Swansea didn't find him in the Sky Marshal continent. The boundary emperor said. It's very likely that he has entered the extraterritorial world. However, the 9 states macro world is in turmoil right now. He is very important to the human tribe of the 9 states. Moreover, he has just taken charge of the reincarnation celestial sect. Tens of millions of cultivators from overseas have pledged allegiance to him. There are still many things for him to deal with in the 9 states. A war is about to break out in the 9 states. Given his character, he would not leave in a hurry at this time. Perhaps he left temporarily to deal with something. Let's go to the Southern Region city and take a look. Chapter 2795. The ancient ship flew quickly in the spacetime tunnel. Lin Feng sat in the cabin and studied the mysterious dragon elephant sacred bone. The dragon elephant sacred bone was emitting a shocking energy wave. Those talismans were mysterious and enigmatic. Lin Feng could sense that those talismans contained a terrifying strength. If he didn't cultivate the Archean dragon elephant skill, he probably wouldn't have been able to obtain the dragon elephant sacred bone. Lin Feng tried to use his godly awareness to penetrate the bones. He wanted to find out more about the secrets of the bones. When his divine will entered, Lin Feng was shocked to find that there was a vast amount of energy within the dragon elephant sacred bone. The energy formed a huge ocean. In the depths of the ocean stood a huge dragon elephant. The dragon elephant stepped on the ocean and had its head above the sky. Its eyes moved slightly. It seemed to be able to destroy the entire universe. The dragon elephant race didn't originate early. There was a saying that they appeared after the immortal ancient era and another saying that they appeared during the primordial era. Between these two sayings, more people believed in the second saying. Although the dragon elephant race appeared later, their talent was too heaven-defying. It was said that the dragon elephant race's talent could be ranked in the top 3 of all races. Even the descendants of carnate lifeforms, such as those with the bloodlines of Pangu, Nua, Zhurong, etc., couldn't be compared to the dragon elephant race. No one knew where the dragon elephant race came from. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. However, there were rumors that the dragon-elephant race had been born with other carnate lifeforms since the creation of the world. However, the dragon-elephant race was too heaven-defying. Therefore, although they had been born for countless years, they couldn't be born. Until the world changed several times and the laws of heaven and earth could no longer suppress the dragon-elephant race. The first dragon-elephant was born. Originally, the dragon-elephant race's physical body surpassed that of gods, demons, true dragons, and other terrifying existences. However, the dragon-elephant race pursued the pinnacle and created the Archean dragon-elephant skill. The Archean dragon-elephant skill not only helped the dragon-elephant race to continue improving their physical body, but it also helped the dragon-elephant race to increase their magical power. Cultivation was not something that could be done at the same time. Therefore, if one's physical body was strong, one's magic power would be relatively weak. If one's magic power was strong, one's physical body would be relatively weak. He had gained a lot in a certain aspect. On the other hand, he would gain less. If all the good things happen to you, you'll be the one who gets them. It was too idealistic. This was why the Dragonesque Elephant clan was so heaven-defying. The Dragonesque Elephant clan not only had strong physical bodies, but their magic power was also extremely terrifying. Back then, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant dominated the starry sky world. Even a higher plane like the Heaven Realm did not dare to provoke the Archean Dragonesque Elephant. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant art left behind by the Archean Dragonesque Elephant was naturally coveted by countless people. And the one who created the archaic Dragonesque Elephant art was the disciple of Lin Feng's ancestor who smashed through the Undying Realm. Therefore, Lin Feng obtaining the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art seemed to have been predestined. I wonder who this dragon elephant is. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The Dragonesque Elephant clan had very few clansmen. Now, they were nowhere to be found. No one knew if their clan had been exterminated. The strongest was naturally the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. But other than the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art, the other Dragonesque elephants were also extremely heaven-defying. Can I refine the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone into my body? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Previously, he had refined an Emperor Bone and a White Tiger Saint Bone. Now, refining another Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone was naturally not something impossible. The Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone could be refined into the arm. Because the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone contained extremely terrifying power, it perfectly complemented Lin Feng's Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. Once the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone was refined into the arm. When the time came, he would activate it. The power of the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone would surge into the Dragonesque Elephant arm. How terrifying would the battle power be? 5 times the Dragonesque Elephant arm and the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone's power. Just thinking about the power of this punch, Lin Feng felt extremely excited. Refining it into the right arm is the most suitable. Lin Feng thought for a while and decided to refine the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone into his right arm. Although he could also refine the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone into his left arm, Lin Feng wasn't a left-handed cultivator. His right arm was the arm that he used most of his strength on. Therefore, refining the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone into his right arm was the most suitable. Lin Feng cut open his right arm. Then, he inserted the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone into the gap between the bones of his right arm. Next, he circulated the immortal body to heal the wound on his arm. Then, Lin Feng started to circulate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. Originally, the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone rejected Lin Feng's body. But after circulating the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art, the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone developed a feeling of extreme dependence on Lin Feng's body. Gradually, the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone began to fuse with Lin Feng's bones. As the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone fused with his bones, Lin Feng felt waves of scorching energy being emitted from his arm. Lin Feng felt that he didn't even need to circulate the Dragonesque Elephant arm. Just a casual wave of his right fist could easily destroy a planet. As the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone gradually fused with Lin Feng's bones, the energy within the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone could be mobilized and used by Lin Feng anytime. It took about a day's time. The dragon-esque elephant Saint Bone finally fused completely with Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng felt as if his arm had become the arm of a dragon-esque elephant. That kind of explosive feeling of power. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Now, even he himself didn't know how powerful the destructive power of this punch would be. Archean dragon-esque elephant, immortal throughout the ages. Even if the heavens and earth are destroyed, the dragon-esque elephant will not perish. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When he heard the voice, Lin Feng was shocked. Then, a mysterious chant appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's divine thought entered the chant and his face was instantly filled with joy. The chant was actually the 5th stage of the Archean dragon-esque elephant skill. After Emperor God Wu Yuan and the others arrived at South Region City, they waited at the teleportation square. Time passed by day. Finally, on this day, there was a violent movement that swept across the universe. The only teleportation formation that led to the extraterritorial region shook vigorously. I'm back. Emperor God Wu Yuan's eyes suddenly shot out a chilling gaze. His body swayed and he appeared beside the teleportation formation. Emperor God Wu Yuan wouldn't kill Lin Feng directly. Instead, he wanted to capture Lin Feng alive because he wasn't sure if there was a seal in Lin Feng's mind. If there was a seal, he wouldn't be able to search Lin Feng's soul even if he killed him. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan wouldn't be able to get the secrets and divine powers on Lin Feng. If he captured Lin Feng alive, he could slowly force out all his secrets and divine powers. Buzz! There was a flash of light and Lin Feng flew out from the space-time tunnel and appeared in the teleportation formation. Kid, be suppressed by me. Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously and a terrifying aura spread out. He opened his hand and moved towards Lin Feng, trying to oppress him. Lin Feng also saw Emperor God Wu Yuan. When he felt the aura from Emperor God Wu Yuan's body, his face changed abruptly. It was actually a great emperor. A great emperor was waiting for him outside. Chapter 2796. When a great emperor appeared, it was really terrifying. The attack of a great emperor made one feel hopeless. Even the weakest great emperor wasn't someone Lin Feng could fight against. However, Lin Feng was never someone who gave up hope. Plus, Emperor God Wu Yuan was so close to Lin Feng and he wanted to suppress Lin Feng. He didn't want to kill Lin Feng. That gave Lin Feng an opportunity. 5 times arm of dragon elephant. Saint Bone of dragon elephant. Overlay of domineering aura. Lin Feng was multitasking and he gave full play to his fighting power. The 3 overlay of domineering aura formed a magnetic field and the strong magnetic field affected Emperor God Wu Yuan. For an expert like Emperor God Wu Yuan, his fighting power was too overpowered. Hence, Lin Feng couldn't use his domineering aura to suppress Emperor God Wu Yuan. However, his domineering aura could still weaken part of Emperor God Wu Yuan's fighting power. 5 times arm of dragon elephant was already strong enough. Plus, Lin Feng had activated the boundless power in Saint Bone of dragon elephant. The boundless power shook the void and it was so strong that it was shocking. Plus, arm of dragon elephant and Saint Bone of dragon elephant formed a mysterious resonance. The resonance could greatly increase Lin Feng's fighting power. Lin Feng swung his right fist and hit Emperor God Wu Yuan. Does this kid think he can block Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack? He's overestimating himself. Let's wait and see how this kid dies. The surrounding people laughed coldly and they looked at Lin Feng coldly. From their point of view, Lin Feng was hitting a rock with an egg and overestimating himself. Emperor God Wu Yuan looked at him in disdain. He was a great emperor-level existence. How could he not suppress Lin Feng, a mere giant god realm cultivator? Although Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't want to kill Lin Feng immediately, teaching Lin Feng a lesson wouldn't affect the overall situation. As long as he didn't kill Lin Feng, it would be fine. With that thought in mind, Emperor God Wu Yuan's palm power that was pressing down became stronger. Bam! In the next moment, a dull collision sound was heard. Everyone saw that Lin Feng and Emperor God Wu Yuan had collided. Tap, 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 tap. Lin Feng retreated continuously while Emperor God Wu Yuan was sent flying a few hundred meters away by Lin Feng's punch. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Emperor God Wu Yuan was such a strong existence. He was actually sent flying with a single punch. The person who sent Emperor God Wu Yuan flying with a punch was a great emperor-level expert. However, the crucial problem was that the cultivator who had killed Emperor God Wu Yuan with one punch was only a young human cultivator. No matter how imaginative a person was, they wouldn't dare to imagine what had just happened. Swoosh, after sending Emperor God Wu Yuan flying with one punch, Lin Feng took out a void shift talisman. It was a talisman that he had carved himself. It could instantly shift a distance of 300 miles. Such a jade talisman was extremely precious. The main reason was that the materials used to carve the jade talisman were hard to find. Lin Feng crushed the void shift talisman and instantly teleported out. Although he had sent Emperor God Wu Yuan flying with one punch earlier, Lin Feng knew. It was because Emperor God Wu Yuan had been careless. On top of that, the fight earlier was a collision of physical bodies. It wasn't a collision of divine powers. Lin Feng activated Dragon Elephant Arm and Dragon Elephant Saint Bone 5 times, but it still didn't cause much damage to Emperor God Wu Yuan. Looking at the scene, Lin Feng knew that it was absolutely impossible to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. Plus, once Emperor God Wu Yuan activated his divine powers to deal with him, by then, he wouldn't have any power to fight back. No matter how weak a great emperor was, he was still a great emperor. The fighting power of a great emperor was unimaginable. Although Emperor God Wu Yuan was only in the first heaven of Emperor God realm, it was enough to suppress any cultivator who wasn't an emperor god. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't continue to fight with Emperor God Wu Yuan. If he did, he would only die. It was best to leave then. So, he crushed a void shift talisman. Then, he quickly left the place. D**mnet, D**mnet, D**mnet. I want to tear you into pieces. Emperor God Wu Yuan roared in exasperation. He couldn't accept what had just happened. He was a great emperor-level existence. He was actually sent flying a few hundred meters away by Lin Feng, a giant god realm cultivator. If the matter were to spread out, he would simply become a laughing stock. In the circle of great emperors, he would lose all his reputation. Even if the matter wasn't spread out, Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't take it. He felt endless humiliation and anger. Emperor God Wu Yuan was filled with murderous intent. He couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Go and die. Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously and looked at the surrounding cultivators from the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign powerhouses. What happened today definitely couldn't be spread out. So, Emperor God Wu Yuan wanted to kill those people. He waved his hand and there was a surge of demon light. The tumbling demon light swallowed everyone. Great Emperor, please spare our lives. We will keep this a secret. Great Emperor, please spare our lives. We will definitely keep this a secret. The cultivators from the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign powerhouses begged in fear. They hoped that Emperor God Wu Yuan would spare their lives. Only dead people can keep secret. Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed coldly. The terrifying demon light swallowed everyone instantly. Bang bang bang, the sound of bodies exploding could be heard. Very soon, everyone was killed. After Emperor God Wu Yuan killed the cultivators, he shuttled through the void and chased after Lin Feng quickly. Lin Feng appeared 300 miles away and he quickly plunged into the distance. But in no time, Emperor God Wu Yuan tore through the void and chased after him. He laughed coldly, "Little bastard, you won't be able to escape. No one in this world can save you." When Lin Feng saw that godly Emperor Wu Yuan was chasing him, he pulled a long face. He was in trouble. A great emperor was chasing him. Escaping was going to be extremely difficult. Lin Feng took out another void shift talisman. Lin Feng teleported out again. But very soon, Emperor God Wu Yuan chased after him again. An emperor god level existence could travel through space-time. So, it was extremely difficult for Lin Feng to escape from Emperor God Wu Yuan's chase with space-time shift talisman. After a dozen times, Lin Feng still couldn't escape from Emperor God Wu Yuan's chase. His expression grew more and more unsightly. Kid, how many space-time shift talismans do you have? When all of them are used up, it will be your time to die. Have you thought about how you want to die? Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously. From his point of view, Lin Feng was just struggling before he died. Chapter 2797. Lin Feng replied with a cold smile, "Don't be happy too early. We don't know who will emerge victorious yet. Let's wait and see." Emperor God Wu Yuan instantly revealed a look of disdain. He sneered, "Do you think you can fight evenly with me? What a joke. An ant-like existence. Where did you get the confidence to say such words in front of me? You keep saying that others are ants, but who do you think you are? When I was in Giant God Realm, I could send you flying. If I were in the same realm as you, I could pinch you to death with a finger." Lin Feng replied loudly. In terms of eloquence, Lin Feng was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Compared to Lin Feng, Emperor God Wu Yuan was much weaker in terms of eloquence. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Emperor God Wu Yuan flew into a rage. Don't hit someone's face when you hit someone. Don't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold someone. Previously, he had been sent flying by Lin Feng with one punch. That was a great humiliation to Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan wished that it hadn't happened. He wished that he could forget about it. He tried his best not to think about it, but then, Lin Feng had exposed it. How could Emperor God Wu Yuan not hate him? Little bastard, although you are jumping around happily now, I would like to see if you are still jumping around happily after I catch you. Emperor God Wu Yuan looked at Lin Feng coldly. Boom, there was a terrifying fluctuation that spread out. Emperor God Wu Yuan increased his speed and wanted to catch up with Lin Feng. Why? Did I poke your sore spot? Lin Feng continued to mock him. Emperor God Wu Yuan clenched his teeth in anger. He didn't talk to Lin Feng anymore but continued to increase his speed to chase after Lin Feng. Because he realized that if he continued to bicker with Lin Feng, he was the one who was infuriated. Swoosh. Lin Feng took out the Void Shift Talisman. Light flashed. He once again disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng appeared again, he was already 300 miles away. One chi into 3 pure ones. Then, Lin Feng used the 1 chi into 3 pure ones. He split into 3. The 3 figures of Lin Feng were vivid and lifelike. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. Next, the 3 Lin Feng doppelgangers quickly flew off in 3 different directions. Each of the Lin Feng doppelgangers was holding a void transference talisman. The 3 Lin Fengs waited for Emperor God Wu Yuan to arrive. Then, they instantly crushed the Void Shift Talisman. When Emperor God Wu Yuan saw the 3 Lin Feng, he would definitely be mesmerized. Little bastard, where do you think you're going? Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously and he stepped out of the void. Meanwhile, the 3 Lin Fengs simultaneously crushed the Void Transference Talisman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, the light flickered. The 3 Lin Fengs teleported out at the same time. 3. Emperor God Wu Yuan's face grew grave. If there was more time, Emperor God Wu Yuan might be able to tell which one of the 3 Lin Feng's doppelgangers was the real one. However, he had just chased over when the 3 Lin Feng's doppelgangers had already traveled through the void and left. Emperor God Wu Yuan only saw the back view of the 3 Lin Feng's doppelgangers. He didn't even have time to check which one of the 3 Lin Feng's doppelgangers was the real Lin Feng. D***MN. Emperor God Wu Yuan's face grew grave and he let out 2 breaths of air. The 2 breaths of air turned into 2 doppelgangers and they chased after the 2 Lin Feng's doppelgangers. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelgangers chased after one of the Lin Feng's doppelgangers. A great emperor could create doppelgangers by blowing air. It was a terrifying power that only great emperors could master. Plus, the doppelgangers that were created were extremely powerful. Emperor God Wu Yuan was very confident in his doppelgangers. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem for his doppelgangers to hold back Lin Feng's doppelgangers. As long as he could hold back Lin Feng, he could hurry over and seal the universe. By then, even if Lin Feng had Void Shift Talisman, he wouldn't be able to use it. By then, Lin Feng would be like a turtle in a jar. After Lin Feng transformed into San Qing with one breath, his doppelgangers continued to crush Void Shift Talisman to return to South Region City. South Region City was the closest ancient city to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew how terrifying a great emperor was. To escape from the hands of a great emperor was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Then, it was either he or Emperor God Wu Yuan who would die. Since that was the case, he might as well take a risk. Lin Feng planned to take the teleportation formation from South Region City to return to Desolate Region. South Region City had a teleportation formation that was connected to North Desolate City. In Fallen God Cliff, danger lurked everywhere. However, Lin Feng felt that he was related to the Divine Demon. If he were to find the Divine Demon, he might be able to borrow the power of the Divine Demon to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. That was the only way that Lin Feng could think of to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. Lin Feng returned to South Region City quickly and started to activate the teleportation formation in South Region City. The teleportation formation gave out a violent fluctuation and it was gradually recovering. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan came over quickly. When Lin Feng saw Emperor God Wu Yuan, he couldn't help but change his expression. However, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief very quickly. The one that came after him wasn't the original body of Emperor God Wu Yuan but a doppelganger. It was the figure that Emperor God Wu Yuan had spat out. Be ****, you won't be able to escape. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger laughed maliciously and pounced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew that he couldn't continue fighting because Emperor God Wu Yuan might be rushing over. He had to get rid of the doppelganger quickly. Hence, when Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger rushed over, Lin Feng took out his Demon Emperor's small world straight away. Then, he controlled Demon Emperor's small world with all his might to suppress Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. There was a loud rumble and Demon Emperor's small world descended from the sky and suppressed Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Bang bang bang, Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger attacked as fast as lightning. He threw punch after punch at Demon Emperor's small world. Although it was formed by a breath, it was extremely terrifying. If that were to go on, it would be disadvantageous to Lin Feng. Just then, a demonic figure appeared behind Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger silently. The figure was none other than Demon Lord. After Demon Lord appeared, he threw a punch at Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger was fighting with Lin Feng. Demon Lord's concealment skills were too powerful. Hence, after Demon Lord hid behind Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger, Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger didn't notice Demon Lord. Demon Lord threw a punch at Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger sensed Demon Lord behind him. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger turned around and threw a punch at Demon Lord. The moment he clashed with Demon Lord, 5 Dragon Wheel tore the void and came next to Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Then, it crushed the head of Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Lin Feng and Demon Lord cooperated seamlessly and they killed Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger quickly. Hurry up and leave, Lin Feng said. He quickly kept 5 Dragon Wheel and Demon Emperor's small world. Chapter 2798. Lin Feng walked out of the teleportation plaza of North Desolated City quickly. Then, he did not stay in North Desolated City. He flew far away quickly. Soon, he left North Desolated City. After leaving North Desolated City, Lin Feng flew towards the direction of God Falling Cliff. Lin Feng did not expect to come to God Falling Cliff twice in such a short period of time. A terrifying aura could be felt everywhere in this place. Previously, the ancient demon soldiers had shown their prowess and killed many cultivators. Of course, those cultivators were from the 10,000 tribes, extraterrestrial tribes, and other forces. They were not worthy of Lin Feng's pity. When Lin Feng arrived at the outer region of God Falling Cliff, a terrifying aura filled the area. The void split open. Emperor God Wu Yuan chased after him. Emperor God Wu Yuan's eyes were glowing coldly as he looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with boundless murderous intent. He laughed coldly. What are you planning to do by luring me to God Falling Cliff? When Emperor God Wu Yuan came to Zhozhou from Heavenly Sage Great World, he first came to Sky Martial Continent and then went to Zhozhou from Sky Martial Continent. Hence, Emperor God Wu Yuan had come to God Falling Cliff before. Back then, he and a few other great emperors had come to God Falling Cliff and looked at it from afar. They had even planned to explore God Falling Cliff. Although God Falling Cliff was a land of death in Sky Martial Continent and it was rumored to be extremely dangerous, the few great emperors were all powerful. Plus, they had teamed up to explore God Falling Cliff. They were fearless. However, before entering God Falling Cliff, they gave up. Hence, the few great emperors had a vague feeling of uneasiness. The few great emperors were cautious and they did not take the risk to enter God Falling Cliff. After leaving God Falling Cliff, Emperor God Wu Yuan and the rest went to a few other lands of death. Every time they went to a land of death, it would be extremely dangerous. Then, Lin Feng had come to God Falling Cliff. Emperor God Wu Yuan naturally wouldn't think that Lin Feng had come to the place by accident. It was obvious that Lin Feng had purposely lured him there. If you want to know why I lured you here, follow me into God Falling Cliff. Lin Feng took out the mysterious iron box and carried it on his back. The mysterious iron box could intimidate the terrifying creatures in the land of death. This was very important to Lin Feng, because the strength of the creatures in the land of death was too terrifying. With his current cultivation level, he might also encounter a calamity if he were to enter. With the mysterious iron box to intimidate those creatures, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Seeing Lin Feng enter God Falling Cliff, Emperor God Wu Yuan's expression grew extremely gloomy. He was also a little hesitant, not knowing if he should go in and capture Lin Feng. Lin Feng had probably lured him here to scheme against him. If he entered, he might be plotted against. But if he didn't enter, he wouldn't be able to catch Lin Feng. What are you afraid of? This emperor is a God Emperor realm expert. Don't tell me a mere giant god cultivator is plotting against me. Very soon, Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed coldly. He was a great emperor and he was naturally confident. Emperor God Wu Yuan stepped into God Falling Cliff and chased after Lin Feng quickly. Senior, where are you? Lin Feng called for the demon god in God Falling Cliff. But what made Lin Feng depressed was, the demon god didn't appear at all. Just then, Emperor God Wu Yuan chased after him. Senior, could it be that you know some creatures in God Falling Cliff? But from the looks of it, that creature doesn't intend to help you. But then again, who would offend a great emperor for an unrelated person? Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed coldly as he looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were glowing with cold light. Hong. When godly Emperor Wu Yuan finished talking, he raised his right hand and moved towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm emitted a wave that could destroy the heavens and the earth. An energy palm was formed and it was as heavy as Mount Tai. It covered Lin Feng. The attack was really terrifying. Lin Feng felt an extreme danger. He wanted to use heaven patching skill to travel out, but he realized that the surrounding void was sealed by Emperor God Wu Yuan's palm. Hence, Lin Feng's heaven patching skill couldn't be used. T. Lin Feng's face changed. Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was really strong and he felt a dangerous aura. If he wasn't careful, he might die in the hands of Emperor God Wu Yuan. How could a great emperor's attack be insignificant? Just as Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was about to hit Lin Feng quickly adjusted the prohibition around him to block Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack. That was one of Lin Feng's scariest moves. Lin Feng wasn't just talented but also powerful. He was also the successor of Heaven Master's lineage. This lineage, their control of formation was unparalleled. No one could compete with this lineage in terms of formation attainments. Lin Feng's control of formation had reached an extremely high level. Lin Feng could control some of the prohibition in Death Impasse. In the void, the prohibition was densely packed and it blocked Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack. Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was greatly weakened by the prohibition and its power was greatly reduced. However, the prohibition wasn't able to block Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack completely. In the end, the palm hit Lin Feng and sent Lin Feng flying. However, Lin Feng wasn't injured as badly as he had imagined. Lin Feng's expression grew extremely gloomy. He quickly got up from the ground and charged deep inside. Emperor God Wu Yuan was too scary. Both of them weren't on the same level. Hence, Lin Feng didn't plan to fight to the death with Emperor God Wu Yuan. Although the divine demon didn't appear, Lin Feng thought of another idea. However, that method was simply too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might die. However, Lin Feng didn't have any other ideas. That was the only idea he could think of. Lin Feng quickly ran towards the cave where the ancient demon soldier was suppressed. Although the ancient demon soldier was suppressed, it was still extremely powerful and terrifying. If he lured Emperor God Wu Yuan into the cave where the ancient demon soldier was suppressed, the ancient demon soldier definitely wouldn't let Emperor God Wu Yuan off. The ancient demon soldier longed to swallow a powerful bloodline. The bloodline of a great emperor naturally made the ancient demon soldier extremely excited. Of course, the ancient demon soldier wouldn't let Lin Feng off. Lin Feng's ancestor, heaven-swallowing demon emperor, suppressed the ancient demon soldier. The ancient demon soldier hated the house and its crow. It even hated Lin Feng. Lin Feng wouldn't wait for death. He planned to fight to the death and think of a way to escape when the ancient demon soldier killed Emperor God Wu Yuan. Be ***, you're too weak. In front of me, you're just an ant. How did that palm feel? Chapter 2799. Lin Feng smirked coldly and ignored Emperor God Wu Yuan. This guy would cry later. Then, there was no need to provoke Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan would follow him all the way. As Lin Feng plunged into the depths, he activated the prohibition in the land of death to deal with Emperor God Wu Yuan so that Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't catch up with him. Emperor God Wu Yuan had to deal with the formation that Lin Feng had activated. As for Lin Feng, he disappeared into the mountain range in front of him. After Emperor God Wu Yuan broke the prohibition, he chased after him and smirked coldly. Do you think you can just hide? Trying to hide from the detection of a great emperor is simply daydreaming. Emperor God Wu Yuan entered the depths of the mountain range and looked at a cave. That cave was the one that suppressed the ancient demon weapon, demon saber-blood. After arriving at that place, Emperor God Wu Yuan entered the cave without hesitation. Because Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't sense the aura of demon saber-blood. Demon saber-blood was very cunning. When demon saber-blood sensed Emperor God Wu Yuan's arrival, it hid its aura completely. Lin Feng couldn't hide from Emperor God Wu Yuan's detection even if he hid his aura. But demon saber-blood could. Because demon saber-blood was too strong. It was an ancient demon weapon. Such an ancient demon weapon, any one of them had unimaginable fighting power. Even if it was suppressed, its fighting power was still unbelievably strong. Hence, demon saber-blood was able to hide from Emperor God Wu Yuan's detection. Plus, demon saber-blood guessed why Lin Feng lured Emperor God Wu Yuan over. Demon saber-blood was smirking coldly. Want to kill with a borrowed knife? By then, I will kill both of you. Little bastard, I know that you are hiding in this place. Hurry up and come out. Don't hide anymore. No matter where you hide, you won't be able to escape. Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously and looked at the depths of the cave with his cold eyes. However, there was only his echo in the cave and Lin Feng's voice wasn't heard at all. Lin Feng did not reply to Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't help but laugh coldly. Little bastard, today is the day you die. Very soon, I will be able to catch you. But don't worry, before I kill you, I will definitely torture you. If I don't torture you properly, I won't be able to get rid of my hatred. Emperor God Wu Yuan increased his speed. A huge mountainside appeared in front of them. Emperor God Wu Yuan entered the mountainside. As soon as he entered the belly of the mountain, he saw Lin Feng standing there. Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't help but be confused. He didn't know why Lin Feng was standing in the middle of the mountain boldly instead of hiding. You're here. Lin Feng looked at Emperor God Wu Yuan and his expression grew gloomy. He had no choice but to lure Emperor God Wu Yuan here. Now that Lin Feng knew that the demonic bloodblade had locked onto him, he didn't dare to act rashly. What the hell are you doing? Emperor God Wu Yuan also felt that something was amiss. He looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression and there was a chilly light in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, kid, not bad, not bad. You have lured a great emperor here. Now, I can't even bear to kill you. Loud laughter could be heard from the depth of the mountainside. The void split open. The demonic blood blade flew out. The demonic blood blade had hidden itself previously and it only appeared then. Ancient weapon. After seeing the demonic blood blade, Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was obvious that Emperor God Wu Yuan was knowledgeable and he recognized that the demonic blood blade was an extremely rare ancient weapon. Emperor God Wu Yuan's eyes instantly revealed boundless greed. The ancient weapon, demonic blood blade, didn't scare Emperor God Wu Yuan. Instead, it aroused Emperor God Wu Yuan's greed. An ancient weapon. If he could get it, how much would his fighting power increase? By then, even if it were a great emperor who was 1 or 2 realms higher than him, he would be able to kill him easily. Thinking of that, Emperor God Wu Yuan shivered in excitement. At that very moment, Emperor God Wu Yuan was immersed in a wonderful fantasy and couldn't extricate himself. Looking at Emperor God Wu Yuan's expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Emperor God Wu Yuan was greedy for the demonic bloodblade and the demonic bloodblade was filled with murderous intent towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Lin Feng hoped that the two of them would fight as fiercely as possible. It would be best if both of them were severely injured and both of them died there in the end. Although you are the weakest great emperor, you are still a great emperor. To me, the bloodline of a great emperor is still very useful. A cold voice could be heard from the demonic bloodblade. There was a terrifying fluctuation that surged out from the demonic bloodblade. It was obvious that the demonic bloodblade was preparing a strong attack. You are just an ancient weapon that is suppressed. How much of your power can you unleash? How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know your limits. Emperor God Wu Yuan's expression was extremely cold. He was an extremely arrogant person and he hated it when people looked down on him. Then, he was looked down upon by the demonic bloodblade and Emperor God Wu Yuan was naturally furious. Emperor God Wu Yuan waved his hand and a star sword appeared. The star's sword emitted waves of destructive power. It was actually an emperor weapon and it could possibly be an emperor weapon that Emperor God Wu Yuan had forged. How dare you be so presumptuous towards me? You are simply courting death. As you wish to die, I shall fulfill your wish. There was a cold laugh from the demonic bloodblade. Vroom. Then, the demonic bloodblade shook the void. Then, it slashed towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Facing the attack of the demonic bloodblade, Emperor God Wu Yuan was indifferent. He held the star sword and slashed at the demonic bloodblade. Clang. The demonic bloodblade and the emperor weapon, star sword, clashed and there was a clanging sound. The strong fluctuation tore the void apart. Both of them couldn't determine the winner. However, the demonic bloodblade and Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't stop. Both of them were preparing a stronger attack to attack each other. Looking at the two of them fighting, Lin Feng's eyes brightened up. If I don't leave now, when should I? Then, it was the best chance to leave. Swoosh! Lin Feng stepped on the 8 corners world and increased his speed to the fastest. He turned into a bolt of lightning and wanted to dash out of the mountainside. Then, the formation patterns intertwined. They blocked the exit. Lin Feng hit the formation patterns and bounced back. There was a sinister laugh from the demonic bloodblade. Today, both of you won't be able to escape. Both of you will die here. Boom! Then, the demonic bloodblade gave off a boundless terrifying aura. Then, the scene in front of him changed. Lin Feng realized that he was in a forest. His expression changed drastically. It was a small world formed by the demonic bloodblade. Then, he was swallowed by the small world formed by the demonic bloodblade. Things were probably going to be bad. Previously, he was lucky enough to escape death when the divine demon took action. This time, it was hard for him to escape. Chapter 2800. Emperor God Wu Yuan and Lin Feng were both swallowed. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan's situation was worse than Lin Feng's because Emperor God Wu Yuan was attacked by demon saber blood crazily. in the small world that Demon Saberblood created. The original body of Demon Saberblood appeared in the small world. There were chains intertwined in the void. They were the rules of order of heaven and earth in the small world that Demon Saberblood created. The chains were moving towards Emperor God Wu Yuan to entangle him. They wanted to bind Emperor God Wu Yuan. If Emperor God Wu Yuan were to be entangled by the chains of order, he would only end up dead. Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't expect Demon Saberblood to be so hard to deal with. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan's face grew extremely gloomy. If he wasn't swallowed into the small world, Emperor God Wu Yuan believed that with Demon Saberblood, he would be able to fight evenly with Demon Saberblood. But then, it was too difficult to fight against Demon Saberblood. Emperor God Wu Yuan's face was as ugly as it could get. Clang! Emperor God Wu Yuan held Star Sword and sent Demon Saberblood flying. He became one with his sword. He broke the rules of order that wrapped around him. Then, he wanted to break the realm crystal wall of the small world to escape. Emperor God Wu Yuan lived up to his name as a great emperor. He found the location of the realm crystal wall in an instant. Then, he swung his sword at the realm crystal wall fiercely. Clang! The sword strike struck the realm crystal wall with a resounding clang. It was as if the sword strike had struck a metal wall. The realm crystal wall was strong and it was integrated with the power of world. It wasn't something that could be broken easily. You are only an emperor god. How can you break the realm crystal wall that is made of ancient weapons? You are simply indulging in fantasy. Demon Saberblood appeared and attacked Emperor God Wu Yuan. Saber slashes heaven and earth. There was a cold voice from Demon Saberblood. Then, Demon Saberblood slashed at Emperor God Wu Yuan. When the saber slashed out, something terrible happened. In the void, there were densely packed saber lights. The endless saber lights turned the entire area into a world of saber lights. Facing such a violent attack from Demon Saberblood, Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't dare to be careless. Emperor God Wu Yuan activated the Emperor Weapon Star Sword with all his might. At that moment, it was as if he had become one with the Stellar Sword. One sword to break all laws. Emperor God Wu Yuan's voice was cold as he swung his sword. The densely packed saber lights broke into pieces straight away. Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was unusually fierce and it could be described as shocking. At that moment, Demon Saberblood dashed towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Very soon, it arrived beside Emperor God Wu Yuan. The terrifying saber vibrated with boundless murderous intention as it slashed towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan quickly waved his star's sword to block the attack. Clang! Sword and saber collided. Sparks flew everywhere. The demonic blood saber and the star's sword clashed again. Something creepy happened. The devil's blood dissipating blade had actually left a 3-centimeter-long gash on the star's sword's blade. The Starlight Sword was an imperial armament, a powerful weapon. It actually couldn't block the attack of the demonic blood saber. An ancient weapon was an ancient weapon after all. It was simply too terrifying. At the same time, in the void, the densely packed rules of order of heaven and earth entangled Emperor God Wu Yuan again. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan was held back by the demonic blood saber. Hence, he couldn't get rid of it. His body was entangled by the rules of order. No. Emperor God Wu Yuan let out a terrified cry. Poof! The next moment, Emperor God Wu Yuan's head was chopped off by the demonic blood saber. Emperor God Wu Yuan died. Hey! Sinister laughter could be heard from the demonic blood saber. The demonic blood saber swallowed Emperor God Wu Yuan's blood, flesh and spirit straight away and disappeared instantly. In another direction. In front of the world crystal wall, Lin Feng was controlling the Demon Emperor's small world to continuously hit the small world that was created by the ancient demon weapon demonic blood saber. Although they were both small worlds, it was obvious that the small world created by the demonic blood saber was much stronger than Lin Feng's small world. Rumble rumble rumble, the shifter Theacher's small world slammed into the realm crystal wall again and again, creating earth-shattering booms. However, there were many hits. They couldn't break the realm crystal wall of the small world created by the demonic blood saber. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. The demonic blood saber appeared. The demonic blood saber transformed into a black-robed cultivator, and he looked exactly the same as the first time Lin Feng had seen him. It was the weapon spirit of the demonic blood saber. However, the weapon spirit seemed to have merged perfectly with the saber body. Hence, it was unusually scary. Kid, stop struggling. That guy is already dead. I have to thank you for luring a great emperor here for me to swallow. Originally, I wanted to torture you ruthlessly and kill you after I'm done. However, I've changed my mind now. In order to thank you for luring a great emperor here, I've decided to give you a quick death. The black-robed cultivator said coldly. Lin Feng said fiercely, D***MN. I'm a descendant of the sovereign emperor clan. If I die, you won't have an easy time either. The black-robed cultivator sneered. I'll be free soon. Once I'm free, what's the use of the cultivator behind you, no matter how powerful he is? If I want to hide from the person behind you, the person behind you won't be able to find me. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed cultivator transformed into the demonic blood saber again. Swoosh. There was a flash of cold light. The demonic blood saber slashed at the demon emperor's small world. There was a spluttering sound. The demonic blood saber tore the demon emperor's small world apart. Then, it slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was locked down by the demonic blood saber and faced with this terrifying attack. Lin Feng was shocked to discover that this attack had sealed the void and he couldn't dodge it. Meanwhile, in the depths of the fallen god cliff, a sleeping existence opened its eyes. Lord Sovereign, you're awake. The terrifying beings guarding the fallen god cliff all knelt on the ground and bowed to this awakened existence. This awakened existence was a little girl. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this little girl. This little girl was none other than Li Mingxi. Back then, Lin Feng brought Li Mingxi out of the fallen god cliff, but he didn't know her true identity. This little girl was the sovereign of the land of death. Because of the primordial contract, she couldn't leave the land of death for the time being. Swoosh. Li Mingxi disappeared from the fallen god cliff. In the demon emperor's small world, the demonic blood saber was about to cut Lin Feng in half. Suddenly, a small white hand reached out from the void and grabbed the demonic blood saber. Li Mingxi. Chapter 2801. Who dares to stop me? A furious roar came from the fiend blood saber. Someone had actually grabbed the saber's hilt, preventing it from killing Lin Feng. The fiend blood saber was furious. It's me. Li Mingxi stepped out of the void. Her cold voice suddenly resounded. She was shrouded in a cloud of chaotic fog. Lin Feng couldn't see her appearance. He didn't know who had intervened. But when Lin Feng heard that voice, it sounded very young. It was most likely a little girl. In the past, Li Mingxi was very obedient when she was with Lin Feng. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. Now that Li Mingxi's voice had become cold, Lin Feng didn't recognize her voice. Of course, Lin Feng didn't think of Li Mingxi either. In his memory, Li Mingxi was a cute little girl who was adorable. However, this mysterious little girl shrouded in chaotic fog was very powerful. Lin Feng naturally couldn't imagine Li Mingxi as this little girl. The fiend blood saber also recognized the little girl's identity. A grave voice came from the fiend blood saber. We've minded our own business. Why are you stopping me? The fiend blood saber knew how terrifying this little girl was, but it had its own dignity. If it hadn't been suppressed, the fiend blood saber wouldn't have been afraid of this little girl. This is my territory. I can do whatever I want. Do I need to explain myself to you? The little girl's voice was cold. She was extremely domineering. You win, the fiend blood saber said through gritted teeth. Being forced by the little girl like this made it lose all its face, and it was extremely depressed. However, the fiend blood saber had no way of resisting this little girl. If he really angered this little girl, he didn't know what she would do. I'll leave this kid to you. Why aren't you letting me go? The fiend blood saber said in a deep voice. Anyone who sees the great emperor's essence will have a share. You can take half of it. Li Mingxi said. Take half of it. You're delusional. Worst comes to worst, we'll just fight. We ancient weapons are not necessarily afraid of your race, the demonic bloodsaber said coldly. Really? Do you think I can't destroy you? Li Mingshi's voice was icy cold as countless runes appeared on her palm. What a powerful little girl. Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. This mysterious little girl was clearly threatening the demonic bloodsaber. But this little girl's strength was indeed too strong. She did have the strength to threaten the demonic bloodsaber. Fine, fine, fine. Now that I'm sealed, I can't use my combat strength. I'll tolerate you today. However, it's impossible for you to get 50% of the Great Sovereign's source without putting in any effort. Isn't that a fool's dream? I'll give you 10% at most. The demonic bloodsaber said coldly. Naturally, it knew that since Li Mingshi had proposed 50% of the Great Emperor's origins, she had left some room for negotiation. Too little. Li Mingshi said coldly. 20%. That's the most I can agree to, Demon Saber said. 30%. Li Mingshi said. The demonic bloodsaber did not speak for a long time. It was probably furious. In the end, it gritted its teeth and said, fine, 30% it shall be. Swoosh. In the next moment, a ball of energy flew out of the demonic bloodsaber with 30% of the Great Emperor's origins. Previously, after the demonic bloodsaber had devoured Emperor God Wu Yuan's Great Emperor's origins, it did not refine it but used it to deal with Lin Feng. It wanted to kill Lin Feng first and devour Lin Feng's origins before refining them together. But who would have thought that there would be such an unforeseen event? The demonic bloodsaber was depressed. If it had known, it would have refined the Great Emperor's origins before dealing with Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was trapped in the demonic bloodsaber and could not escape. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Li Mingshi let go of the demonic bloodsaber. The demonic bloodsaber quickly flew out of the demonic bloodsaber. As for Lin Feng, he kept the demonic bloodsaber. Li Mingshi took Lin Feng and the two of them left the demonic bloodsaber's small world. D***MNit. Why did she suddenly wake up? She seemed to have taken action because of that little kid. Logically speaking, that little kid should not have any interaction with her. Could it be that that little kid's ancestor had some interaction with her? I don't dare. That's not right either. After Li Mingshi and Lin Feng left, the demonic bloodsaber muttered in confusion. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and Li Mingshi appeared outside. Thank you for saving me. Lin Feng cupped his fists. He wanted to thank Senior for saving him, but the voice of the person in front of him seemed to be a little girl. It was not appropriate for him to call her Senior. But it did not seem right to thank her for saving him. So, he did not address the mysterious little girl. It was just a simple thank you. Li Mingshi did not show herself. With a flick of her finger, the demonic bloodsaber flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect the little girl to give him the demonic bloodsaber's origin. Who was this little girl? Why did she save him? And she even gave him the demonic bloodsaber's origin. Lin Feng was extremely confused. Swish, Li Mingshi waved her right hand and Lin Feng disappeared. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared outside the Godfallen Cliff. Lin Feng stood outside the Godfallen Cliff and looked at it. What happened today was too shocking for him. Lin Feng was even more confused about the little girl's identity. But since the little girl did not want to show herself, it was obvious that she did not want to tell him. Is she a living being in the land of death? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He stood there for a long time and then quickly left. Li Mingshi stood in the depths of the land of death. After seeing Lin Feng leave, she returned to the depths of the Godfallen Cliff. Lin Feng found a place to refine the demonic bloodsaber's origin. Although it was only 1/3 of the demonic bloodsaber's origin, it was still majestic and shocking enough. But how many levels of cultivation could it raise? Lin Feng found a hidden cave and sealed it with restrictions. Then, he activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art and devoured the demonic bloodsaber's origin. Then, he began to refine the demonic bloodsaber's origin. As the archaic dragonesque elephant art refined it, the demonic bloodsaber's origin gradually turned into incomparably pure energy. and that pure energy was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation also began to rise. Lin Feng was now at the 4th layer of the giant god stage. Not long after, he broke through to the 5th layer of the giant god stage. After breaking through, Lin Feng found that there was still a large amount of demonic bloodsaber's origin in his body that had not been refined. This surprised him. The demonic bloodsaber's origin had a very significant effect on his cultivation. He continued to refine the demonic bloodsaber's origin to raise his cultivation. When the demonic bloodsaber's origin was completely refined by Lin Feng. Chapter 2802. The news of Emperor God Wu Yuan's death spread like wildfire in Sky Marshal Continent. The uproar that it caused was unimaginable. Everyone knew that Emperor God Wu Yuan only had one motive for coming to Sky Marshal Continent: to kill Lin Feng. However, in the end, Lin Feng wasn't killed. Instead, Emperor God Wu Yuan was killed. He was a great emperor. In the eyes of countless people, a great emperor was simply too high to reach, like a god. Then, a great emperor was killed and it naturally caused a huge uproar. Lin Feng already has the power to kill a great emperor? How can this man be so strong? Isn't this too overpowered? It's simply unbelievable. Even Emperor God Wu Yuan was killed. What's Lin Feng's cultivation level? I'm afraid this man has already reached his peak. If we want to kill him, it will be even more difficult. Lin Feng has caused a lot of trouble in the continent of the 9 continents, and now he's in the Tianwu continent. He has a strong sense of belonging to the human race. I'm worried that he'll cause a bloodbath in the Tianwu continent. I don't think we need to worry. No matter how strong this man is, it's impossible for him to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. The cause of Emperor God Wu Yuan's death is still a mystery. However, we can't deny that Emperor God Wu Yuan's death is closely related to this man. 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other powerhouses were discussing the matter. The uproar that Emperor God Wu Yuan's death had caused was too great. Plus, Emperor God Wu Yuan's death had made many people worried. They felt that Lin Feng was going to do something big. Compared to the worries of the 3 powerhouses, the cultivators of Sky Marshal Continent were elated. Regardless of the reason, Emperor God Wu Yuan's death was closely related to Lin Feng. No matter if he was killed by Lin Feng or plotted against by Lin Feng, it proved one thing. That was because Lin Feng was too extraordinary. He hadn't become a great emperor, but he had killed, or plotted against, a great emperor. Was that something that an ordinary person could do? Soon after, a cold voice came from within the Kingdom of Desire. In 3 days, Lin Feng will personally lead an army to destroy the sacred ancient city. This incident caused a huge commotion. This was because the Saint Ancient City was the headquarters of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. The experts of these 3 forces were all gathered in the sacred ancient city. Experts are as common as clouds in the holy region ancient city. This brat actually dares to be so arrogant. He really overestimates himself. I would like to see how he will destroy the holy region ancient city. The voice of a powerful figure in the ancient city was extremely cold, filled with boundless killing intent. He didn't fear Lin Feng at all. However, if Emperor God Wu Yuan were to really be killed by this man, there is indeed hope for Sanctuary Ancient City to be destroyed, an expert said, and he was worried. Brother, do you believe this kind of nonsense? That kid was really powerful. However, he didn't seem to have even broken through the realm of a boundary emperor. How could he have killed Emperor God Wu Yuan? I'm guessing that the kid probably used some scheme to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. It's highly possible that he lured Emperor God Wu Yuan into a place of absolute death. Emperor God Wu Yuan was careless and got killed. I think so too. It's highly possible. The experts of the 3 forces spoke and expressed their opinions. Since everyone thinks so, we don't have to be afraid. Although the kid is powerful, he can't be evenly matched with the 9 of us, an expert of the myriad races said coldly. He continued, moreover, this kid must be killed by us because he is too extraordinary. His fortune is monstrous, and he has mastered many powerful divine abilities and magic treasures. If we kill him, it will be equivalent to obtaining several great opportunities. If someone else kills him, it will be too late to regret it. That's right, said a myriad race expert coldly, his voice filled with cold killing intent. He continued, this kid must be killed by us because he is too extraordinary. After hearing what the expert of the myriad races said, the other experts nodded in agreement. All right, let's wait for this kid to come. By then, he won't be able to return. The group of experts said coldly. Kingdom of Desire. The army gathered. Lin Feng could be said to have hundreds of people responding to his call in Sky Marshal Continent. More and more cultivators sought refuge with Lin Feng. The cultivator army of Kingdom of Desire expanded to 3 million cultivators. This was almost 70 to 80% of the experts in Sky Marshal Continent. The cultivators of Sky Marshal Continent followed Lin Feng's lead. Rumble. Ancient war ships soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the Holy Region Ancient City. Lin Feng had sealed many top-notch warships in his storage ring. Now, these warships were put to good use. The 3 million cultivator army under Lin Feng's lead charged towards the Holy Region Ancient City. I want to kill the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other forces. I want you to tremble when you hear my name. A cold voice came from the main warship and spread across the entire Sky Marshal Continent. This kid is too arrogant. An extraterritorial race cultivator said coldly with killing intent. Since the experts in the Holy Region Ancient City have not left, they must have a way to deal with this kid. Let's just wait and watch the show. That's right, the experts in the Holy Region Ancient City will definitely be able to kill this kid. The myriad races, extraterritorial race cultivators and cultivators from other forces discussed as they waited for the results of the battle. Let's go, quickly leave Sky Marshal Continent. Since Emperor God Wu Yuan died because of him, it can be seen how terrifying Lin Feng's methods are. If we don't leave now, when Lin Feng destroys the Holy Region Ancient City, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity. There were also many myriad races, extraterritorial race cultivators and cultivators from other forces who chose to leave Sky Marshal Continent. Or return to their own great worlds or planets. Or head to the 9 prefectures. But they definitely could not continue to stay in Sky Marshal Continent. Reckless fool, feel free to come. When the time comes, let's see who will destroy who. A cold voice came from the Holy Region Ancient City. The experts in the Holy Region Ancient City were also extremely powerful. They were filled with disdain towards the Sky Marshal Continent cultivator army led by Lin Feng. 1 month later. Loud rumbling sounds resounded through the clouds. Huge ancient war ships crushed the void and arrived outside the Holy Region Ancient City. The Holy Region Ancient City's gates were not tightly shut, nor did they activate any restrictions to defend themselves. The experts in the Holy Region Ancient City were obviously full of confidence, so they had already gathered an army. When the Sky Marshal Continent cultivator army arrived, the 50 million myriad races, extraterritorial race, and cultivators from other forces formed an alliance army and came out of the Holy Region Ancient City. Chapter 2803. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 9 experts. These 9 people were from the Ancient God Clan, the Heaven Devil Clan, the Demonic Bloodrock Clan, the 8-Winged Alligator Clan, the Star God Clan, the Fallen Moon Clan, the Cloud Dream Clan, the 9 Mysterious World, and the Yellow Sky Great World. These 9 experts were all boundary emperors who had reached the 90th step and above. The strongest of them had reached the 95th step. There were 2 experts at this level. 2 others had reached the 94th step. 4 of them had reached the 93rd step. 1 of them had reached the 92nd step. Reaching the 90th step was a threshold, the threshold to enter the late-stage boundary emperor realm. Once one reached the 90th step, one's combat strength would increase tremendously. Among the 9 experts in front of him, even the weakest one was a quasi-emperor who had reached the 92nd step of the stone steps. Moreover, there was only 1 quasi-emperor at this level. The other boundary emperors were of a higher realm and were even stronger. There were even 2 boundary emperors who had reached the 95th step. These boundary emperors were exceptionally powerful and terrifying. Therefore, The combat strength of these 9 people was extremely terrifying and heaven-defying. When these 9 people joined forces, they would be able to display an unimaginable combat strength. It was no wonder that these 9 people were so confident. 9 people joining forces. They were indeed too powerful. Lin Feng was strong and had even killed the Great Desire Lord and the other 3 experts. Following that, he had killed the demonic Blood Rock King and the chaotic evil Holy Man. However, Lin Feng had yet to reach the Boundary Emperor realm. Furthermore, the Great Desire Lord and the other 3 experts, as well as the demonic Blood Rock King and the chaotic evil Holy Man, were naturally incomparable to the 9 of them. Kid, come out and accept your death. The ancient god tribe expert was shrouded in divine light as a terrifying aura exuded from his body. He was one of the 2 boundary emperors who had reached the 95th step. The strong cultivator from the ancient god clan looked at Lin Feng indifferently, as if everything was under his control. He did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. Whoosh, Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew towards the 9 experts. Today, he wanted to fight against all 9 of them alone. If it was before his breakthrough, Lin Feng might have some misgivings. After all, the 9 experts were simply too powerful. But now, Lin Feng had no misgivings at all. Although the 9 experts were very powerful, they were still very strong. But now, his cultivation had broken through 3 levels consecutively. They could no longer whisper to each other. Who would emerge victorious? It would only be revealed after the great battle. Lin Feng was also very confident in himself. He believed that he could kill the 9 powerhouses. Do it. The strong cultivator from the ancient god clan said indifferently. He took the lead and rushed toward Lin Feng. The eyes of the other 8 experts were filled with murderous intent. He also rushed towards Lin Feng. The 9 experts wanted to kill Lin Feng as soon as possible. The Sky Martial Continent's cultivator army was led by Lin Feng. As long as they killed Lin Feng, then, the Sky Martial Continent's cultivator army would be instantly defeated. Similarly, if Lin Feng killed the 9 experts, at that time, the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other foreign powers would definitely be defeated. Kill. Destroy these lowly cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent. The cultivator army formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other foreign powers immediately roared. The sound of killing shook the heavens. Kill. The Sky Martial Continent's cultivator army was not to be outdone. They charged towards the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other foreign powers. The 2 groups of cultivator armies fought fiercely, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. It was extremely intense. And above the 9 heavens, Lin Feng and the 9 experts were also fighting. Lin Feng naturally knew that these 9 experts were not easy to deal with, but he was already prepared. Facing the attacks of the 9 experts, Lin Feng first used the 1 Qi into 3 Pure One's sacred art. 3 Lin Feng appeared. Following that, every single one of Lin Feng's unleashed 3 layers of domineering aura. A total of 9 layers of domineering aura stacked together to form a powerful magnetic field. The magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of domineering aura was simply too powerful. It was simply invincible. The 9 experts were enveloped by the magnetic field, as if they had fallen into a swamp. It was simply difficult to move an inch. After the 9 experts who were condensing their sacred art were enveloped by Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering aura, the sacred art that they were condensing was interrupted. The most powerful thing about Lin Feng was not that he had cultivated many top-notch sacred arts. It was that Lin Feng was extremely proficient in combining various sacred arts. This required a strong control and comprehension ability. Of course, there was one more thing that was required. This required the ability to multitask. If a cultivator could only use one mind, then they could only use one sacred art. After using this sacred art, they would be able to use other sacred arts. However, if one were to multitask, just like Lin Feng, they would be able to use several sacred arts at the same time. This was also the foundation of the sacred art combination. Shua, Shua, Shua. The 3 Lin Feng clones were as fast as lightning and rushed towards one person respectively. One clone locked onto the cultivator who had reached the 92nd step of the stone steps. This cultivator had the weakest combat power and was the easiest to kill. Another clone targeted a cultivator who had reached the 93rd step of the stone steps. Lin Feng's main body targeted a cultivator who had reached the 94th step of the stone steps. The first clone held the 5-dragon wheel and swept it towards the quasi-theurge expert who had reached the 92nd step of the stone steps. No matter how strong one's physical body was, it was still afraid of Dharma treasures. This expert realized that he could not dodge this attack, so he wanted to take out his Dharma treasure to block the attack of Lin Feng's clone. However, this expert of the myriad races was suppressed by the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of domineering aura, and his every movement became extremely slow. Therefore, after taking out his Dharma treasure, he was unable to activate it. Regardless, he had already beheaded him. Lin Feng's second clone was even more violent. He controlled the Purgatory Fiend Spear and stabbed towards the opponent. This extraterritorial expert took out a battle sword and slashed it. Clang! Their weapons collided. This extraterritorial expert was suppressed too much by the magnetic field and his combat power decreased sharply. He was directly sent flying. At this moment, the 9 demons picture tore open the void and attacked the extraterritorial race's expert. No. Faced with the sudden attack of the 9 demons painting, this expert had no time to dodge. Bang! Along with a dull collision sound, the 9 demon paintings' attack landed on the extraterrestrial race's powerhouse. This extraterritorial expert's body immediately exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. He died tragically on the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's main body took out the demon Theurge's small world and attacked the quasi-Theurge who had reached the 94th step of the stone steps. Lin Feng did not hold back at all. If it was a battle of attrition, he would be tortured to death by the 9 experts. Therefore, Lin Feng used his full strength. He wanted to kill the 9 strong cultivators as quickly as possible. The demon Theurge's small world was extremely powerful and attacked the quasi-Theurge who had reached the 94th step of the stone steps. Chapter 2804. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had killed 3 strong cultivators at the speed of lightning. This battle result. It was simply shocking. Even the other 6 experts had yet to recover from their shock. The other 6 experts could not believe their eyes. And they realized that they seemed to have underestimated Lin Feng's fighting strength. Lin Feng was clearly much stronger than the rumors said. Lord Lin is too powerful, instantly killing 3 of the enemy's top expert. Lord Lin is mighty. Brothers, we can't embarrass Lord Lin. Kill the myriad races, the foreign races, and the other foreign cultivators until they kneel and beg for mercy. When the cultivator army of the Sky Martial continent saw Lin Feng's divine martial prowess, instantly killing 3 of the 9 great experts, they were all extremely excited. Now, their morale was even higher. How is this possible? How is this possible? The 3 great experts were actually killed just like that. How is this possible? The myriad races, the foreign races, and the other foreign cultivators were all in disbelief, unable to accept what had just happened. Such powerful existences were so easily killed by Lin Feng. Could the remaining 6 experts still kill Lin Feng? Right now, the hearts of the 3 cultivator armies were all shaken. They felt that it might be Lin Feng who killed the remaining 6 experts. Because Lin Feng was simply too heaven-defying. Killing the remaining 6 powerhouses was not an impossible task. As a result, the cultivator armies of the 3 sides could be described as having lost their morale. Although they had 5 million people, and the cultivator army of the Sky Martial continent only had 300 people. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or weapons, the cultivator army of the Sky Martial continent could not be compared to them. However, right now, the cultivator armies of the 3 sides no longer had the heart and spirit. Many people thought that Lin Feng was going to kill the 6 remaining strong cultivators, but after he did that, he was going to kill them. At that time, they would be the ones to die. As a result, many people in the 3 cultivator armies wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This situation caused the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators to show signs of defeat. The Sky Marshal Continent's cultivator army fought against their superior numbers and started a massacre. Blood flowed like a river. 3 of them are already dead. The 6 of you will soon follow in their footsteps. Lin Feng's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Inside his body, there was a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. Lin Feng manipulated the yin-yang small world and directly suppressed the 6 experts. Rumble. A loud explosion shook the heavens. The world of yin and yang continued to expand. The world of yin and yang descended from the sky and overlapped with the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down. Its power was simply too tyrannical. The expressions of the 6 experts changed drastically. The expert from the ancient god clan shouted in a deep voice. There's a terrifying magnetic field around him. We must break out of the encirclement quickly and attack him from a distance. We can definitely kill him. Boom, 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 boom. The attacks of the 6 experts suppressed the Demon Emperor's small world. Its power was simply too tyrannical. However, when their attacks hit the Demon Emperor's small world, they were all dissolved by the Demon Emperor's small world. At the same time, the 3 Lin Fengs quickly moved towards the 6 strong cultivators. 1 clone took out the 5 dragon wheel and 5 kill tablet. Another clone held the purgatory demonic spear in one hand. At the same time, his divine thought controlled the 9 demons painting to attack the opponents. Lin Feng's original body held the 5 flames 7 foul fan. The 5 flames 7 foul fan swept slightly. Suddenly, 5 types of flames and 7 ferocious birds flew out. It was truly terrifying. Among the 5 types of flames, the ferocious birds locked onto 2 of the experts. They directly pounced on them. Lin Feng's treasures were extremely powerful. After locking onto the 6 experts, they did not dare to be distracted. They had no choice but to activate their treasures to resist the attacks of Lin Feng's treasures. In a battle between cultivators, other than the contest of divine powers, there was also the contest of physical strength, soul, and treasures. The more commonly used ones were the contest of divine powers and treasures. These were 2 indispensable parts in a battle between cultivators. Therefore, cultivators were fanatical about treasures. And Lin Feng's treasures were each more powerful than the last. The 6 experts could not help but lose sight of one. While blocking the attacks of Lin Feng's treasures, the 6 experts could no longer resist the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki and the Demon Emperor's small world's attacks. When the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki and the Demon Emperor's small world came crashing down, one expert after another was attacked. These experts were severely injured. Even if they were not directly killed by the magnetic field and the Demon Emperor's small world, Lin Feng and the other 2 venerables would also rush up to give them another attack. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? I have the possibility of becoming a great emperor in the future. Now that I'm being attacked here, I can't accept this. The few venerables who were still alive roared unwillingly, wanting to break out of the encirclement. But now that Lin Feng's combat strength had reached its peak, he did not give them a chance to break out at all. Lin Feng charged in front of the ancient god clan expert and blasted a palm at him. I'm a clansman of the ancient god clan. If you kill me, the great emperor of the ancient god clan will not let you off. The ancient god clan expert roared angrily, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Now that he had mentioned the ancient god clan, he wanted to intimidate Lin Feng. So what if you're from the ancient god clan? Sooner or later, I'll kill the great emperor of the ancient god clan as well, said Lin Feng, smiling icily. He punched the ancient god clan's cultivator's head, but the ancient god clan's cultivator didn't react. A loud bang was heard. The ancient god clan expert's head was blasted apart by Lin Feng's palm strike. The other 2 doppelgangers also killed the experts they had targeted. At this point, the 9 experts of the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces had all been killed. Dead, dead. The 9 experts have all been killed. Run quickly. Countless people in the cultivator army formed by the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces screamed in fear. The 9 experts were all high and mighty existences. But now, they had all been killed by Lin Feng alone. The cultivator army of the 3 forces had long been scared out of their wits by Lin Feng. How could they have the courage to continue fighting? The cultivator army of the 3 forces began to flee. Kill. The cultivator army of the Sky Martial continent roared. The news of the sacred ancient city being destroyed and the 9 experts being killed by Lin Feng quickly spread throughout the Sky Martial continent. At the same time, the cultivator army of the Sky Martial continent led by Lin Feng began to sweep through the Sky Martial continent. A large number of myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces were killed. Chapter 2805. Even though the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other powers had left, the Sky Martial continent would never be able to return to its former prosperity. The current Sky Martial continent was filled with scenes of broken countries and mountains and rivers. This scene was truly lamentable. The reason why Lin Feng started a massacre against the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other powers. Firstly, it was because he wanted to avenge the innocent people who had died in the Sky Martial continent. Secondly, he wanted to intimidate these forces. Let these forces know. It was not that the Sky Martial continent did not have any top experts. The Sky Martial continent was not something that these forces could casually need. They could humiliate him as they wished. If one wanted to start a massacre in the Sky Martial continent, they had to think about the consequences. Lin Feng did not know that his actions had indeed intimidated the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other powers. In the next many years, when these powers arrived in the Sky Martial continent, they would all behave themselves. And not like before, when they started a massacre in the Sky Martial continent. In various parts of the Sky Martial continent, Lin Feng's temples sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. These temples were all built by the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent. Countless commoners, out of gratitude to Lin Feng, took the initiative to build temples for Lin Feng. Currently, these temples were filled with incense. Countless people would enter the temples to pay their respects to Lin Feng. They prayed. Lin Feng planned to return to the 9 provinces. However, before returning to the 9 provinces, he planned to head to a place to take a look at the situation there. Lin Feng had only obtained a strand of monkey hair from the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Every time he tried to comprehend it, he would often find himself in the Huagua mountain. The Huagua mountain was located in the Aolai nation. It was close to the eastern sea world. However, the current Huagua mountain was densely covered with restrictions. White fog lingered around it, covering the sky and the sun, concealing everything within the Huagua mountain. No one could enter the Huagua mountain. If one tried to force their way in, they would often suffer a calamity. Ever since the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other powers descended on the Sky Martial continent. Many experts tried to explore the Huagua mountain, but in the end, none of them were able to walk out of it. The current Huagua mountain. It was shrouded in a mysterious aura. He wondered what secrets were hidden in the flower fruit mountain. The monkey hair Lin Feng had obtained probably contained the secrets of the 72 transformations. This was the great sage, Heaven's Heaveness. It was extremely incredible, but Lin Feng couldn't understand its mysteries. Perhaps he would gain through Huagua mountain. Lin Feng went to the mountain of flowers and fruit alone. The East Sea's Aolai state was no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. However, with the expulsion of the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators of other foreign powers, the East Sea's Aolai state was no longer as prosperous as before. 2-2 Continent Alliance of Continent. Lin Feng arrived outside of the mountain of flowers and fruit. He stood in the air and gazed into the distance. Inside the world of white fog was the place where Huagua mountain was located. In the past, a stone gave birth to 2 stone apes. They were the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and the sacred battle ape. The 9 states is truly a mystical place to be able to give birth to such sacred spirit. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. In fact, if one traced back to history, it wasn't just the big and small stone apes. There were also Pangu, Nua, the 3 emperors, and other existences. They were all born from the 9 prefectures. In the past, the 9 prefectures was also a famous great world. Although it couldn't be compared to the heaven realm, it didn't belong to the undying world. But, as time passed, the 9 prefectures declined. Lin Feng walked towards the area shrouded in white fog. When his body came into contact with the white fog, in the void, a terrifying killing light condensed and formed. The terrifying killing light contained a wave that could destroy the heavens and earth. It tore through the void and slashed towards Lin Feng, wanting to pierce through his body. The power of this attack was extremely powerful, causing Lin Feng's heart to tremble slightly. This was an attack condensed from the outer restrictions of Huagua Mountain. It was unbelievable that it was so powerful. Of course, the current Lin Feng was very powerful. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Feng slashed out with his palm. It directly shattered the killing light that was slashing towards him. He entered the area shrouded in white fog. Then, he felt endless killing intent enveloping his entire body. So many terrifying killing intent. Lin Feng was shocked. The white fog restriction contained peerless danger. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Stone Emperor scripture. This was the inheritance of the Heavenly Master lineage. It could sense the existence of all kinds of formations and restrictions. At the same time, he opened the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Lin Feng combined the Stone Emperor scripture with the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. He quickly dodged the attacks in the white fog restriction. Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary. The attacks in the white fog restriction couldn't hurt him. In the end, he narrowly avoided all the formations and restrictions and successfully passed through the area covered by the white fog restriction. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Only he, with his powerful methods, could pass through the area covered by the white fog restriction. If it were anyone else, they would have died many times. Lin Feng looked into the depths. What appeared in front of him was a huge island. On this island, the trees were extremely lush. Many of the towering trees needed hundreds of people to wrap their arms around them. It was unknown how long they had been growing. Lin Feng walked into the depths. Not long after, he saw many corpses. Ancient God Clan, Heavenly Demon Clan, Angel Clan, Fallen Human Devil Clan. Lin Feng looked at the corpses and revealed an extremely shocked expression. The identities of the dead cultivators were not simple. They were all from many top forces. There were cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. These forces explored Huagua Mountain before and never left. As expected, they died here. Lin Feng's expression became slightly serious. In such a dangerous place like Huagua Mountain, he needed to be alert. In such a place, if he was careless, he might end up like the corpses in front of him. They should have been dead for quite some time. Lin Feng observed the corpses and couldn't help but frown. These cultivators had powerful cultivation bases. After they died, their bodies wouldn't be destroyed in a short period of time. This should be just a group of people. I heard that there was more than one group of cultivators who entered Huagua Mountain to explore. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He took all the storage rings from the dead cultivators and put them into his mountain river ring. Perhaps there were treasures in these storage rings. Of course, Lin Feng didn't check these storage rings for now. He continued to walk deeper into the mountain. Chapter 2806. Not long after, Lin Feng found the second group of cultivators' corpses. This group of cultivators belonged to the alien races. These alien races included the Star Moon race, the Star Sky race, the Blood Moon race, the Scorching Sun race, and so on. There were more than 20 corpses here, and they were all cultivators from some of the top alien races. Cultivators from ordinary races were not strong enough, so they were not qualified to join in the exploration of Flowerfruit Mountain. Their deaths are really strange. Lin Feng frowned. Just like the previous cultivators, these cultivators had died in a very strange way. Lin Feng could not find the cause of their deaths, which was the most terrifying part. Therefore, Lin Feng could not determine how they died. Lin Feng originally suspected that these cultivators had died from poisoning. However, after careful inspection, he found that these cultivators did not die from poisoning. Therefore, the cause of their deaths was a mystery. Next, Lin Feng found several dead cultivators one after another. Every group of cultivators died in a strange way, but the way they died should be the same. What exactly did they experience? Lin Feng touched his chin and could not help but ponder. He became more vigilant because Lin Feng had a feeling that there might be something terrifying lurking in the forest. When Lin Feng passed by a valley, he was attacked by a giant tree. This giant tree had long become a spirit. It was abnormally terrifying and powerful, displaying unimaginable combat strength. The giant tree's body emitted a terrifying wave of energy. That wave of energy. It shocked Lin Feng. Pa pa pa, branches whipped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the 5-dragon wheel in his hand and slashed towards the branches of the giant tree. Clang. At this moment, a sonorous collision sound was heard. The giant tree was terrifying. The branches were abnormally hard and actually blocked the attack of the 5-dragon wheel. The dense branches enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to completely trap Lin Feng. What a powerful bloodline. If I devour it, my cultivation will definitely increase greatly. The giant tree transformed into a huge human face, which was extremely ugly. The giant tree turned into a tree demon and looked at Lin Feng indifferently as if he was looking at a dead man. Perhaps in the eyes of the giant tree, Lin Feng was dead for sure. Heavenly fire, burn. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be completely entangled by the giant tree's branches, Lin Feng brought out his heavenly fire. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. The heavenly fire was the bane of all things of the wood attribute. Naturally, the giant tree was also the bane of the heavenly fire. Ah, it's burning me to death, it's burning me to death. After the giant tree was burned by the heavenly fire, the giant tree immediately let out a painful roar. The branches of the giant tree quickly let go of Lin Feng. Then, the giant tree opened its bloody mouth. A huge energy ball flew out and blasted towards Lin Feng. This energy ball sealed the void, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. Lin Feng quickly operated the magical power immunity rune, and at the same time, used the great defense technique to condense a defensive crystal wall to protect himself. Bang! The energy ball exploded, and Lin Feng was directly blown away. Lin Feng's body fell into a surging river. Roar! A huge crocodile opened its bloody mouth and wanted to devour Lin Feng. This crocodile turned out to be a golden crocodile. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a golden crocodile. A name flashed in his mind. Desolate Golden Crocodile. This was a crocodile with a desolate bloodline flowing in it, and its strength was incomparably powerful. Lin Feng could feel a terrifying aura from the crocodile in front of him. The fluctuation of that aura caused him to be unable to help but be aghast. Lin Feng did not continue fighting with the desolate golden crocodile. Instead, he quickly used the Great Void technique and instantly left through the void. The desolate golden crocodile could not eat Lin Feng. Lin Feng appeared on the shore and quickly left. This place was really dangerous. No wonder the cultivators of the myriad races, the cultivators of the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces died here. The island was very large, and Lin Feng found that there was an extremely powerful restriction in the depths of Huagua Mountain that blocked the way. He stopped. The restriction in the depths of Huagua Mountain was many times stronger than the restriction outside. Lin Feng originally tried to break the restriction in the depths of Huagua Mountain, but he gave up in the end. Because when he wanted to give it a try, Lin Feng's heart was shrouded in a layer of shadow. This feeling was very bad. Lin Feng had a strong premonition that even if he dared to break the restriction in Huagua Mountain, at that time, he would probably die. Lin Feng didn't know who had made the deployment spells there. Surprisingly, they were so strong that Lin Feng was astonished. Swoosh! Suddenly, a white light streaked across the sky like a white rainbow piercing through the sun, slashing towards Lin Feng. Its speed was too fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Lin Feng was shocked. What was this? Its speed was so fast. Heaven-mending technique. Dangerous moment. Lin Feng quickly used the heaven-mending technique to dodge this terrifying attack. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared 200 meters away. He finally saw what it was. It was actually an immortal crane. However, that immortal crane was very extraordinary. It had transformed into an immortal sword. This shocked Lin Feng. The immortal sword that the immortal crane transformed into mist. It returned to the appearance of an immortal crane. Screech. Suddenly, without any warning, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the void. That cry contained a terrifying sound wave attack. Lin Feng couldn't help but groan. He felt as if his soul had almost exploded. A stone beast jumped out from one of the mountain peaks. It was a terrifying creature that looked like a dog. Mountain elf. It was a terrifying creature that existed only in myths and legends. It was much more difficult than the birth of the stone race. Although it was also made of stone, it did not belong to the stone race. This was because the stone race had a distinct characteristic. When the stone race cultivated to a powerful level, they could evolve into a body of flesh and blood. However, the mountain elf could not. Even if it cultivated to the Great Emperor realm or even the immortal realm, the mountain elf could not transform into a body of flesh and blood. The mountain elf's attack method was very terrifying. It vibrated with a terrifying sound wave attack. This kind of sound wave attack was very powerful and could instantly tear apart the soul of any cultivator. Now, Lin Feng finally understood why those cultivators died so strangely. There was not even a single injury on their bodies. It should be the mountain elf that attacked. The mountain elf destroyed the souls of those cultivators. Therefore, those cultivators died one after another. Lin Feng hurriedly activated Lu Yai's star observation chart. This divine ability was very terrifying. It blocked the mountain elf's soul attack. Chapter 2807. Hey! You can actually block my soul attack. The mandrill looked at Lin Feng in shock, as if it couldn't believe its eyes. Its soul attack was extremely powerful. It was suddenly attacked. Very few people could block its soul attack, but Lin Feng had done it. This shocked the mandrill greatly. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. The immortal crane sword transformation is truly a powerful ability. And the mandrill race, they're a race from myths and legends. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the two terrifying creatures with a serious expression. I'm a descendant of the immortal crane race. I can transform into an immortal sword and slay billions of gods and demons. The immortal crane said coldly. Its voice was cold and arrogant. Of course, the immortal crane race was indeed very powerful. They had the right to be arrogant. The mandrill race has existed since ancient times. It's just that no one knows about them, the mandrill said coldly. The more Lin Feng looked at the mandrill, the more he felt that it was strange. He originally thought that the mandrill looked like a dog, but now he felt that it looked like a monkey. In fact, the mandrill was a creature that looked like both a dog and a monkey. It specialized in absorbing souls and devouring them. It used souls as food to increase its cultivation. Human cultivator, why have you entered this place? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the cave, followed by a terrifying creature flying over. It was actually a purple butterfly. A primordial purple butterfly. Lin Feng was shocked. This was a creature that was as terrifying as the Emperor Archaic. Lin Feng had read about the primordial purple butterfly in the classic of mountains and seas. This was the first time he had seen a creature like the primordial purple butterfly. The primordial purple butterfly's aura was much stronger than that of the immortal crane and the mandrill. Clearly, the primordial purple butterfly's cultivation was stronger than that of the immortal crane and the mandrill. After the primordial purple butterfly appeared, it did not attack Lin Feng. It was unknown whether it was because Lin Feng had blocked the immortal crane and mandrill's attacks or because he was a human cultivator from the Tianwu continent. Previously, I obtained the opportunity of the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Every time I had an epiphany, I would dream of Huagua Mountain. I feel that perhaps only after I reach Huagua Mountain will I be able to truly reap the benefits. Therefore, I came here today, said Lin Feng. He didn't want to hide anything, because he felt that there was no need to hide it from the three living beings. He obtained the fortune of the great sage, heaven's equal. The three creatures were all extremely shocked, to the extent where they found this hard to believe. To them, the great sage, heaven's equal, was filled with endless legends. After all, that era was too far away. Time passed slowly. The world had changed. Everything that had happened in the past had become a legend. However, more than once, they had heard the old demon of Mount Huagua recount the story of how the great sage, heaven's equal, dominated the world. Especially when they were young, they even regarded the great sage, heaven's equal, as their idol and hero. Why should we believe you? The red-crowned crane said coldly. She didn't believe Lin Feng just because of Lin Feng's words. The desolate purple butterfly and mountain elf also looked at Lin Feng coldly. They were waiting for Lin Feng to prove himself. If he dared to lie to them, the three terrifying creatures of Mount Huagua wouldn't mind killing Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his right hand. A strand of monkey hair flew out. It was a strand of golden monkey hair. When the strand of golden monkey hair flew out, the sound of the great Tao resonating could be heard from above Mount Huagua. An illusory figure appeared above the 9 heavens. It was an existence. He wore golden armor that shone brightly and a golden crown on his head that reflected the light. He held the Jingu Bang in his hand and stepped on the cloud with his shoes. His strange eyes were like stars, and his ears were over his shoulders. As he stood in the void, everyone could feel a suffocating pressure that permeated between heaven and earth. It's the great sage, heaven's equal. The old monsters of Mount Huagua were alarmed. When they came out and saw the illusory figure, they shouted excitedly. For the monsters of Mount Huagua, the great sage, heaven's equal, was like a religion to them. Now that the great sage, heaven's equal, had appeared, they were extremely excited. Lin Feng put away the monkey hair. The illusory figure of the great sage, heaven's equal, in the sky also disappeared. What's going on? Let's go out and take a look. Many old Yarrow quickly rushed outside, wanting to find out what exactly had happened to cause such a drastic change in the world. Lin Feng looked at the desolate purple butterfly and said, "Do you believe what I said before now?" The desolate purple butterfly said, "You were telling the truth. You obtained the opportunity left behind by the great sage, heaven's equal. We can bring you to the core of Mount Huagua. Many thanks." Lin Feng cupped his fists. He wasn't worried that the people of Mount Huagua would harm him. After all, this was the power left behind by the great sage, heaven's equal. The great sage was the embodiment of justice. Therefore, Lin Feng believed that the descendants of Mount Huagua weren't evil people. Moreover, if they really wanted to make a move, they could just do it outside. There was no need to enter the core of Mount Huagua. The desolate purple butterfly broke through the restriction. Lin Feng followed the desolate purple butterfly, the mountain elf, and the red-crowned crane into the core of Mount Huagua. At that moment, one old monster after another flew out from the depths. When they saw Lin Feng, they all landed. What happened? An old monster asked. Elder, this human cultivator obtained the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal. The desolate purple butterfly said. Many of the elders of the demon clan became excited. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. These old monsters couldn't be thinking of making a move on him, right? If these old monsters had evil intentions, they would be able to kill him. Then with his strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for these old monsters. An old monster seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. It said, "Don't worry, we won't snatch your opportunity. Since you've obtained the opportunity of the great sage, heaven's equal, it means that you're fated with Mount Huagua. Little friend, please come in." "Thank you." Lin Feng thanked it. Then, he followed the old monster into the depths of Mount Huagua. In the depths of Mount Huagua, there were mountains and halls. Spirit beasts could be seen flying everywhere. Red-crowned cranes could be seen flapping their wings. There were many powerful existences hidden here. However, during the chaos of Qianwu continent, these living beings of Mount Huogua did not make a move. Therefore, Lin Feng was a little dissatisfied with these living beings of Mount Huogua. Of course, he wouldn't show this dissatisfaction. This was their territory. In their territory, it was naturally better to keep a low profile. Lin Feng was arranged to stay in a cave. The desolate purple butterfly let Lin Feng rest for a few days. Then, it brought Lin Feng to the water curtain cave to comprehend the Tao. That was the sacred ground of Mount Huogua. Chapter 2808. The sun shone down. Lin Feng walked out of the cave. This was his second day in Mount Huogua. An old monster lived in a cave not far from Lin Feng. At present, the old demon was weeding in the open space in front of the cave. The old monster moved very slowly, as it was too old. Its movements seemed to be somewhat inconvenient. Thus, every time the old monster finished weeding, it would need to rest. The primordial violet butterfly came to Lin Feng's place and saw that Lin Feng was staring at the old monster. The butterfly said, "It's best if you don't keep staring at it." "Why?" Lin Feng asked. "It hates it when people keep staring at it. That's why we don't keep staring at it. It's very old." "Does it have a high status in Mount Huogua?" Lin Feng asked. "It's the exact opposite of what you think. Although it's old, it doesn't have a high status." Lin Feng nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "The elders want to see you. I'm guessing that they want to ask about the great sage, heaven's equal," the butterfly said. He followed the desolate purple butterfly to the place where the elders were resting. "Young friend, don't be nervous. We just want to ask about your past experiences and how you obtained this monkey fur," one of the elders said. Lin Feng told the elders everything that had happened. Then, he left. The butterfly waited for Lin Feng outside. "These elders are taking this matter very seriously," Lin Feng said. "Of course, because there's a prophecy that says that when the legacy appears, the great sage, heaven's equals legacy appears in the world, and the great sage, heaven's equals tribulation will return." The butterfly's voice was filled with excitement. The great sage, heaven's equal, was filled with legends. In the past, he had been the leader of the devil race. Back then, the devil race was at its peak. The 7 saints of the devil race. Which one of them wasn't a famous expert? The 7 demonic saints had all submitted to the great sage, heaven's equal. Now that the great sage, heaven's equal, had returned, perhaps the demon race would regain their former glory. "Are you going to find the great sage, heaven's equal?" Lin Feng asked. The purple butterfly said, "The flower fruit mountain is like a cage. We can't leave the flower fruit mountain for now. We need to wait for the great sage equaling heavens to return before we can break the curse." Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect Flower Fruit Mountain to be cursed. What kind of existence cursed Flower Fruit Mountain? Previously, Lin Feng had complained that Huogua Mountain did not help the Sky Marshal continent when it was in danger. But now, he realized that he had wronged Huogua Mountain. If you rashly leave the mountain of flowers and fruit, you'll lose yourself. The desolate purple butterfly sighed. What cursed Flower Fruit Mountain? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Flower Fruit Mountain was filled with experts who could curse the Flower Fruit Mountain. The person who had cursed Flower Fruit Mountain was too extraordinary. "This isn't something that I can know. Perhaps some of the elders know about this," said the purple butterfly. "Will anyone who leaves the Flower Fruit Mountain suffer a calamity?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "That's not the case. There are always a few lucky ones who won't suffer a calamity after leaving," said the purple butterfly enviously. With its talent, if it was born, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. But now, it was trapped in the Flower Fruit Mountain, which made it very gloomy. "Do the great sage, heaven's equal, or the sacred battle apes have descendants?" asked Lin Feng curiously. Those 2 terrifying existences possessed heaven-defying power. Even in this epoch, they had left behind their illustrious names. That was why Lin Feng was very concerned about whether they had descendants. If such powerful existences died out, what a pity. "The sacred battle apes still have descendants," said the purple butterfly. That afternoon, Lin Feng met one of the sacred battle apes' descendants. That person was called Sun Zhanxian. He looked very young, but his strength was terrifying. Although he had yet to make a move, Lin Feng could feel the terrifying power contained in his body. It was simply shocking. Sun Zhanxian was a very calm and steady person. He chatted with Lin Feng for a long time, mostly about Lin Feng's fortuitous encounter. They also talked about his two ancestors. Every time the two ancestors were mentioned, they would always say, "That's right." Sun Zhanxian had an incomparably proud expression. The great sage, heaven's equal. The sacred battle apes. If it were anyone else, they would be proud to have two ancestors like this. Sun Zhanxian was no exception. "Tomorrow afternoon, I will bring you to the water curtain cave," said Sun Zhanxian before leaving. "Okay," Lin Feng replied. The next day, the sun rose from the east. A terrifying existence stepped on the void and walked over from afar. The area around this being's body began to distort. He was tall and burly, and his hair was disheveled. One could not see his face clearly, only a pair of eyes. It was a pair of bewitching and cold eyes. Anyone who looked into them would sink into them. "After slumbering for countless years, I have finally awakened," the existence muttered. He looked at the flower fruit mountain shrouded in white mist. "I'm here. Are you still alive?" The demon-like man muttered to himself. He stepped into the area shrouded in white mist. Buzz! The white mist seal was activated and released a terrifying attack. Countless terrifying killing lights shot towards the man like a madman. The demon-like man did not dodge. He allowed the killing lights to strike his body. Clanging sounds could be heard continuously. When the terrifying killing lights landed on the demon-like man, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. They could not cause any damage to the demon-like man at all. The existence's cultivation was too terrifying. It was so powerful that it made one's face pale. He passed through the outermost layer of the white mist seal and walked in step by step. Perhaps because they could sense how terrifying this existence was, none of the living beings of the flower fruit mountain attacked him along the way. "I'm here. Where are you?" The demon-like man stood outside the core seal of the flower fruit mountain and asked coldly. "Who are you?" A few abnormally powerful monsters stared coldly at the crazed man. The demon-like man only glanced at them. Immediately after, the few terrifying demon cultivators were petrified. "I'm here. Where are you?" The demon-like man continued to shout coldly. His voice reached the depths of the flower fruit mountain and alarmed everyone. "Who is it? Who dares to barge into the flower fruit mountain?" Even the elders of the demon race were alarmed. They quickly flew out with cold expressions. Lin Feng also flew out and saw the demon-like man from afar. Clearly, this man did not come with good intentions. He dared to provoke the flower fruit mountain alone. Chapter 2809. The demonic man was very powerful, and he was extremely arrogant. His eyes were looking at the heavens. His voice was cold. "Let Sun Xiaosheng come out. Who are you? How dare you call the sacred lord by his name?" A demonic clan elder said coldly, his eyes flashing coldly. "You are not qualified to know my identity," the demon-like man said coldly. His arrogance seemed to come from his bones. He did not care about the demonic clan elder at all. Arrogant. The demonic clan elder's expression suddenly sank. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Now that he was being looked down upon by the demonic man, he could not help but feel angry. "My patience is limited. If Sun Xiaosheng still doesn't come out, I don't mind turning the flower fruit mountain into a river of blood. Let's see if Sun Xiaosheng will come out or not." The man's expression remained calm and aloof. "My patience is limited. If Sun Xiaosheng still doesn't come out, I don't mind turning the flower fruit mountain into a river of blood." "Who is Sun Xiaosheng?" Lin Feng looked at the ancient violet butterfly and asked curiously. Sun Xiaosheng should be an extremely powerful person, but Lin Feng had never heard of him before. The ancient violet butterfly said, "Senior Sun Xiaosheng is the sacred lord of the flower fruit mountain, and he has lived for countless years. It is said that he is in existence from the ancient chaos era." Lin Feng was shocked. An existence from the ancient chaos era? That was too ancient. It was unbelievable. The experts from that era who had lived until now must be extremely powerful and terrifying. Since the demonic man had come to provoke Sun Xiaosheng, was he also in existence from the ancient chaos era? Thinking about that, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. A demonic clan elder said coldly, "I would like to see what qualifications you have to be so presumptuous in the Flower Fruit Mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic clan elder soared into the sky and flew towards the demonic man. The demonic clan elder opened his hand, and a mysterious demonic country appeared in his hand. Many demonic beasts appeared in the demonic country. There were many types of demonic beasts. There were peacocks, phoenixes, rocks, dragons, kuei cows, chongqi, and so on. The demonic country seemed to be the legendary demonic realm. Demonic country in the palm. The demonic clan elder shouted coldly, and the demonic country in his hand flew out. Then, it suppressed the demonic man. This ability was called demonic country in the palm. It could create a demonic world. It was powerful. Now, the demon kingdom flew towards the demon-like man and suppressed him. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if a real world had descended from the sky. Insignificant skill. Facing the attack of the demon country, the crazy man immediately showed a disdainful expression. He raised his right hand and made a light stroke in the air. A dazzling beam of light flew out. The power of that beam of light was abnormally strong. Instantly, it tore through the void and slashed down on the country of demons. "Break!" The leader of the demon race shouted. He wanted to control the demon country to destroy the beam of light that the crazy man had shot out. But the demonic country, the country of demons, was unable to shatter that beam of light. At this moment, the power of that light beam increased greatly, and with a poochie sound, it tore apart the demon kingdom. Swoosh! The demonic country did not dissipate after the demonic country. Instead, it continued to fly towards the demonic country. The demonic country elder tried to dodge the attack, but he could not. The demonic country elder took out a defensive treasure to block the attack. But the attack of the demonic country was too powerful. Even the demonic country elder's defensive treasure was torn apart. The situation was very dangerous. The demonic country elder was in front of the demonic country elder. It was about to split the demonic country elder in half. "How dare you!" The other demonic country elders could not help but roar. Seeing their old friend die in front of them, they were infuriated. Their killing intent was overflowing. But there was nothing they could do. There was no way to save their old friend. What a terrifying existence. Lin Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. The demonic country elder's cultivation was terrifying. But in front of the demonic man, he did not even have the strength to resist. He did not know what level the demonic man was at. His combat strength was too heaven-defying. The demons of the Flower Fruit Mountain were all enraged. Their killing intent surged. Wasn't this crazy man a little too arrogant? He actually dared to kill the elders of the Flower Fruit Mountain in the territory of the Flower Fruit Mountain. He did not put Flower Fruit Mountain in his eyes at all. Just as the demonic country elder was about to be killed, a light flashed. A figure appeared in front of the demonic country elder. The figure flicked his finger. Clang! He flicked the demonic country elder's demonic country elder. Suddenly, the demonic country elder's demonic country elder shattered. At this moment, Lin Feng saw who it was. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. His clothes were as white as snow. He had an outstanding temperament, as if an immortal had descended to the world. Seeing this man, Lin Feng was shocked. He thought of Sun Xiaosheng, whom the demonic man had mentioned. Could it be this man in front of him? Could it be Sun Xiaosheng? Saint Lord! The demonic country elders and demonic country cultivators bowed to the man. No need for formalities. Sun Xiaosheng waved his hand and said, "Sun Xiaosheng, you finally came out. I thought you would be a coward." The demonic man sneered after seeing Sun Xiaosheng. "I didn't expect you to still be alive. Rumor has it that you were killed by the nine-headed evil saint," Sun Xiaosheng said emotionlessly. Lin Feng did not know what kind of existence the nine-headed evil saint was, but he guessed that he was an expert in the ancient Chaos era. The ancient Chaos era was an extremely chaotic era. Although this era was chaotic, there were heroes in this chaotic era. Therefore, in this chaotic world, many top-notch experts were born. The nine-headed evil saint did not kill me. Instead, he was killed by me. However, I was also seriously injured. Since then, I fell into a deep sleep. The demonic man said. After I woke up, I came to find you. I knew that even though you had experienced the ancient Chaos era, you would not die. Just as you guessed, you have lived until now. The reason I came here this time is to carry out the battle that was not carried out in the past. Everything has changed. There is no need to carry out the battle that was not carried out in the past. Sun Xiaosheng said. Even though I have crossed the long river of time, it is difficult to erase the battle intent in my heart. This battle, of course, will not end like this. The demonic man looked indifferent. He stepped forward and punched at Sun Xiaosheng. Chapter 28:10. As he punched out, the void distorted and heaven and earth changed color. Behind him, 3,000 galaxies appeared. The 3,000 galaxies were rumored to be the 3,000 galaxies that existed in the universe since ancient times. Feeling the power of the crazy man's punch, everyone's expression changed. When the crazy man attacked the monster clan elder, he had shot out a light beam. In actual fact, it was just a casual attack. Then, the crazy man was serious when dealing with Sun Xiaosheng. He used a powerful divine skill right away. It was peerless and domineering. He's at least a great emperor. Moreover, he's a great emperor of a very high realm. Lin Feng stood at a distance and watched the battle. He couldn't help but ponder. Previously, Lin Feng had plotted against Emperor God Wu Yuan. He had a rough understanding of the power of an emperor. The aura that the man gave out was too terrifying. In front of this person, Emperor God Wu Yuan was simply 1,000 miles apart. They weren't on the same level at all. Lord Saint Master roamed freely in the chaotic ancient era and he had never met an opponent. This man is definitely not Lord Saint Master's match, a monster clan cultivator said. Then, the crazy man had already communicated with the power of the 3,000 galaxies. The terrifying punch was about to hit Sun Xiaosheng. Then, Sun Xiaosheng took action. Saint Monster Fist. Sun Xiaosheng threw out a punch too. There was holy light surging out from his body. It shook the void. At that moment, Sun Xiaosheng was surrounded by the holy light as though he had transformed into an immortal saint monster. Immortal saint monster. Immortal saint monster. Bang! The next moment, there was a fierce collision sound. The two of them collided. With them as the center, the surrounding void started to collapse. The two of them were too powerful. One of them was like a saint monster that had descended to the world. The other was like an unparalleled ancient demon that had crossed the river of time from the chaotic ancient era. The first attack had already shocked Lin Feng and the others. If we continue to fight here, Flowerfruit Mountain will be destroyed. Let's go to the extraterritorial region to fight, the crazy man said aloud. Swoosh, he took the lead and flew to the extraterritorial region. His speed was too fast. He instantly disappeared without a trace. Sun Xiaosheng also stepped out and disappeared from the mountain of flowers and fruits. Apparently, he had gone to the extraterrestrial world. Lin Feng wanted to follow them to take a look, but the two were too fast. He couldn't keep up with the two terrifying existences. He could only stay where he was without moving. That attack just now was just a probe. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it will be when these two existences truly fight. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Perhaps only the two of them knew how strong they were. The Flowerfruit Mountain was covered with powerful restrictions that could be destroyed. Just this point alone was enough. From this, one could tell just how powerful these two existences were. In the next few days, the Flowerfruit Mountain was very peaceful. It could even be described as unusually quiet. Although some cultivators of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit were extremely confident in Sun Xiaosheng. However, it was unrealistic to say that he was not worried about Sun Xiaosheng. This was because the demon-like man was also an existence that was powerful enough to make others pale with fright. He wondered if that existence had some sort of concealment ability. It didn't matter who won or lost this battle. It was possible. 5 days later, Lin Feng saw a figure standing on the top of a mountain. Lin Feng was surprised. It was Sun Xiaosheng. The battle outside the domain was over. He returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain. He just didn't know the final result of this battle. Lin Feng was full of curiosity about what kind of person Sun Xiaosheng was. It was really rare for a powerhouse from the chaotic ancient era to live until now. Lin Feng mustered up his courage and walked towards Sun Xiaosheng. He wanted to communicate with Sun Xiaosheng. Senior, Lin Feng came to the top of the mountain and then saluted to Sun Xiaosheng. Sun Xiaosheng turned his head to look at Lin Feng, and then revealed a smile. I heard about you from several elders. Since you got the monkey hair of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, you are fated with the Flower Fruit Mountain. If you need anything, you can ask. Lin Feng said, I don't have any special request, but I have some doubts in my heart. I hope I can mention it to Senior. Say it. Sun Xiaosheng said. Lin Feng told Sun Xiaosheng some of the doubts he encountered when he comprehended the monkey hair. Sun Xiaosheng expressed some of his own views and patiently explained to Lin Feng. He was a very peaceful person. It was very comfortable to get along with this person, and there was no sense of discomfort. The next day, Lin Feng planned to enter the water curtain cave to comprehend the Great Tao. He should have entered it a few days ago. However, Sun Xiaosheng went to the outer domain and fought with the crazy man, which involved everyone's thoughts. So Lin Feng did not enter it to cultivate. Now that Sun Xiaosheng returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain, everyone was relieved. The result of this battle was destined to be a mystery for everyone. The Water Curtain Cave, the sacred place of the Flower Fruit Mountain, was full of mysteries. Now Lin Feng entered the Water Curtain Cave. The temperature in the Water Curtain Cave was very cool, there was a stream, and there were vines growing everywhere. He could vaguely sense some Tao aura. In the past, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was called a sage here. The 7 sages of the demon clan also became sworn brothers here. The glory of the demon clan began here. Now, countless years had passed. There seemed to be the aura left by the great sage in the Water Curtain Cave. Lin Feng walked deeper and saw a chair. It was a stone chair. There was a tiger skin on it. It was exactly the same as what Lin Feng saw in his dream. I have come to the Water Curtain Cave of the Flower Fruit Mountain. Can I comprehend the 72 transformations now? Lin Feng muttered to himself. The 72 transformations was one of the strongest divine abilities mastered by the great sage. If Lin Feng could successfully comprehend it, it was equivalent to having an extremely heaven-defying divine ability to protect himself. Moreover, the cultivation of a cultivator was constantly accumulating. Every time he cultivated a powerful divine ability, it was equivalent to greatly increasing his accumulation. By then, his combat strength would soar greatly. Lin Feng sat down on a stone chair and gently rubbed his head. Countless years had passed, but he could still feel the precipitation of time. Lin Feng took out the monkey fur and held it in his hand to comprehend it. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he was still in a mysterious state. He found himself standing in the Water Curtain Cave instead of sitting on the stone chair. Not far away, there were 2 men standing. Both of them were extremely powerful. Their aura was too terrifying. When Lin Feng saw the 2 men, he was shocked.